Good morning, Pickleball fans, and welcome back to the Dan Maskell Arena for day 2 of the Pickleball England English Nationals for 2024-25. I'm Nick Hobbis, pleased to bring you wall-to-wall coverage here today of our men's and women's open divisions, featuring none other than James Chowry, the biggest singles draw in the whole of Europe, the only player with a 6.0 Duper rating, and all the way back from Australia, we welcome Thadia Locke back to home shores here in the UK as she looks to regain a title she lost in 2023 to the global star Pei Xuan Cao. Let's see how Thadia gets on today. Let's see how James gets on today. But the action is scheduled to be intense on the back of a fantastic day 1, which saw 2 newly crowned champions of England, Richard Love and Anna Linton. The action gets underway shortly here at 11 a.m, featuring James Chowry kicking off against Alexander Minog Stone. I'll be joined, 10 a.m, I'm led to believe. I'll be joined in the comms booth with Rob Williams throughout the day, calling the action here live. Stay with us because it's not just pickleball, it is showtime. Rob Williams joins me in the commentary booth for what is scheduled to be an unbelievable day of play here at the English Nationals. Rob, good morning.
Good morning, Nick. Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting start here. We've got James Chowry about to get us underway on serve.
So Chowry at the bottom of your screen, Minog Stone at the top, and what a great start for Minog Stone. And Chowry on the back foot straight away, Rob.
Yeah, just hitting these lines. I mean, comfortably within the sideline there. Obviously, early phases of play. Both players will be settling in.
And for those people who are not familiar with the format in singles, don't forget, score a point on your serve. And very much the receiver is in the ascendancy from the off, Rob, in the singles format of the game. Yeah,
they're the first person to get to the kitchen, so historically we've seen that attempt to chip and charge, but as the game's evolved, we're certainly seeing there's a little more of the baseline rally coming into the game than we saw 3-4 years ago.
Yeah, yesterday we saw lots of baseline action in our senior division, but players been a little bit more considerate on their approach as to when they make their way to that non-volley zone.
Yeah, our court is small and our reaction times are small, so it can be very difficult to get up and cover that space, particularly as your age or your wingspan is smaller. Obviously in our men's pro we'd look to see a bit more of the chip and charge we're seeing here.
That's nice from Minog, who just puts that ball into the kitchen and tests the volleying capabilities of Chowry. Just a reminder for viewers here today that it's a format in the group stages of first to 11, win by 2.
Stone now 3-2 up. Certainly getting that ball down when Chowry's at the net, making him really swing up on those balls.
James Chowry, very much the favourite to retain his crown here today, but put under some initial pressure. But the very first game, Rob, for the champion and number 1 seed can be a tense affair.
Yeah, I mean, any tournament, you're feeling your way through the first game. It's going to take a little while to get going. And we're still not seeing any extended rallies here. Nothing's really getting beyond 5 or 6 shots.
Well, if Minog manages to get over the line here, he will be lucky, that's for sure. And
hello to Stelina, we've just seen on camera there from Lemon Pickle supporting her friend.
You can expect more Kylie Minog puns as the day continues as well.
We should be so lucky, sir. We should be so lucky, Nick.
Exactly that. So, that's a great into-out drive from Chowry.
In singles, the serve and the return are everything. That completely sets your point up. So if you get that right, like we see there, off you go. Do we have end changes in this format, Nick?
Yeah, the players will change ends at 6 at the halfway stage. Great depth on the return.
A little bit of an attempt at cat and mouse there, the traditional old style there. First really extended rally we've had in the game.
Just allowed, the return allowed Minog to get to the kitchen line and establish himself as a presence there, where Chowry had to work his way from the baseline through the transition zone. A nice passing shot by Minog. Didn't get through Chowry, but caused a volley error from Chowry. And sometimes the passing shot's not all about playing a winner, it's causing the mistake from your opponent, Rob.
100%, and we're on the turn now. Minog is 1 point up. So certainly a little bit of an upset on the cards at that point, but only halfway to go. Both players are going to be settling in. We can see on the sidelines here, Thaddeus was having a quick chat with a good friend, James Chowry there. Just giving a couple of little pointers here and there from her experience. Obviously an experienced doubles player and a singles player as well. I think somebody's going to say, well, James, just get into the rallies. Just make some more balls. There's a lot of unforced errors, a lot of stuff that's going long. We're in the net. If you can just make that ball more consistently, you're going to be fine.
Yeah, slightly tentative beginnings here for James Chowry, who's definitely got the ability to strike the ball a little bit cleaner, a little bit firmer. But Minog, it's a great start for the number 6 seed, Alexander Minog. Got Duper rating of 5.1. It's a low reliability score. Duper, one of our partners here this weekend, sponsoring the English Nationals, as are Notties, Scan and long-term associates Franklin. The ball just goes long from Chowry, so the early exchanges after the break see 2 non-scoring side outs. Chowry dominant there and more powerful, showing a little bit more intent there, Rob.
Yeah, it just got into the net really good stability as he hits that ball and can place it wherever he wants to. It's really important to get that return of serve right. So that's too short. A great catch there by Tom Turney on the sideline in his first slip.
No prize money for catching the ball in the crowd here today, but great reactions. Tom Turney, take a bow. Using the Australian method to catch that ball, and what a passing shot from James Chowry. The in-to-in drive past Minog Stone. Chowry has stepped it up a level, Rob.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that they've kind of started to just, I think the ball's died. We don't have a referee handy to double check, so they grab another ball.
The Franklin X40 is being used here this weekend for the English nationals, and occasionally, especially, how hard the players are hitting the ball. And with the temperatures here today, you can expect just one or two cracks in the X40, but very much the ball of choice for players here in the UK and around the world. The Franklin X40 sponsoring play here with nets and balls this weekend.
There's an extra pop off Chowdhury's paddle nick that's now really ripping off that prototype he's using from Pro XR. You can just hear it and see it. It's just got a little bit extra fizz from the early phases in the game.
That's just wide from Chowry, but you can definitely see an improvement in the ball striking of James Chowry, and he's amassed a 2-point lead here. So pressure on Minog Stone, and when the pressure's on, sometimes the unforced errors arrive.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great return. I mean, Minog Stone is on the back foot, moving to his right to hit that forehand. It's always going to be hard to control that.
Net cord, that catches the line. Great shot from Chowry. Just picks his space.
Just don't try to do too much. That's the biggest thing. Don't go hard on that ball. Just get it in. Oh, that's elite on the backhand there.
James Chowry wraps the double-handed backhand around Minog Stone, ties him up in knots, and all of a sudden it's match point. Chowdhury's turned this game on its head, and there it is. The first win of the day goes to James Chowry. Comfortable in the end, not without trepidation in the initial stages, but James Chowry gets his title defence off to a winning one, and convincing endings for Chowry, Rob.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the nerves from both gentlemen at the start of that game, but as soon as Chowry got properly loose and into these rallies, he was really hitting that ball with some real power. But we saw that penultimate point, how much control he has on that backhand wing, and he can place it where he wants to when he's really in that zone. It just takes a little bit of time to get to that stage when you're playing.
Indeed it does, and the action continues here as we look forward to Jack McGregor and Jacob Holay Ormston coming up on the show court. But before we do, I'm going to attempt to grab James Chowry for a few words to see how he's feeling ahead of his title defence. We'll be back shortly.
I get it.
On our opening match, I'm pleased to say that James Chowry joins me here. James, you must be pleased to get the first win under your belt.
Yeah, look, it's always tricky playing the first match of the day. I wouldn't say there's pressure, but obviously everyone's coming for me at the moment, so I expect people to be a little bit loose, a little bit freer with their shots. Alex started really well, put some pressure on me. I don't know him all that well, even though he's one of the top players. So trying to figure out, what are his patterns, where are his strengths just early on. He did a good job of capitalising on that and putting me under pressure. And yeah, tight match, happy to get through it.
Yeah, James, this definitely appears to be a target on your back, as you'd expect, as the reigning champion. How important is this title to you?
Look, every national title is really important, and everyone wants to hold the accolade of being national champion. I think that, for me, it's about continuing to progress with my game as well. And actually, it's been really exciting over the past year to see some of the standard of singles and players coming into pickleball has just increased. So I think that there'll be more challenges along the way, and it'll be more fun to navigate all the way through if I can.
Well, James, you're definitely the top player in Europe in the singles format of the game. How do you cope with that added pressure? Is it an added pressure, and how do you deal with that?
Yes, it's pressure, but at the same time, it's also a bit of a privilege. It means that you've worked hard to get there, and you've earned the respect of others. I wouldn't say it's difficult to deal with. I've played tennis before, played in high pressure situations. I think the most important thing that I've learned with experience and over time is just focusing on the things that you can control yourself. So control the controllables. You can't control how loose another player is going to be or how they're going to play. You can just go out and put your best on court and focus as much as humanly possible and see what happens from there.
Well, James, congratulations for getting the first win of the day under your belt. We look forward to seeing how your day progresses. All the very best of luck.
Thank you very much, Nick.
That was James Chowry here with me live. We're going to cross back to Rob Williams in the commentary box ahead of our next game here on the show courts.
Thank you, Nick. We're now going to be looking at Jack McGregor versus Jacob Holay Ormston. Looking at our form book here, Jack McGregor is our number 5 seed, and Jacob Holay Ormston is someone new to us, so we don't particularly know a lot about him. Because he's wearing a UK Pickleball Shop t-shirt there, so possibly there's some kind of association there. But obviously we have these interesting situations as our sport is so new, that we kind of have people that come out of the world that we don't know a lot about, obviously often got a really good racket sports background, and then sometimes just come in and really make a name for themselves. So it'd be interesting to see if Holay Ormston could do that today. Welcome back, Nick.
Yeah, great to catch up with Chowry there at the beginning stages of his title defence. He'll be looking to go back to back, that's for sure, but this one scheduled to be exciting. Real underdog here, Jacob Holay.
Oh, Jack McGregor, take a bow, mate. Take a bow. That's incredible. A little bit of cat and mouse, and finishes beautifully on the backhand wing.
Yeah, Jack McGregor, one of the big personalities here on the UK pickleball scene. And for those of you thinking, how has Jack McGregor got into the English nationals? Very much lives in England, and the qualifying criteria for taking part in the English nationals is to be a holder of an English passport or living in England. So Jack McGregor very much welcome here, and one of the dominant forces in UK pickleball. Huge personality and a huge player. The ball's going long. McGregor hits it though. Having that badminton background and those transferable skills, once that ball's up in the air, McGregor just can't resist, Rob.
Well, yeah, he's not going to need to take a chance. He's going to make his overheads 99 times out of 100. So why risk that out ball possibly landing in? Just go for it. So we should be looking at an end change here, but the guys are just going straight through by looks of it, a 6-0 or a 5-0. Okay, we just need a correction on our score. So it's 5-0.
Yeah, of course, in pickleball, when the player serves from the left-hand side of the court, it's an odd number in terms of the points total for the server. When he serves from the right-hand side of the court, it's an even number in terms of the points total. Now, Holloway's not off the mark yet, but this will be down to nerves rather than ability. I had a chat with Holay Ormston last night, and I suggested to him that he was a player to watch here today. Well, he might not want to watch too much of this back at the minute, but this boy has got ability, Rob.
Where's he converting from, Nick? Is he another tennis player?
He has got a tennis background, also spends a lot of time in the gym, lifts weights on a regular basis. He's a fantastic developing doubles player, but I know that he really enjoys the singles format of the game. Just a young lad, but he's a player to watch as his career develops over the next couple of years.
It looks over these rallies, he hasn't quite adjusted to the bounce of a pickleball being lower than a tennis ball, that he's just waiting for it to come up a little bit more to him, and there's been a lot of balls that go halfway up the net because he's not quite getting that contact point right. But when the ball's aerial, he's really good. Tough to control that ball there, but he's looking a lot more comfortable at the net, at the non-volley zone, rather than staying at the baseline and trying to do baseline exchanges.
He also finds himself in an incredibly difficult group. Group B here today in our men's singles open features Tom Turney, Michael Sifch, Jack Edwards, and the two players on court. So an incredibly challenging group here for Holay Ormston, and McGregor is racing away with this, Rob.
Great play there from both players. Fantastic from Jacob Holay Ormston there to stay in that rally. Impressive, we've seen a lot of top spin from Jack McGregor. You can't quite see it on camera, but from where our commentary position is, that ball is really dipping hard. And obviously from badminton, we don't have that sort of spin play. It's something he's acquiring from his pickleball days.
McGregor using his wingspan nicely there, once established at the kitchen zone. And great hands.
Silky hands there.
Great
a little bit of help from the net cord, but
he deserves that. Soft touch, and all of a sudden, it's bagel time, it's donut time, it's whitewash time. Jack McGregor is about to pickle Holay Ormston, and pickle him he does. It's an 11-0 victory for Jack McGregor. What a start in his quest to get through the groups into the knockout stages. Jack McGregor puts on an absolute show here, Rob.
yeah, it's going to be really difficult. You've got someone that's coming in, playing our Premier Pickleball League, gone through Challenger, being promoted to the full Premier Division, and someone that's coming in to play on show court, possibly his first big match. He's going to play today in front of the cameras, in front of a crowd. I guess someone that's really got the experience. It's going to be a really tough ask. So hopefully you can draw some positives from that experience and move on to the next one.
Yeah, coming up next, we feature a Group C game here on the show court. The returning James Salter against the young pretender Josh Roberts. I'm going to catch up with Jack McGregor shortly, right after a word from our sponsors.
No matter the type of player you are.
Junior, for now.
No matter where you're from.
אני מישראל, shalom.
No matter your gender. No matter your age.
No matter what tour you play on or who you play with.
What matters is your love of the game.
Celebrating the sport. And knowing your level so that you can keep pickleball fun and fair for everyone.
What matters is you.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous Relaxed Fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league.
Welcome back to the Dan Maskell Arena here at Loughborough University. I'm pleased to be able to say I'm joined by Jack McGregor, who's just pickled Jacob Holay Ormston 11-0. Jack, you must be thrilled with that start.
Yeah, definitely happy. Me and Jacob actually play at the same place, so there was a bit of talk going into it, so I knew I couldn't let it get close, so it was definitely happy to make it, put a bit of a statement on it for him, just let him know.
Yeah, we love a little bit of a backstory here, and I had a chat with Jacob last night, and he said to me that he was going to give you a good game. I guess you've put that one to sleep straight away.
Yeah, no, well, we've had some really good games in training, so I knew coming here the nerves were going to be playing a factor, so get a lead. But yeah, I just wanted to let him know that I'm still top dog in David Lloyd Poole.
Top dog indeed. Jack, it seems to me that you're playing some phenomenal stuff right now. What are your hopes and aspirations for the day ahead?
To be honest, with the boxers, anyone could take it, as we've just seen. There was some close games before, so one game at a time for me. Obviously, I would love to, try and make a run, but to be honest, if I continue playing pickleball like that, I'll be happy with whatever the result is.
Yeah, some of the exchanges there were absolute quality. How much work have you put into your singles game recently?
I'd like to say loads, but to be honest, not so much. I have been playing more, probably more on the doubles side. It's hard to obviously get the singles practice, but I think playing the kind of couple hard games in PPL and Challenger has really helped me to kind of figure out what I need to do and what I need to be practicing, and then I try and do that even when I'm playing doubles. So the backhand, for example, opponents don't hit it to my backhand, please, but that's definitely what I've been working on. It's getting better.
Well, Jack, you're having an unbelievable year, and I've got a funny feeling that run of form and sequence is going to continue today. So congratulations to you. We look forward to catching up with you later.
I appreciate it. No, I hope so. I hope to speak to you again further down the line.
I'm sure we will. That was Jack McGregor. We'll be back with more action here right now as we move to James Salter versus Josh Roberts. Over to Rob in the commentary booth.
Thank you, Nick. So yeah, we're just getting warmed up as we start now. They're going to be getting underway in a minute or two. At the top of your frame, you're going to find James Salter, and nearest to you on the camera, you're going to find Josh Roberts. Obviously, we've got a little battle of converting sports in that James Salter is a high-level badminton player, has some history in the Open and Nationals for England. He was the bronze medalist in 2022 at the English Open. Obviously, Josh Roberts is new to the game, playing out of Hinckley Club by the looks of it there. A very, very strong tennis player. Been working with Sam Basford, our fellow coach, educator, and a friend of yours from rugby, Nick.
Yeah, Josh Roberts got a huge future in the sport of pickleball, but this is no easy challenge because the backclass and pedigree of James Salter is written in the history books. A multi-medalist in the singles division at English Nationals level. This is going to be a tough opening game for the young Josh Roberts, but not without a bit of backclass himself, particularly with those transferable skills from the tennis court, Rob.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking here that Salter's coming back from a long-term injury, so obviously that's going to have some impact on his movement and his conditioning. Roberts a lot younger, but that is a phenomenal return of serve there into the corner, really bringing Roberts in there. Literally nothing he can do. That's such a placement of that return. And again, he goes to that same spot.
Great defences by Roberts, not on the third occasion though.
Yeah,
what are the challenges, Rob, for Roberts here, playing against A, somebody who's vastly experienced, but B, also a left-handed player?
So all your patterns are reversed. So the things you would kind of go to, you have to figure out another way of doing it. So he's doing a good job there of hitting to that backhand wing and then opening up to the forehand. He's had a couple of successful rallies doing that. But when you're hitting the return of serve here, You'll see that Salter's been really coming around the outside of the ball and dropping it into that left sideline. We see again there from Roberts. He's now adjusting to that shot and painting the lines down the line.
Double-handed backhand from Roberts down the line. Electric start here from Josh Roberts.
Part of the problem we got here is that return wasn't wide enough, so it didn't really get him into the rally.
Great pickup.
Oh, he wants that one back.
Roberts does all the hard work, then just puts the ball into the net on the drop volley. Salter gets away with one.
I don't dislike that return going out. He's going for it. He's got one of those in the budget, so we can certainly have a little bit of this in singles more than we can have in doubles. And he follows it up with a great return down the line there.
Yeah, the return winner from Roberts, just showing all of the quality he's got, all of the weapons in his armoury here. Utilises that double-handed backhand, and this game is not going to be easy for James Salter.
Oh!
But what a pickup from Salter on the baseline.
Little bit of help from the net cord.
It is, manages to find that space into the open side, uses the net tape nicely, and once again, that cross-court diagonal that Roberts just does not read.
But look at his return, it's too short. He's got time to move into it and whip it around with his forehand.
It's a nicely weighted forehand as well, and that's the momentum changer.
And of course there's no timeouts, Nick. You can't break the run. There's no timeouts in this format in the round robin stages. Because I would be I'd be making the T signal any second now if I had it in my bank.
Yeah, Roberts just walking back to his mark here, just taking an opportunity to reset.
Salter's been really patient. He's just focused on that principle of getting that ball low. He's not trying to hit the cover off the ball. He's not playing with a huge amount of power. He's just getting the ball down. And it always makes any player uncomfortable if that ball is low on you.
Yeah, Roberts is under pressure, that's for sure. One or two unforced errors have just meant that the lead for Salter has grown to 5 points. Salter 6-1 up here. And once again, the diagonal drive is weighted beautifully by Salter. Great pace control. Again, we could possibly criticise the return from Roberts not getting enough depth or width.
I think he's forgetting he's left-handed to a degree because there's so many balls that are being hit to that forehand wing and allowing him to rip around it and open it up.
Baseline to baseline here. Approach shot from Salter, and Roberts cannot rescue that on the backhand side. And Salter, his court craft, his experience, is dominating the show court here.
And again, straight past the incoming Josh Roberts. A couple of times in that previous rally, I think he missed a chance to come in, and now he's tried to make up for it on the wrong ball, and that's not going to work against James Salter. He's going to see those spots and hit them.
Salter's ability to pick the ball up off the baseline with accuracy, and once more James Salter is going to have a highlight reel of his own by the end of this match. His pace control, his speed control, his ability to be accurate and put this ball wherever he wants is rather impressive. James Salter is announcing himself back into the world of pickleball here on the grandest stage of all, the Pickleball England English Nationals. Great rescue. Roberts is stuck on the baseline, and it's Salter who dominates from the transition zone. Just gets himself mid-court, Salter, and that's enough for him to control the rally. Match point, James Salter. Match point comes and goes. So another opportunity for Roberts to gain valuable experience here, Rob.
Yeah, it's an uphill battle. I mean, we've had 2 match points saved, one with the help of the net cord. Second one goes into the net. So we need to get some impact from Roberts to actually win some points. And that is not going to help.
No, but my message to Josh Roberts is utilise this because it's valuable. Salter, match point number 3. Here live from the Dan Maskell Arena. And it's as easy as that, but look how pleased James Salter is in what is a phenomenal comeback for Salter. Been out of the game for a while. I'm going to hope to catch up with him shortly. Commiserations to Roberts, who will hopefully utilise his experiences here on the show court and playing at this level for the first time. But ultimately, Salter was absolutely sublime. Coming up next, we have our first game in our Women's Singles Open. Chantal Griffiths, new kid on the block. Will she be able to challenge one of the greatest players here in Europe? Fresh from her travels playing MLP Australia, Thadia Locke. We'll be back with more action from the Dan Maskell Arena shortly. Welcome back to the Dan Maskell Arena. I'm pleased to say I'm joined by James Salter, who's put an absolute show on for us. James, you must be over the moon.
I think I'm more shocked than anything. I didn't expect to play like that. I was really pleased. I thought I executed very, very well, which I'm very surprised about.
We've just looked back at some of the shots that you played in that game. Unbelievable standard. Your passing shot ability, especially cross court, was just unreal.
It was just coming off. I don't even know what happened. As I say, I've been out injured for the last year and a bit. Had 2 surgeries, so this was a little bit of an unknown. I was thinking it might be a little bit early to come back to competition, but yeah, just so happy to be back, and it's just such a fantastic place to play.
I mean, we recall you medaling in 2022 in this format of the game at the English Nationals, James, how frustrating is it when you're out injured, when you know you're capable of competing with the big names, not just in the UK but across Europe?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the main thing is just love playing, regardless of if it's in practice or in a competition. So yeah, very frustrating to not being able to play, but yeah, very glad I've put in the work in the rehab, and it's so nice to be back.
Well, the story here is the narrative that Salter is the comeback kid and is very much a player to watch here today at the English Nationals. James, we look forward to seeing how your story unfolds today.
Thank you ever so much. Cheers. Thank you.
Congratulations to James Salter. Coming up next, it will be female singles in the open level featuring Thadia Locke. Let's get straight across to Rob in the comms booth.
Hi, welcome back everyone. Thank you, Nick. We at one point thought we were going to have Tom Turney playing. He was warming up Thadia Locke. We've just had Chantal Griffiths arrive on court. Very interesting forehand there. A big cut across that form. We're looking at the warm-up, Nick. We can see here Chantal Griffiths is hitting a very, very tennis-style stroke here. And that forehand is, at some points, almost Annalie Walters-esque in ripping up over her right shoulder. Other shots she's actually ripping to the left of her shoulder, so certainly going to be some interesting power I think we're going to see here. Let's see how she'll convert. Obviously Thadia Locke almost needs no introduction, one of the stalwarts of this game, been with us a very long time playing the game, multiple English Opens and national champion, as well as numerous medals all around the world. And as we just said, she's just come back from playing in MLP Australia. So big ask here for Griffiths, obviously something that she's going to have to get used to. This is obviously an early days for her. We don't have any data at all, do we, on singles for Chantal Griffiths, I believe?
Yeah, Chantal Griffiths just coming to this competition as the number 5 seed. But let me tell you this, Chantal Griffiths strikes this ball as clean as anybody else here on the ladies tour in the UK. And while she's got an uphill challenge against Thadia Locke, she will not shy away from it. She will be giving everything to the cause. And let me tell you, her ability is undeniable.
So look, we've just got a little bit of time to wait until our game gets underway. So it'll be useful to talk to you. Mentioned our sponsors, who without that we can't stage these phenomenal events around the country. Obviously this year we've been sponsored, as every year it seems, by Franklin, who are our official net and ball sponsor. We've got the UK Pickleball Shop, the long-term supporters of pickleball on the retail sector, Scan, Notties and Duper. We really appreciate everybody getting involved and supporting these events for us.
So players just going through their final warm-ups here at the Dan Maskell Arena. And whilst the entry for our women's singles is only a small one, it's stacked full of quality, and you can expect to see Jess Wilson in action today. Ellie Tomkinson, the returning Marcia Audebert after a final yesterday. And of course, the headline act, Thadia Locke here taking on Chantal Griffiths.
Certainly we'll find that Ellie Tomkinson and Jess Wilson match a fascinating one. in that obviously very good friends and based out of Norfolk for a long period of time, but obviously now Jess and Sam Anderson, her fiance, have now moved up to Nottingham, so it's not quite so much of the local derby as it once was, but certainly there'll be a lot of prior knowledge of both players' styles when that match appears on short court later this morning. But looks like we're nearly ready to get underway. The ladies just doing their last couple of serves. There's our silver medalist from yesterday, Marcia Alderberg, and her husband Bernie.
Yeah, she was disappointed not to retain her gold medal, and she doesn't know what to expect today here either. But Marcia Alderberg was absolutely fantastic yesterday in what was a real tough day physically for her.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, with our older competitors coming into today, there's going to be a battle to a degree of physicality. One thing we can guarantee with Marcia Alderberg is that there's going to be a lot of fire, a lot of grit, but also really lovely, smiling person. But when she's on court, she's a really mean competitor. And that's one of the things I love about that grit and fire that she has on court. So we can expect to see that again today.
Yeah, she's an incredible, likeable character off court, but incredibly determined, as you suggest, Rob, on court. So I just wonder here, Rob, with one of the dimensions in this game, how much the travelling will have an impact on Thadia, who's been in Australia and New Zealand playing recently, was over in India earlier on this year. The one thing that I do know about Locke is she's putting an extraordinary amount of time into gym work and fitness work in preparation for these events.
Yeah, a true professional in that, obviously able to actually spend time working on your game solely as a professional. I know, speaking to Thadia a year or two ago when she was mulling up the decision to go for it, one of the challenges is there's only so many hours that you have to do stuff, and if you have a full-time job, that impacts upon your ability to drill, to train, to work on your strength and conditioning. But what we're looking at as you go across the world and you look at the number of people that are playing professionally, they're in the gym, they've got coaches that look at all different aspects of the game, they've got nutritional support, they've got masseuses, they've got all the things that you need to be a true athlete. And Thadia is one of those people that's actually gone full bore for it, fully in. And we've seen lots of stuff on her social about hitting the gym, doing all the good things to make sure that you can compete at the highest level. Because the way this game is going, if you're not fully committed, you're not going to be getting everything you can. You can't phone it in anymore. You've really got to commit.
Yeah, no, I agree, Rob, entirely. While we're underway here, it's Griffiths in the floral skirt at the bottom of your screen. Locke at the top. And what a great early exchange by the two players. Locke just turning defence into attack there.
Yeah, not sure if that return of serve actually went. No, that's where the third went long, and that Thadia Locke actually played and kept the rally going. And it's a little bit beyond the baseline, but still successful in that first point. Big swinging volley there.
Really good intent by Griffiths here at the start. Gets a great return of serve. And it seems to me in the early stages, Rob, that Chantal Griffiths is absolutely relishing the opportunity here. I know Chantal from commentating on her at Picklebee events throughout the country. Check Picklebee out at picklebee.co.uk for those players who want high quality tournaments on a regular basis, and Chantal is a regular participant in those events, and she's absolute dynamite, Rob.
She's not afraid to hit the ball hard. Maybe at the moment she needs to calibrate that drive in a little bit better on return of serve. There's been a couple of errors that have created those first couple of points on the board for Thadia Locke.
Great rescue, scramble defence after scramble defence, but Locke just pauses before playing the final shot.
It looks like Locke's figured out the game plan here fairly quickly. She knows that Griffiths is not going to come forward unless she's pulled forward. So she can take that net at will when she feels she's got the right ball. Then she can exploit from there. And again, return of serve goes long.
And sometimes, Rob, that's a difference in ability. The top players, the top players are consistent in their application over and over again. But what a double-handed backhand from Chantal Griffiths, who finds an angle that quite simply should never exist.
Threading the needle, Nick. That's threading the needle. And then going for the same spot again inside out. That's a really tough ball to play off. But that's the kind of thing that someone like Thaddeus Luck will do to you. She's going to make you think you've got to hit the impossible to beat her, but you don't. You just need to make balls. And again, that forehand mechanic she's transferred over just isn't pickable friendly when the ball's not bouncing. And obviously we're using a temporary surface here, so it doesn't quite have that same pop as some of these harder surfaces you may be playing on. So trying to do that really whipped topspin forehand, you've got to get your timing so right for that ball. And it's one that's really difficult to be successful on a temporary court. And when you're a little bit nervy, you want to dial that in halfway through a match when you're 3-3, 5-3 up. It's not an 0-6 kind of shot.
No, but Chantal Griffiths here, although not able to score so far, is very much competitive in this game against Luck. And there we see once more showtime here at the Dan Maskell Arena. The double-handed backhand down the line. Chantal Griffiths showing us moments of brilliance here on the show court.
Yeah, we can see here that if Luck stays in these rallies and is consistent, she's not going to get threatened at the net. So there's always going to be a disadvantage to the way that Griffiths is playing here, because she's not going to come in like, see, Luck's here, and it's just an easy finish because the whole court is open, and she just hasn't unlocked that part of her game yet.
Yeah, this is a professional performance from Luck in the opening game of her quest to regain the English Nationals singles title. Courtcraft experience and quality on display here. But look at Chantal Griffiths and Rob. I think I said at the start of the game, this girl can play.
Oh, absolutely. It's a really obvious early transition over. We can see she hasn't quite unlocked the way to use her weapons fully. See there, she's got to be in. Why is she staying back? In comes Luck. Out goes the ball. So we can see there's a pattern of play here. Because Griffiths is not taking the opportunity to come forward, she's giving those chances to Luck. And even in singles, even with this small court and the reaction times, if you can get to the net and take one first volley, you almost always open the court up.
Yeah, Griffiths possibly just needing to explore coming forward a little bit more, as Rob suggests here. Rob Williams, one of the top coaches here in the UK and on the continent of Europe. And I just wonder, Rob, how many players will watch the footage back and review themselves?
Well, I really hope people do, because in my opinion, video is the truth. Your brain will lie to you, your memory will lie to you. You'll remember all the horrible shots and you don't necessarily see all the good stuff. But when you see what you've actually done, you can take it apart and figure it out. So often now, video analysis is forming part of someone's coaching routine. Here we go. Here we go again. And as soon as that net is taken, it's one volley, maybe two to finish it. And you're asking your opponent to hit something really special like that threading the needle shot cross court we saw earlier. That's the only way that's really going to work at this level.
Yeah, and Thaddeus Luck is just motoring away with this first game here at the Dan Maskell Arena. She quickly goes to 9, make that 10. And it's match point to Thaddeus Luck. What a start this will be for the ultimate professional, but once again, the double-handed backhand from Griffith. Those moments of brilliance, those highlights will be something she'll reflect upon fondly, I'm sure.
Carbon copy of the previous point that she had the same success on. Lock's return that fraction too short, gives her time to swing away and get it down the line. Lock's not quite in where she wants to be and established. Bang goes the ball past her.
Great return from Griffiths.
Yeah, there we go.
Drive. Great point construction from Chantal Griffiths. Darts down the backhand and then across to the forehand. A scurrying Lock can't rescue that.
And it's that same pattern again, that backhand down the line approach, forcing Griffiths to try and go to the forehand wing, which opens the whole court up.
Yeah, not just the approach shot though from Lock, it's the approach movement on her way to the kitchen line and the angles that she chooses. Second match point, Thadia Lock.
And the return goes long again.
The return goes long again, and it's Lock who has the key to dismantling Chantal Griffiths. It's Lock who gets her quest underway for the championship by winning game number 1 of the day. I'm hoping to catch up with her shortly. Meanwhile, coming up next on the show court, we will have a men's singles open game featuring Barney Maddock and Samuel Ranger. We'll be back after this short break.
No matter the type of player you are.
Junior, for now.
No matter where you're from.
אני מישראל, שלום.
No matter your gender.
No matter your age.
No matter what tour you play on or who you play with.
What matters is your love of the game.
Celebrating the sport.
And knowing your level so that you can keep pickleball fun and fair for everyone.
What matters is you.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league.
Things have a funny way of sneaking up on us. You play once, and you want to play again and again and again. You find yourself in driveways, courts, clubs, tournaments. You ask friends, colleagues, or even someone new. Today and every day, we celebrate the athlete in all of us. It's time to get out and play.
Welcome back to the Dan Maskell Arena here at Loughborough University. And as we look back at some of the show reel shots here, I'm pleased to say we're joined by the one and only Thadia Lock. Thadia, you must be overjoyed to get that first win under your belt.
Yeah, it's always tough coming in. The first match is always tough. I don't know Chantal, but she's a great player and she played amazing then. I don't think the score reflects how good she played. So yeah, just happy to get the first one under my belt.
And your commitment to this competition is clear. You've travelled a significant amount of miles all the way over from New Zealand, Australia to be here today, Thadia. This title must mean a lot to you.
Yeah, you know, I love competing at home and it's always very special to compete at home. I have a lot of friends here and I love watching the growth of pickleball here. So I think, you know, it's really important for me to be here and I can fit it into my schedule. So yeah.
Just talk to us about some of those challenges of managing your schedule, Thadia, and how much is travelling taking its toll on you? I know you're spending a lot of time in the gym with fitness work and preparation for these events, but travelling must be tiring for you at the minute.
Yeah, it's a lot, but I also have to remember I'm very lucky to get to do what I do, and I think I've learned a lot from last year. I went through a little bit of burnout last year, so like you said, I'm working hard in the gym, just trying to stay on top of my health and learning as I go, and yeah, just trying to do my best each day.
And just finally, in terms of the rest of today, we know it's fairly compact draw here in the women's singles division, but it's stacked full of quality players.
absolutely. You know, there's so many good players out here, and it's so great to see so many girls, good singles girls players. So, you know, nothing is a given. Every match, you just come out, try your best, win or lose. You know, you always learn something, and I think that's what I'm learning from my journey at the moment. You know, it doesn't matter whether you win or lose. This is a process to getting better, and you learn with every match you play. So, yeah.
Well, we really appreciate you joining us here, Thaddeus. I know there's lots of demands on your time with other media sources here today, so thanks very much. We wish you all the very best for the rest of the day.
Thank you so much, and thanks for all the great work that you're doing as well. Thank you.
It's very kind of you. Thanks, Thaddeus. That is Thaddeus Lark. I'm sure we'll be catching up with her more as the day progresses here live at the Dan Maskell Arena. But coming up, we'll have more action from our men's division. Back to Rob in the commentary booth.
Thank you, Nick. Yeah, we've got coming up here Barney Maddock versus Samuel Ranger. So I'm aware that Barney Maddock is long history in tennis. Haven't got a lot of information on Ranger, but we'll get more back to this after the short break, just waiting for the players to arrive.
I think people come to the Nationals here in Bolton. In a lot of cases, it's new experiences. Of course, it's the echelons of the English Championships. Everybody here has, you know, to qualify to be in the National Championships. 4 days of non-stop play from all levels, from, you know, beginner, intermediate, right up to, you can see some of the players around here today, some of the best players you'll see in the country.
We were here last year, and Pickleball England and Pickleball Scotland, they're both supporting us really well. But it's very important. We can't do it on our own. We need these types of things. Spread the word. Come and have a look at us and help us to develop what is a fantastic wheelchair sport.
We get to see everyone around the country improving year on year. I think the organisation is really, really well run. From the second I started 2.5 years ago to now, I've loved every single second on the court.
Because my feet is like injury, so I can retire and count down. And more patient to play to Sadia because I lost the second match.
You can go and watch a game and you don't know the people who you're actually watching, but everybody's chatting to each other about the game, and the sponsors have been great as well. You know, they're all helpful and chatty with you. I'm not actually playing today, but I've come again for the atmosphere and just to be around lots of nice people. I know quite a lot of people here anyway.
This was my first time playing the MLP, and it's such a wonderful experience. I just enjoyed it so much. One thing I'll say about pickleball as well, people of all ages, so you can have more elderly people getting into it, you can have young people getting into it as well, so that's what makes it very unique.
Hay and I kind of paired up, we played up this year, we had so much fun playing together, and it's so good to win a national title together, like, it's so good. I think the main reason a lot of people watch is because even though it's obviously a very competitive final, it's always played in good spirits. Thaddeus and James are some of the nicest people on the court you can meet, as is Pay. Like, it's never going to be any bad blood between anyone.
No matter the type of player you are.
Junior, for now.
No matter where you're from.
אני מישראל, שלום.
No matter your gender.
No matter your age.
No matter what tour you play on or who you play with.
What matters is your love of the game.
Celebrating the sport.
And knowing your level so that you can keep pickleball fun and fair for everyone.
What matters is you.
Welcome back to the Dan Maskell Arena here for Pickleball England at the English Nationals 2024-25 singles event. Powered by Franklin, Knotties, Scan and Duper. With the UK Pickleball Shop in attendance as well. On your screen, we can see the Group A standings so far. Every player having played one game, and it will be Barney Maddock and Sam Ranger who will be competing on the show court next. Barney having beaten Boris Kovacic in his first game. Sam Ranger just narrowly losing out to Rob Ackery. So an important game for both players here on the show courts. Players are just going through their final warm-up routine and then we'll be underway. Both players keen just to get used to the conditions and environments on the show courts. Again, it's a different surface to the acrylic courts we've got in the Dan Maskell Arena. 32 courts in operation here this weekend, 400 players. The people of England requested a Nationals event, and that's what they got. So, Barney Maddock serving, Sam Ranger receiving. And I have to confess, I don't know too much about either of these players. It's my first look at them on the pickleball court. Barney Maddock comes into this game comes into the championship as the 7th seed. Sam Ranger, the outsider of the bunch. Great rescue play from Ranger, who gives the fist pump. He looks ready for action here on the show court. And for the second time, that cross-court drive just evades the paddle of Maddock. Joining me back in the commentary booth is Rob Williams. And Rob, I was just suggesting to viewers that I haven't got much experience of watching Maddock or Ranger play. This is a new experience for me on the pickleball courts.
I can give you a lot of insight on Barney Maddock. Barney Maddock used to coach at the David Lloyd's that I do pickleball from, and he was one of the tennis coaches there 3 or 4 years back, just before COVID. Then he's recently moved to Royal Berkshire, and he's the resident pickleball coach at David Lloyd's Royal Berkshire. So a long tennis legacy here.
So lots of transferable skills. Might be one of the reasons I've not seen him on a doubles court, because tennis players tend to fit more quickly onto a singles court than they do a doubles court, but see how it plays out here.
One thing we could be looking out for when Barney's at the far end, there was a tendency for him to stick his tongue out when he volleyed. So it'll be interesting if he gets to the net, if we see that happening from him. What a beautiful cross backhand passing shot that was.
Yeah, the double-handed backhand of Maddock goes coast to coast, sideline to sideline. So very much back and forth in the early stages here. Neither player able to gain any level of ascendancy, momentum or rhythm.
Kind of new place to see me kind of expect that, Nick.
Yeah, first time playing on the show court for both players. And it does bring a different level of pressure with more people watching, especially people watching here on our live streams for YouTube or Facebook on the Pickleball England sites. Thank you for joining us wherever you're watching from. Don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and feel free to drop us a comment. Rob and I will be able to interact with you throughout the day. Who are your predictions for the men's and women's tournament champions today? Which players are you enjoying watching most? Drop a comment, say hello, and we'll be sure to give you a shout out here on the live stream. And we just found this in singles yesterday, Rob. It can become quite tiring when there's repeated side-out, non-scoring.
And here we go
events.
again, another one. It's just sort of happening, isn't it? There's not anything really going one way or the other. It just points to existing.
That's a great hands battle, though. It's Maddock who establishes himself at the net. Ranger who tries to get through that transition zone, but such is the hand speed of Barney Maddock, just doesn't quite allow Ranger to get set ever in that rally. We talk about time a lot in singles, Rob, and altering your speed and placement of the ball. Sometimes taking time away from your opponent can be useful, but sometimes allowing yourself time to get to the net can also be a useful facet as well.
I think for me, in both forms of pickle, whether it be singles or doubles, you need to think about your next shot and being in the best location for your next shot, because you've got to assume the ball is always coming back. So sometimes taking a fraction of pace off your finisher, but being in the good position for the next one that comes back to you is the way to go.
Nice.
Good placement there.
Yeah, nice angle on the smash from Maddock.
It's a bit Groundhog Day at the moment, Nick. We've been on 4-3 for a very long time.
And this is where the physicality plays its part.
And that goes long. Maddock had the whole court to put it into. I don't understand that down the line decision. He can put it cross court into the side fence and really push Ranger wide there. He's run all the way around his forehand to get his backhand to get his forehand, and he just puts it straight down the line. Very strange decision making.
Yeah, the into-out forehand would have been preference over the into-in forehand, that's for sure. And both players will just be taking a breath at some point, because by my reckoning, that's 6 non-scoring side-outs in a row, 6 rotations without a point being scored, which tells me the returner is definitely the dominant player in this spell of the game.
Yeah, the serves aren't going deep enough. There's not enough action on them. The returner can get into a good phase of rally. See, that's a better serve there, but that's a really unwise decision to come in on that ball. You're not stable. You're just stunting. Look.
It's a great return from Ranger, though, who sets up that opportunity. And this time the mid-court return is punished by Sam Ranger. The return short, it's central. Maddock comes in off a poor return and Ranger just picks his spots.
Punkster Tawnyfield has left the building. We are off of Groundhog Day. We're back to an even game at 4-4. Let's see who can take the turn in their favour. That's a much better approach ball there. Well deserved victory on that point. Comes into the change of ends at 6-4.
Yeah, Barney Maddock definitely seemingly the better player here, but just needs to consider point construction and putting those shots together in a more targeted way, Rob.
Yeah, the movement seems a little bit more efficient. It just seems a little cleaner. And now, yeah, he's starting to race away down this far end. We can see a body language change in Maddock. Obviously known Barney reasonably well for a couple of years. I can see he's starting to feel a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more confident. You can see that from the strength of that return, the strength of the serve there, forcing the return error. It's just pulling up a little bit. There's a lot of balls that go in the net. They're not really staying down low enough and getting that topspin they need to generate. Or a little bit through and not enough up to really get that pace and the spin they need on that drive.
So opportunity here for Maddock just to draw closer to the winning mark of 11. Nice drive and then court positioning, manages to put the volley away as well, and Barney Maddock has got match point. They were stuck for a while, but now Maddock gets over the line and gets the job done fairly comfortably against the spirited Samuel Ranger, who seemingly did all of his best work on the serve of Maddock, and crucially that meant he wasn't able to close the gap that developed. Coming up next, we have one of the stars of the show. Tom Turney makes his way to centre court. He'll be taking on Michael Sifch from the north of England, based up in Leeds, Yorkshire. That will be competitive, I'm sure. I'm going to try and catch up with Barney Maddock, and we'll be back after this short break.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league.
Things have a funny way of sneaking up on us. You play once, and you want to play again and again and again. You find yourself in driveways, courts, clubs, tournaments. You ask friends, colleagues, or even someone new. Today and every day, we celebrate the athlete in all of us. It's time to get out and play.
Welcome back to the Dan Maskell Arena. I'm joined by an impressive Barney Maddock. Barney, you must be pleased with the result there.
Yeah, happy with the result. A little bit scrappy at the start, but got through it in the end. You can only beat what's put in front of you. So on to the next one, I think. I'll try and make it finish a little bit quicker next time.
And Barney, for those people who might not know Barney Maddock watching at home, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, I've got a little bit of tennis background, so obviously it helps a lot in this sport. Played for about 10 years. Started playing pickleball in the last 12 months or so. Picked up a little bit. Second singles tournament, so just take it as it comes, to be honest. But that's it. See what happens.
And you're 2 out of 2 so far here today. So what are your expectations coming into the day? Are you hoping to go deep into this competition, just get through to knockout stages? What are your aspirations here today at the Dan Maskell Arena?
thinking I'm quarter final. I'll be happy with the quarters. Came in not expecting too much. Haven't played that much all year, but I thought we'll give it a go. It's 2 out of 2 so far. If I can scrape through the next couple of games, and then we got a chance straight through to the quarters.
And it looks like you're going to have to play James Chowry, who's in your group. Is that something that excites you or daunts you?
Well, it's a win-win, I think, playing him, because you got nothing to lose when I'm going out. So I'll just go there, swinging about, see what happens. In with the chance. If I can get a couple points, it's happy days, isn't it? Win or lose on the booze.
Stay with us. Barney Maddock will be swinging it about against James Chowry. An exciting player, that's for sure. I'm sure he's got a long day ahead of him. Thanks for joining us, Barney. And I can see, just warming up over my shoulder, we've got Michael Sifch against Tom Turney. That's scheduled to be a classic. Tom Turney got a lot of back class in the game of singles, one of the most athletic performers on the biggest stage of all here at the English Nationals. We'll cross over to Rob in the commentary box to provide a little bit of insight on both players before that one gets underway here live at the Dan Maskell Arena.
Thank you, Nick. So on the far side of the court we have Tom Turney, one of our ever-present players in pickleball singles, one of our most charismatic and kind of showtime players, a little bit inspired by Mr. Hobbs next to me. We see a lot of high reel shots from Tom Turney, and nearest to us is Michael Sifch, obviously a big part of pickleball up in the north of England in Leeds. He's our oldest competitor at 42 years old, and our second oldest competitor is Tom. So we've got a battle of the veterans here.
Yeah, Tom doesn't move around the court like a 39-year-old, that's for sure.
They build them different on the Isle of Wight, Nick. They build them different on the Isle of Wight.
They do indeed, and Tom Turney actually one of the players who does the most travelling here, having been on the farm on the Isle of Wight. If you've never been to the Isle of Wight, Tom Turney's got an absolutely fantastic farm down there, an adventure and activity place that's developing month by month. Have a look at that if you're holidaying in the Isle of Wight, and of course the pickleball store will be based there shortly as well. Lloyd Attrell of the pickleball store, one of the great ambassadors in the game, so check that out on the Isle of Wight. Be something fun for you to do over the summer. But back to this one, whilst we talk about the age of Turney and his athleticism, his ability is second to none, Rob, and he's a regular medalist at these tournaments, both in the doubles and singles format.
Absolutely.
Of the game.
His movement is the real highlight of his game. He just gets to balls that you do not expect to come back, and the dynamism on court is insane. A couple of times I've had the misfortune of playing against Mr. Turney, and yeah, he's not there, then he's there, and it kind of blows your mind. And I imagine we're going to see something at least once or twice in this game where he just pulls something out that we're just not expecting. You can't turn off when Turney's playing because you just don't know what's coming next.
No, it's always a spectacle when Turney's on the court, that's for sure. Whilst the players are just going through their warm-ups, an opportunity for me just to have a quick word on our sponsors who are powering the English Nationals here this weekend. Franklin Sports, of course, a family-run business that started out in baseball but have been partners with Pickleball England since 2022. We thank our friends over at Franklin for all of their support. Scan, also a long-term partner of Pickleball England, and Nisha Raja at Scan is a great ambassador both for Scan and Pickleball for all your computer needs. Notties is actually our wellness partner here at the English National Singles event. They provide bananas and cashew nut butter sachets to help fuel players here. And Duper, don't forget all of the results from this weekend will go into the Duper algorithm to give you a greater understanding of where you are at in your playing journey. But we're underway here. It's Turney with ball in hand at the top of your screen. Sifch at the bottom in black. And I'm going to put Rob on the spot here and ask him for a prediction on this one, Rob.
I think you'd be a very foolish man to bet against Tom Turney. We know that Shivak has got a really good game. We can see here a real classical pickleball style. Return and run in. But we're looking at Turney doing exactly the same thing. Beautifully established there, putting that ball away. I think it's going to be tighter than you would necessarily think, but you would normally expect Turney to come through on this one.
Yeah, it's a nice slice return from Sifch, and sometimes, Rob, as I referenced earlier, just giving yourself time to get into the right position on court, and the slice backhand will definitely do that because the travelling time of the ball is elongated as opposed to a top spin shot.
Absolutely right there, but it does depend on your velocity of swing. You can hit a slow top spin, it just seems a little bit floaty, whereas you can really knife through a slice and it still slows down a little bit. It's all about the gear change of your pace. And it starts from the serve. Don't always give them the same look on serve, don't always hit it hard, don't always hit it deep, give some variation. Here we go, classic there from Turney, slice serve. There we go, the movement again.
Look at the athleticism from Tom Turney, who moves around the court so quickly. His agility, balance and coordination is second to none here at the Dan Maskell Arena, but Sifch remains composed and comes out on top. But that's a tough point for Sifch to win when Turney is so well established at the non-volley zone. This is going to be exciting, Rob Williams.
Yeah, it's interesting. Shivak looks like he's really calm and composed. And you look at it, it's like it's really comfortable out there for him. He doesn't have that frenetic energy, but sometimes that can hurt you if you haven't got that ball quite right. You don't have that explosion to get to that ball you need to.
Yeah, I've actually got some experience myself of playing against Michael Sifch. It's surprising for viewers to hear at home that Nick Hobbs is not just a commentator. I have got a little bit of back pedigree on the court, Rob, and Michael beat me in a semi-final at the English Open last year at 4-5 level, over 35s. I know I don't look it on camera, viewers, but I do fit into that age category, unfortunately. And one thing about Sifch is he's a real confident player. He's got a lot of confidence in his own ability. He trusts himself, and he trusts himself to play the right shot at the right moment.
Yeah, it's certainly, we can see from there, it's very clean. His technique is very clean. Decision making is very clean. He's not looking to be overly hurried. He just wants to exert his shots to the minimum amount of ability he needs to. It's really efficient. And there he just hits a really good spot. The Turney's running into that on his backhand, unable to control it. But
great play by Tom Turney again, showing that electric turn of pace, the acceleration across the court to the sideline, and then manages to compose himself just to punch that ball down the line.
I mean, Shivak was there. It just a little bit behind him, so he couldn't quite get it past his own legs. But here you see a great return of serve there, putting Turney right off the width of the court. Nowhere else to go. We're very used to Turney taking out barriers, parts of the equipment, because he will just go for everything.
Yeah, he's 100% committed, Tom Turney, one of the most entertained players to watch here in England, and just a thoroughly nice guy and great ambassador for the sport of pickleball as well. Tom Turney always got time for people around him, no matter the level, no matter the age. He's a real friendly type of guy.
It's great to see people playing open and not going for their 35 plus. Some of our older players still really punching hard in the open category. It speaks a lot for the future of the game as we go into the more master stage 3, 4, 5 years down the line.
Yeah, it does indeed. And Turney, in his advancing years, fairly advancing years at that, is still number 2 seed in this competition, which shows the class of the man in his preparation and ability to maintain great levels of fitness. Neither player able to dominate at the minute, though, Rob.
Yeah, there's not quite the plough through off of their paddles and how they're playing. It's not got that really big hitting. It's a lot slow. Look at the slice serves from both gentlemen we've had. And there's not been that real power hitting we noticed in the Maddock game or even in the Griffith Lock game. There was a lot more of that real power being generated off the paddles. This is a little bit slower, a little bit more cagey, a little bit more percentage maybe, sort of not losing it rather than winning some of these rallies, really playing those percentages and trying to make good decisions. Yeah. Turney now 5-3 up.
It's actually Tom Turney's first game of the day. Sifch got out to a loss in his first game against Jack Edwards, so Sifch has already had some court experience, maybe not on the show court, but has definitely been involved in competitive action today already, where this is Turney's first game of the day.
He's disappointed there. He knows he pulled up a little early. Everything was there for him to get that ball cross. He just didn't quite execute.
That's a great forehand by Tom Turney. Goes corner to corner, baseline to baseline. That enforces the change of ends. And what a confidence booster that'll be for Turney.
Yeah, for me on that shot, I didn't even need to see it. I heard it. You could really hear the ball engage in the sweet spot of that paddle, and it flew off like a rocket with that topspin to dip it in. And a lot of what you may not pick up on either back home or when you're playing is how the sound of the ball can make you understand what's coming next. And it's a really important part of the cues of a player to hear the sound of that ball as well as what it feels like off your paddle and what you see. It's another one of those senses that really ties you into how a player's playing.
Yeah, fantastic from Turney. That ball goes in, rescued by Turney. Swing and a miss, strike one by Sifch, but look at the athleticism by Thomas Turney. Rescues that ball off the baseline, and there it is, strike one. Not quite out yet, Sifch, but close to it.
I think in baseball terms, Nick, that is a swing and a miss.
Indeed it is. Tom Turney just looks over to the comms booth, realises the opportunity was there on that double-handed backhand, just sends it long.
That is such a precision serve. That's one of the few topspin serves that Sifch actually hit today. Right down that centre line, moving Turney where he's been expecting it. Great success on that serve.
Another nice serve there, deep and long of the net cord, and even Tom Turney can't rescue that. The Franklin X40 kissing the Franklin net tape, much to the aid of Sifch. That footwork and coordination by Turney is exquisite on the non-volley zone, Rob.
He's just so explosive. You can see he's there. There's that bounce to his game that allows him to push back off in the opposite direction after he's played that ball. Sifch just a little keen to get into that ball, just running while he's hitting it, not fully established his base.
And Sifch just doing the job of a data analyst, telling us that it was 4, make that 5. Return errors on the serve return here, and they are just beginning to mount up, Rob.
Yeah, he's looking a little gassed on that close-up there, not quite got his legs under him possibly.
Yeah, it's the demands of singles, the demands of having to play just one more shot against Turney, because he will put you under pressure and make you work hard for everything. No way, no way, Tom Turney, no way! What an athlete! Sifch manages to play the winning shot in the end, but Tom Turney is running absolutely miles. Look at the athleticism on the man. That's unreal, Rob.
Yeah, it was interesting. Before that point started, I thought, this is going to be good. Chibak was taking his time before he served, really settled into it. And there he's looking ruefully. Is he looking down at the ground? He's not near one of the last seams on her court. It's just sometimes a ball hits the wrong part. If it hits a hole, it will bounce differently to hitting the plastic. Left-handed there.
Tom Turney is putting on an absolute show. The left-handed defence by Sifch, but Turney into out, into in, wherever you want, and it's match point Tom Turney here. And there it is, job done. Tom Turney, first game of the day, first win of the day. You can expect Turney to go deep into this competition, that's for sure. Sifch plays 2, loses 2. He faces an uphill challenge.
Just confirmation from the players who had it was an 11-7 win. I think they'd lost track.
I think the players had lost track. They got so engrossed in what was happening on court. Both players enjoying that match thoroughly. We enjoyed it here, and I hope you did at home. I'll be hoping to catch up with Tom Turney. Let's hope he doesn't talk as fast as he runs. Coming up next, though, on the show courts, it will be Anakin Owen, another one of the top players, one of the top stars here in the UK. He'll be taking on Harry Warad. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this short break.
I think people come to the Nationals here in Bolton. In a lot of cases, it's new experiences. Of course, it's the echelons of the English Championships. Everybody here has, to qualify to be in the National Championships. 4 days of non-stop play from all levels, from beginner, intermediate, right up to you can see some of the players around here today. Some of the best players you'll see in the country.
We were here last year, and Pickleball England and Pickleball Scotland, they're both supporting us really well. But it's very important. We can't do it on our own. We need these types of things. Spread the word. Come and have a look at us and help us to develop what is a fantastic wheelchair sport.
We get to see everyone around the country improving year on year. I think the organisation is really, really well run. From the second I started 2.5 years ago to now, I've loved every single second on the court.
Because my feet is like injury, so I can retire and count down. And more patient to play to Sadia because I lost the second match.
You can go and watch a game and you don't know the people who you're actually watching, but everybody's chatting to each other about the game, and the sponsors have been great as well. You know, they're all helpful and chatty with you. I'm not actually playing today, but I've come again for the atmosphere and just to be around lots of nice people. I know quite a lot of people here anyway.
This was my first time playing the MLP, and it's such a wonderful experience. I just enjoyed it so much. One thing I'll say about pickleball as well, people of all ages, so you can have more elderly people getting into it, you can have young people getting into it as well, so that's what makes it very unique.
Pei and I kind of paired up, we played up this year, we had so much fun playing together, and it's so good to win a national title together, like it's so good. I think the main reason a lot of people watch is because even though it's obviously a very competitive final, it's always played in good spirits. Thaddeus and James, some of the nicest people on the court you can meet, as is Pei. Like it's never going to be any bad blood between anyone.
Welcome back to the Dan Maskell Arena here at Loughborough University. I'm pleased to say I'm joined by Tom Turney. And Tom, as we look back at your show reel, that was a pretty athletic performance.
Well, it wasn't meant to be. I was hoping for a nice, easy start, but sadly, they're not on offer at the moment. Everyone's so good. So, yeah, more tired than I would like to be, but I'm happy that I got a win. And, yeah, onwards and upwards.
First game of the day, first win. What are your expectations going into the rest of the day, Tom?
I don't know. I think it could go both ways. I could lose every game from now, or I could win a couple. So we'll see. Take it one game at a time. I would love to get further in, but I'm not. I'm a bit nervous with my knee, but I'm feeling quite good. So fingers crossed we'll get through the group and then hopefully get an easy draw, but there aren't any. And then, yeah, avoid James and all the other players, really. But, yeah. It's looking forward to it. It's a really it's a great arena here. Actually, this is one of my favourite places. I've never played on pink before, and actually, it works quite well.
Tom, you just referenced injuries that you've been plagued by previously. Are you 100% fit for this tournament? What can we expect as the day progresses in relation to your injuries?
Well, I'll tell everyone I'm 100%, and we'll see what happens. No, I had a bit of a knee niggle recently, so just nursing it. And obviously singles, like doubles, you can get through. Singles is brutal, so we'll just see what happens, and hopefully it'll be fine and it'll get better. But I'm a little bit wary of it, but we'll be all right.
Well, Tom, you're definitely one of the more exciting players to watch here today, with great levels of athleticism, balance, coordination and control. So thanks for providing us with the entertainment. Wish you all the very best of luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you very much. Look forward to it. I'm enjoying watching this. It's good.
Thanks, Tom. So back here at the Dan Maskell Arena then, just looking over my shoulder, we await Harry Warrad, who's just warming up with Anakin Owen, and Anakin Owen will have huge aspirations to go deep into this competition. Anakin Owen, one of the top stars here on the UK pickleball scene. Harry Warrad, the young pretender to the crown, almost, very much a singles specialist as well. We'll have a look at how Anakin gets on after this short break. Thanks for joining us here live at the Dan Maskell Arena for the Pickleball England English Nationals 2024-25. Harry Warrad and Anakin Owen set to get underway here on the show courts. Neither player been in action here so far today. We've had a late withdrawal from Jason Edwards Pereira in this group, Group C, for the men's singles open. So what was a group of 5 players is now only a group of 4. There you can see the current standings. Just that James Salter and Josh Roberts game that we saw on the show court earlier. Edwards Pereira, a non-runner here today. So Harry Warrad in white, the left-handed Harry Warrad, gets us underway. And an early sign of nerves there as he puts that ball into the net. Anakin Owen takes a deep breath. And the top edge of the paddle comes into play here for Warad. At the age of 23, Harry Warad is our number 15 seed here today. Owen comes in at number 3. Ball's just called wide by Owen, but Owen will be the favourite here in this matchup. Anakin Owen does all of the hard work, then tries to pierce the drive down towards the baseline. Just misfires somewhat. Owen's developed a nice routine here before serving. Just composes himself and goes through a small routine before getting underway. Swerve serve. Warad can't capitalise on the mid-court return. And that's nice from Owen, who just forces Warad to play a volley. Warad not able to get that ball over the net. So early exchanges here. Very much positive signs for Owen. Owen gets to the net. And let me tell you this, for those of you who watched Anakin Owen play doubles, you are not going to beat him in a hands battle. The fastest hands here in the UK, Anakin Owen. When you're one-on-one against Anakin Owen, pretty much going to come out the wrong side of a bashing in a hands battle. Serve goes long from Warad, so nervy from Harry Warad here. Just slightly tense. And that will give him a great confidence boost. Being able to play backhand and forehand volleys. Once more, the pressure applied from Owen on the return, and Warad can't respond. So still early stages, but the early signs are that Owen is in the ascendancy here. Just an opportunity for me to thank our tournament directors this weekend, the chair of Pickleball England, Karen Mitchell, Chris Mitchell, Frank Arico, Trevor Robinson and Pep Giuliano. An incredible amount of work behind the scenes to put this event on. So our significant thanks to the team of 5 and the volunteers who have been helping here all weekend at the Dan Maskell Arena. We see Rob Williams courtside for this game, who tells me he's been doing some work with Anakin Owen. And Anakin Owen is looking more and more comfortable as the game progresses. More and more in charge, more and more dominant. And Warad just fires that top spin wide. The gap was there, the door was open. Warad couldn't get through. And Anakin Owen races into a 6-0 lead at the change of ends. Rob Williams scurries round to give him some advice, but I don't think Owen needs it. He seems fairly comfortable as it currently stands. So Owen just towels himself down, goes through his usual service routine, drops the ball, back to the routine, and away we go. Yeah, lovely hands by Anakin Owen. Great touch. Just caresses that ball with plenty of backspin. One of our tournament directors actually courtside at the minute, Frank. Also the European Pickleball Federation president. He'll be preparing for a big tournament coming up in Rome in September, featuring over 30 countries, no less. All playing at international level. The holders are England. Warad just getting slightly confused with the score, but it is definitely 7-0. Yeah, great hands once again by Anakin Owen. Early preparation with the paddle out in front of him in the ready position, and then is able to strike like a spitting cobra. And once again, there's nothing Warad can do. It's an onslaught. It's all about offense for Anakin Owen. It takes him to 9. And Warad is stuck on 0. At risk of being pickled, at risk of the donuts, at risk of the bagel. Anakin Owen, match point, bagel point, donut point, duck egg point. And there it is, it's a foot fault by Harry Warad. What a start to the campaign Anakin Owen has made. He'll be absolutely delighted to not concede a point in his first game. Warad will walk off reflective. Owen walks off jubilant. I'll be catching up with Anakin Owen shortly, ahead of getting our first look at Ellie Tomkinson and Jess Wilson in our Women's Singles Open. That will be a game you will not want to miss. Both players hit the ball fantastically well. Do not go anywhere for that one, and I'll be back with a quick chat with our winner, Anakin Owen, shortly. Welcome back to the Dan Maskell Arena, and I'm joined by Anakin Owen, who's just pickled Harry Warad 11-0. Anakin, it doesn't get much better than that in your first game of the day.
No, for sure. I'm happy I didn't drop any points on return. Usually I give too many points on return, but I've been trying to work on my return and try and play it a bit less pace so I can get to the net a bit quicker, and I'm just happy that I didn't give away any free points. I missed a bit more on serve than I wanted to on the third shot, but the second half felt a lot better and I didn't really miss after that, so I was happy with that.
No, it was completely impressive, Anakin, that's for sure. And I don't know if you're aware of this, but you actually come into this competition as the third seed. So what are your hopes for the day?
For now, I'm just wanting to get out of the groups. Historically, I tend to do all right in the groups and then a bit shaky in the first match when there's a break, but hopefully we go straight on. Just need to overcome my next two opponents who are definitely pretty good. James Salter had a pretty good performance on centre court, so got to play him next. So he's another lefty, so I feel warmed up now for that one.
We know that singles is a completely different format to doubles, but your hand speed seems to have transferred from the doubles game onto the singles court there. How often are you practicing, and what type of drills are you doing to develop such quick hands, Anakin?
Really, it's just learning patterns. If you know where someone's going to hit the ball and where you hit it, you know where the next one's going to come. So really, it's just memorising some things. There is an element of reaction to the game, of course, but there's always a higher percentage shot. So I like to be proactive on the high percentage shot and reactive to the low percentage one. And when you start recognising that the ball goes in certain places more than other, it's much easier because you're not reacting as much. So, yeah.
Well, Anakin, that was incredibly impressive. We wish you the very best of luck for the rest of the day, where hopefully you'll be joining me with the medal round your neck later on this evening.
I'll certainly try, Nick. Here we go.
Yeah, thanks. That was Anakin Owen here, live in interview. And coming up next over my shoulder, I can see that Jess Wilson and Ellie Tomkinson are pretty much ready to get underway. So we're going to cross live to the comms box, where Rob Williams will introduce both players for us now.
Yes, thank you, Nick. On your top of your camera, you have got Jess Wilson, and on the bottom of the camera, you have got Ellie Tomkinson. This used to be a very much local derby for the Norfolk crew until Jess and Sam Anderson moved to Nottingham earlier this year.
Yeah, Ellie Tomkinson walked to the arena with me this morning from the car park, and I asked her about her hopes and aspirations for the day, and she thinks that she's going to be competing right to the very last ball of the day, Rob.
I wouldn't deny that at all. Obviously, converting in the last couple of years from the high-level county tennis background is going to be very beneficial in this format of the game. Wilson, obviously, a slightly more experienced competitor. A lot of record in singles and doubles at our English Nationals. I think the ball's gone again. Yep, another ball's gone today. We are really seeing a lot of hard hitting, Nick. These balls are getting the treatment.
Yeah, they are indeed, and Ellie Tomkinson must have given the ball the full treatment in her first game, because she defeated a senior silver medalist yesterday 11-1. There we can see briefly on screen the start that Ellie Tomkinson has made, whereas Jess Wilson yet to get underway. This is Jess Wilson's first game of the day, but Tomkinson getting off to a great start, beating Orderbear 11-1, Rob.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough. You've got Marcia coming off a full day yesterday, playing every match she could, and then coming straight in today, and obviously being one of our older competitors, obviously the oldest competitor in that division. And you've got Ellie, it's only just turned 18, I believe. So very much one of our youngest players we have.
Yeah, Tomkinson, the youngest player in the women's draw today.
What a forehand that was from mid-court. Just dispatched into the open space.
And it's not easy, Rob, to get the ball up and down from the mid-court position with so much power that it passes your opponent who's still on the baseline.
Yeah, it's that whip. You can see that whip finishing over her left shoulder there. It's what's generating that power and that topspin. And now she's getting away with it a little bit. It's 5-2. Big run of play here in the favour of Tomkinson. And she's at the turn at 6. It seems like that ball has helped her as well. We've got a new ball, so if you're obviously unaware of how the ball changes, it's going to be a little bit smoother, very much harder, and it's going to be a little bit more pop off of it. And with Tomkinson's power game, that's going to really benefit her. Obviously, Wilson also hits with power, but it's certainly a bit more the definition of how well he plays is really cracking that ball from the baseline.
And what can Jess Wilson do to arrest the momentum here, Rob? Tomkinson very much on the front foot. How can she change the strategy or consider a change? Let's just see this one play out. Great rescue from Wilson, does all the hard work.
Yeah, I think the thing is that Tomkinson is going to make a lot of balls. So what you need to try and do is make her hit. So at the moment, she's getting given a little bit of help. But on that ball there, Wilson didn't really rip that return back. So if you take pace off the ball in your return, you don't give them something to hit back at you with. So sometimes it's hit hard enough, just use their pace. Yeah, that goes long. So it's been impressive stuff from the Norfolk kids. Anakin just being the previous game, and then obviously Ellie here playing really well. And good location on that backhand cross. Really forcing Jess Wilson to go down the line there, but she's not fully established on her base.
Yeah, this is impressive from Tomkinson, who's utilising power as the main weapon in her armoury here. Taking away the time from Wilson, but what a rescue from Jess Wilson. The scramble defence on the backhand side puts that ball nicely into the non-volley zone. Ellie Tomkinson drives to the backhand of Wilson, then cross court from seemingly an impossible position. Tomkinson is on fire here, but look at Jess Wilson come right back into the game.
Yes, he doesn't quite get across to cover that line. She's just gone a fraction to her left there and giving that runway to hit into.
Lovely double-handed backhand from Wilson. Tomkinson puts more pressure on with the angle, causing Wilson to go out wide.
Yeah, once the angle's there, and Tomkinson seems to be really accessing the width of the court better than Wilson is. It's a lot central with the way that Wilson is playing. And there we go. See the width again. You've got to get that. You've got to be brave. Get it into those corners and hope that you can get to that angle. Because if you're just going to go down the middle of the court, at some point they're going to hurt you. You're going to miss that middle. Give them a bit too much. When they get a little thundering serve we saw there.
Yeah, vast array of talent on show here. Tomkinson's got all of the shots. She's also got a match point. Not able to get over the line there, but we've seen her at the net. We've seen her on the backhand wing. We've seen her on the forehand wing. We've seen her with ball in hand on serve. Tomkinson has got the lot, that's for sure. Is it good enough to go all the way? Stay tuned with us and find out today, because the women's singles event is hotting up, that's for sure.
You've got to be looking at Tomkinson as a favourite to make the final after this performance today.
And there it is, it's match done. Tick that one off and move on is the attitude, it seems, from Ellie Tomkinson. That was convincing. It's an 11-1 start, an 11-3 start for Tomkinson. She's got 2 more group games before encountering the semi-finals, I'm sure. And Tomkinson has set her stall out as one of the favourites for the women's singles title. We'll be back with more, where we hope to catch up with Tomkinson shortly And then on centre court, a match you will not want to miss. James Chowry will take on Samuel Ranger. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly.
No matter the type of player you are.
Junior, for now.
No matter where you're from.
אני מישראל, שלום.
No matter your gender.
No matter your age.
No matter what tour you play on or who you play with.
What matters is your love of the game.
Celebrating the sport.
And knowing your level so that you can keep pickleball fun and fair for everyone.
What matters is you.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league.
Welcome back to the English National Singles event here live from the Dan Maskell Arena, and I'm joined by a very impressive Ellie Tomkinson. Ellie, how pleased are you with that performance?
I'd say I'm pretty pleased. It's always nice playing Jess because we're quite close off court, so it's weird facing each other, so pretty happy.
And you've got off to an absolute delightful start, winning 11-1 in your first game. That was 11-3. Your hopes and aspirations for going deep in this competition must now be a reality.
Maybe, I don't know. I've got Thadia next, so we'll see what happens. I don't know.
And have you had any previous experience of playing Thadia before?
None at all. So I haven't played her, only in doubles, but never in singles.
And Ellie, just talk to us a little bit about your sporting background. At the age of 18, you're the youngest competitor in both the men's and women's open draw here today, joint youngest in the men's. What is your sporting background and how did you find pickleball?
I started about a year and a half ago, playing tennis since the age of 8 or so, and then I picked it up from my dad. He played, and then I stopped tennis a year and a few months ago to play pickleball full time, and it's been quite a change, but I really love it, so it's been good so far.
And what has been the biggest highlight of your pickleball career to date?
Ooh, I don't know, there's been quite a few. I think PPL recently has definitely been up there. Such a great team, really well organised, and it's been such a good experience to be part of. We'll see what happens today, I don't know. It might be up there as well.
Well, I think today could definitely be up there, that's for sure, especially if you repeat a performance like that. Ellie, thanks for joining us, and we wish you every little bit of success as the day progresses.
Thank you very much.
That was Ellie Tomkinson here live at the Dan Maskell Arena. Just looking over my shoulder, and it appears that James Chowry is pretty much almost ready to go against Sam Ranger. So we're going to cross back to the comms booth live with Rob Williams, who will introduce both players on the show court.
Thank you, Nick. So nearest to you on camera is the highest ranked singles player in Europe, James Chowry, and furthest to you on camera is Samuel Ranger, who is making his second appearance on show court today, as it is for James Chowry. Ranger obviously had a bit of a tough first match, didn't really get into any phases of play. I wouldn't expect to see a lot different here. So first game was an 11-4 loss against Maddock, I think, wasn't it? And where's his 11-9 coming from? 11-9 would be against Rob Akery. I believe he's from table tennis. I think I was talking to Andy Portlock earlier, and he was mentioning this guy's coming. I think he's from Brazilian table tennis player, I think, and he was taking a lot of names in doubles a little while ago. Yeah, Aker's been one of our dark horses. We're underway here in the first point. And first strike to Chowdry there.
Yeah, I'd expect this to be comfortable for James Chowdry, and he'll be hoping to record another win on his way to potentially lifting the English national singles event title.
Commanding play here by Chowdry. Very much all the early phases going in his way. That is 5 consecutive points won by James Chowdry, Nick.
Yeah, I'm not surprised either, Rob, because the difference in experience and quality will be there for all to see, and this could be over in a flash.
6 points. Every point has gone to Chowdry so far.
And we see the change of ends there for Chowdry, and in a matter of seconds, Chowdry enforces the 1 minute timeout, and Ranger just needs to try and enjoy his experience. I'm sure his aim will be to get a point, Rob. Such is the difference in class.
Absolutely. We're looking at running time of the match so far, 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and we're at the halfway stage.
Gives me an opportunity just to give a little bit of a shameless shout out to my wife, who's 40 this week, Rob. So if you're watching at home, Mrs. Hobbis, with my boys, Seth and Josh, happy birthday for Wednesday. And I don't normally do birthdays, weddings and bar mitzvahs, but on this occasion, I am just going to give my wife and children a shameless mention on the live stream here. Seth and Josh.
That is not what Samuel Ranger needs. A net called off a stretched out ball.
But I'm sure he needs this game interrupted by me talking about my wife and children.
Absolutely.
Right, back to the action here.
10 successive points. Every single point has been won by Chowdry in this game.
I must admit, Rob, I was kind of hoping that Ranger would get a point. Oh, and James Chowdry, there is no letting up whatsoever. There's no kindness. There's no generosity. It's just brutal, Rob Williams.
Merciless.
And there it is. It's over in a flash, and Rob's got the timer on it. Rob.
3 minutes, 47 seconds, including a 1 minute timeout. Every single point in that game was won by James Chowdry. A total of 12 points played in an entire game. That is perfection.
It's perfection from James Chowdry. Congratulations to him. It almost gives me a longer opportunity to have a bite of my sandwich. So thanks to James Chowdry. Commiserations to Ranger, who might just want to fast forward that when he looks back at the highlights package. But coming up in Group B, we've got the exciting Jack McGregor. He'll be taking on Jack Edwards in what I fear might be a prolonged ad break. We'll be back with a word from our sponsors shortly.
Things have a funny way of sneaking up on us. You play once, and you want to play again and again and again. You find yourself in driveways, courts, clubs, tournaments. You ask friends, colleagues, or even someone new. Today and every day, we celebrate the athlete in all of us. It's time to get out and play.
I think people come to the Nationals here in Bolton. In a lot of cases, it's new experiences. Of course, it's the echelons of the English Championships. Everybody here has, to qualify to be in the National Championships. 4 days of non-stop play from all levels, from beginner, intermediate, right up to you can see some of the players around here today. Some of the best players you'll see in the country.
We were here last year, and Pickleball England and Pickleball Scotland, they're both supporting us really well. But it's very important. We can't do it on our own. We need these types of things. Spread the word. Come and have a look at us and help us to develop what is a fantastic wheelchair sport.
We get to see everyone around the country improving year on year. I think the organisation is really, really well run. From the second I started 2.5 years ago to now, I've loved every single second on the court.
Because my feet is like injury, so I can retire and count down. And more patient to play to Sadia because I lost the second match.
You can go and watch a game and you don't know the people who you're actually watching, but everybody's chatting to each other about the game, and the sponsors have been great as well. You know, they're all helpful and chatty with you. I'm not actually playing today, but I've come again for the atmosphere and just to be around lots of nice people. I know quite a lot of people here anyway.
This was my first time playing the MLP, and it's such a wonderful experience. I just enjoyed it so much. One thing I'll say about pickleball as well, people of all ages, so you can have more elderly people getting into it, you can have young people getting into it as well, so that's what makes it very unique.
Pay and I kind of paired up, we played up this year, we had so much fun playing together, and it's so good to win a national title together, like it's so good. I think the main reason a lot of people watch is because even though it's obviously a very competitive final, it's always played in good spirits. Thaddeus and James, some of the nicest people on the court you can meet, as is Pay. Like it's never going to be any bad blood between anyone.
Welcome back to the Dan Maskell Arena here at Loughborough University for the Pickleball England English Nationals 2024-25. And we're just about to get underway with Jack Edwards versus Jack McGregor. It's Edwards in the white cap. It's McGregor in the black and red shirt. And both of these players are undefeated today, looking to maintain their 100% records. And Edwards has got off to an absolute flying start. Edwards currently 2-0 up, but that's nice court positioning from McGregor. So McGregor with ball in hand just puts that third into the net, and he'll definitely need to sharpen up here because Edwards has had an 11-6 and 11-2 victory. So another opportunity here for McGregor to trouble the scoreboard. Ball looked out. Edwards played it. That one's definitely out. And that's lovely touch play from Jack Edwards. Edwards from Telford Pickleball Centre, the only pickleball centre currently in the UK for exclusive use of pickleball. And he's raced into a 4. In fact, I think that might be 3. Yeah, it's definitely 3. My apologies. A 3-0 head start here against McGregor.
Make it 4 again. The form book will be definitely going in the opposite direction, Nick.
Yeah, I think that ball was called out, actually. So.
Oh, okay.
Well, the form book would, but Edwards has not got a lot of back catalogue in terms of entries to big tournaments, but he's definitely a rising star in the game of pickleball. And we were just suggesting on air, Rob, before you joined us, that he hails out of Telford Pickleball Club.
So a bit of access to Mr. Basford at times, potentially?
Yeah, it's one of the clubs where Sam Basford does some of his coaching. And it's a change of ends, is it? Yeah, we're just...
Oh, hang a minute, there's something going on. Is there an injury?
No, it's a change of ends. We're a little bit uncertain, but it appears that is the change of ends.
Yeah, 6-0.
We got the score completely wrong. We apologise for that. It was impressive from Edwards. And it seemed like he was winning all of the exchanges, but clearly winning those exchanges comfortably, and McGregor's on the back foot. And whilst this might appear like it's a shock according to seedings, I'm not shocked at all, Rob, because Edwards has definitely showed that class here in the arena already today, getting 2 wins under his belt, and he's hitting the ball lovely in this game.
I think the thing is, in the singles game, because we don't get to play it that much, because the demand on courts is so big, it's nearly always doubles that you're played, and there's so few single tournaments. People can just appear from nowhere that no one knows anything about, and they start taking names and they start really exerting themselves in games and in rallies. That's a beautiful inside out there.
Yeah, McGregor just using his double skill set there just to drop that ball into the non-volley zone, and is this a comeback by Jack McGregor? He rushes the net, and that's 3 points in a row for McGregor. Whilst Edwards had a great start, McGregor now is about to launch a comeback of his own. Can he extend the winning sequence here? Just fails to get that over the net, berates himself, lambasts himself. Looking slightly dishevelled and under pressure as well, Jack McGregor. Big exchange coming up here. And it was a great rescue, scramble defence by McGregor initially. I thought the ATP was on. He went back cross court. Edwards just pinches that ball down the line, and McGregor can't rescue that one. So Jack Edwards re-establishes a 4-point lead. Make that 5 points, because the double-handed backhand is sublime.
Yeah, it's all set up by that first ball. You see how he's got him stretched out there from that serve. Gives him an acre of space to put it into. There's just not enough shape on that return to give him some space to defend.
Jack Edwards is a name to watch for the rest of the day. Jack Edwards is a name to remember. Put this name in all of your notebooks, because Edwards is going to be making headlines in the sports of pickleball. Does that catch the baseline?
I think it does. Yep, it does. Ball's returning to the near end.
Great replay. It doesn't just catch the baseline, it's just inside the baseline. What a great passing shot from Jack McGregor, who's showing fight and grit. Just pushes that ball wide though, so opportunity here for Edwards.
He feels he's trying to go too much. The option there is really to go back down the line on that ball. But he feels he has to put it cross because of what Edwards has been doing to him. But he'll root potentially that net serve going in the net. We prefer those service faults to go long, not in the net if we can.
It's a great rescue from McGregor. Jack McGregor just hits it wide. What a play that would have been. Just wide from McGregor, but scrambling in defence once more. This time Edwards tries to go back behind McGregor. McGregor takes a deep breath.
Just pulled up a shade early on that shot. He was there, just finished it all a little bit early and send it wide.
Yeah, a little slip by McGregor, but just puts the ball onto the forehand of Edwards, who casually punches the volley away. So a little bit of back and forth here. Neutral position for both players. McGregor's fighting, Edwards struggling to get over the line. And there we see, for the second time, the ball goes into the net. That gives McGregor an opportunity, and he knows it. Just G's himself up.
These short into the net serves are really not what we're trying to achieve in singles or doubles. We really want to get that return back as far as we can. So trying to kiss the net is not really a strategy for success when you're serving.
The space was there for McGregor, the return short, but he couldn't get that ball up and down. And McGregor's body language looked one of despondency, one of dejection. Is it one of defeat? Once again, unforced error from Edwards, so we remain stuck at 3-9 here.
Is that the fourth non-scoring side out, I think, Nick?
Yeah, by my reckoning, Sounds about right to me, Rob. There it is this time. McGregor does get the ball up and down over the net into the open space. Edwards short on the return once more, and we're just starting to see one or two nervous errors creep in by Edwards, which is understandable. First time on the show court, looking to get over the line against the big player. McGregor finds the baseline once more. The grit, resilience, perseverance from McGregor is coming to the fore here on the show court at the Dan Maskell Arena.
It's a little mini run of 2 here.
The inter-out forehand, though, is inconsistent at the minute for McGregor. If he can develop a little bit more consistency, he might find himself closer to Edwards than the margin would suggest. And again, for all of the quality Edwards showed at the start of this game, it's somewhat evaporated away from his paddle. Great serve. And Jack McGregor is just dominating the exchanges now, Rob Williams.
Yeah, he's just eased into it a little bit. I mean, he's now finding his way to get to the net. He's now able to control these rallies. And that's the difference. You see, Edwards is now trying to swing away on returns to serve. He's not getting to the net like he was earlier. And the lead is now down to 2.
Yeah, this game was 6-0, then it was 9-3. At 9-7, McGregor will fancy his chances. There's the inter-out forehand. That works.
Yeah, done him again. It looked like he was going to go line. Edwards just shuffles line and he goes cross.
Taxi for Edwards.
1 point game, momentum shifting in only one direction at the moment. And we are now level, Nick.
And I called this about 5 minutes ago, Rob. I don't like to say I told you so, but in these circumstances, I did tell you so.
Often experience does pay off when it gets to these situations.
Double-handed backhand down the line. This time Edwards thought he was going cross-court. And what a comeback. What a performance by Jack McGregor. It was Edwards who got off to a great start, but McGregor has put his foot on the pedal, whatever. It's McGregor on the comeback. But Edwards shows his own little bit of resilience here, and as I get my P's mixed up, let's focus on the 1P that matters, the player, Jack Edwards.
Yeah, he was let back into that rally. That McGregor had a couple of chances to finish that rally, and was just a fraction cautious on those volleys when he could have really swung through them. It's so easy for us to say that from the sidelines. Important to note that in our format here for the pro category, we're playing win by 2 on first to 11, so each gentleman has to get 2 more points to win the game. We're not sudden death.
Yeah, tied up here now at 10-10, and for all McGregor's work, can Edwards just arrest that somewhat?
That's not up.
No. The answer is no, because McGregor dominates at the kitchen line. Can McGregor get over the line? Don't forget, he was 9-3 down, 6-0 down. And it's tight, it's tense, it's nervy.
You can tell from the shots, it's not as free as it was at 5-9. At 10-10, they're going, right, if I make a mistake on the return, it's match point. So you can see that tension in every shot they're playing.
Great reactions from McGregor at the net. Great defence, passing shot once more. And Edwards is persistent. Who thinks he's won the game? Oh my word, Jack Edwards walked to the net to shake hands without realising it's win by 2. And now the pressure really is on, Rob.
Yeah, you think you've won it. You've released that emotional pressure potentially. Can you refocus for this next point? And he has.
That's a great comeback from Jack Edwards. He was under an immense amount of pressure because McGregor was writing his own script there. Came back from 9-3 down to get it back to 9-9, tied at 10-10. Edwards walks in early for the handshake, but gets the job done at the right time of asking. Remember the name, Jack Edwards. I'm going to try and catch up with Jack to find a little bit more about him. But coming up next, we have Anakin Owen versus Josh Roberts on centre court. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this short break. Welcome back to the Dan Maskell Arena, and what a performance from Jack Edwards, who manages to get over the line. Jack, you must be thrilled with the win.
Yeah, I'm over the moon. I made really hard work of it, but I just about got the job done in the end. It was a hard back match. Jack was really good as well. Made it hard for me to win because I was 9-3 up at one point. Then he came back into the game, and I just about got over the line. Yeah.
Yeah, it was an electric start by you, Jack. At the change of ends, you were 6-0 up, and then we saw you 9-3 up. What happened then?
It's one of my first tournaments, really, so I think I just got a bit nervous, a bit edgy, really. And yeah, but hopefully I'll be able to learn from that and do better in the next few games and be able to hold on to leads if I'm up 9-3 again.
Well, things are going pretty well for you, Jack, because that's 3 games played so far here today in one of your first tournaments and 3 games won. At the start of the day, could you ever imagined it would go that well?
No, I was just coming here for a bit of fun, really, because I'm fairly new to pickleball, so I was just coming for a bit of fun and see how I got on, but it's going quite well so far, but hopefully I can keep it going.
It's going quite well indeed. Definitely an exciting prospect, and I don't think anybody's going to be forgetting the name Jack Edwards for a long time now. So, Jack, firstly, welcome to the sport of pickleball. Secondly, we can't wait to see you back on court later on this afternoon.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
That was Jack Edwards joining us here straight off the back of an impressive defeat of Jack McGregor. Coming up next on the show court, we have Anakin Owen against Josh Roberts. Anakin Owen very much the favourite for this one, but Josh Roberts will be hoping to put up a fierce challenge. Let's join Rob Williams in the comms box. He'll preview this one for us before the action gets underway here live from the Dan Maskell Arena.
Thank you, Nick. So on the far side of your screen you have Anakin Owen, and on the near side we have Josh Roberts. Currently we have got one game in the bank to Anakin Owen, who had a resounding victory 11-0 with a bit of a bagel action going on with the pickle in his first match today against Harry Warrad. And obviously Josh Roberts was playing earlier today, lost 11-1 against James Salter, which was an absolute textbook, wasn't it? James Salter playing earlier.
Yeah, James Salter, incredibly impressive earlier on today against Josh Roberts, but I don't think that scoreline was an actual reflection of how well Roberts played. And this will be the first time, like I mentioned earlier, for Roberts, not only on the show court, but playing at this level. Thoroughly impressive performer, Josh Roberts.
I mean, the big thing for this, Nick, is that we're going to have almost certainly Salter and Owen coming out of here. So the third place match is going to be vital, and it's going to come down to, if you lose this game, can you get 2, 3, 4 points so you've got a bit of points difference in your advantage?
Well, for Roberts, I'm not entirely sure if he's thinking about tournament goals. Rather, I expect him to be considering the opportunity to get some experience under his belt, use this as a learning opportunity, develop, continue to develop. Let's not forget, very young Josh Roberts, at the age of 18, is our joint youngest competitor here with Ellie Tomkinson in the women's division. So playing up at this level is rather impressive in its own right, and it'll just be about experience. But look at the quality.
Just hits that line.
Forehand there.
I don't dislike the long wide serve because you're really pushing the boundaries. It's those short serves in the net that really worry me as a coach. It's not where we want to be going with our strategy. Oh, Anakin Owen just unsuccessful in the cross. It's the right shot, just the wrong execution.
So you know Anakin Owen really well, Rob.
Yes, I do.
What's he been working on to get to the level that he's at right now?
Well, Anakin's recently decided to go pretty much full-time with pickleball. So he's actually changing career and really focusing on every aspect of his game, whether it be fitness, strategy, mindset work. He's going the full 9 yards to make this work for him. And he's a really considered player. Obviously, you saw in your interview how he was talking about the high percentage ball, the low percentage ball, and how his decision making is really strong and really measured on court. That's what we're looking for now.
Yeah, he's definitely a strategist of the game, a tactician. And Josh Roberts has got off to a great start here on the show court.
This is the sort of situation where if only can get one on the board, he just needs that little bit of reassurance. And if you give him a backhand flick, that's going to really help. This is something he's been working a lot on off the court, in the drill sessions, working that backhand. It's such a powerful weapon for him.
Yeah, I watched Owen I commentated on him actually at the Tornated Basingstoke Cup last weekend for Pickleby, and Owen's backhand flick was the shot that stood out most in his game. He seemingly can hit it from any height, whether that's net height above the net, but also remarkably below the height of that net.
Yeah, he's got a couple of variances on it. He's got one he can kind of put from below the height with a bit of roll on it to get it sideways and get it chasing away from your cross court. A little bit of help for the net cord there, but what he loves is that ball that's just a little bit up, and he will absolutely swing through that, and you've got a very low chance of that coming back.
Owen not getting it all his own way here though, and I continue to be impressed by Roberts. Look at the athleticism of Roberts though in the scramble. Ultimately Owen just too good in that rally, but Roberts again just showing great athleticism.
Yeah.
And I know Roberts' parents will be watching either here in the arena or at home. Both pickleball players as well, Rob. In fact, his dad's the chair of Hinckley Tennis Club and Hinckley Town Pickleball Club, I believe. And if you haven't seen the interaction between Hinckley Pickleball Club and Hinckley Squash and Racquetball Club online on April Fool's Day. You should definitely take a look at that.
I think that's going to be one for the Instagram account later. See what I can find. What's going on. I gather there was a degree of banter then. Would that be fair to say?
Somewhat, yeah. Hinckley Squash and Racquetball Club advertised themselves as taking on a new sport of pickleball, and Hinckley Pickleball Club decided to challenge them to a game.
Oh, was that in or was that out? Very, very fine margins on that ball. Can't see on the replay.
Just called wide, was it? No,
it's in.
Called in. It was called in. So again, Roberts with that into-out forehand, speciality of his, and the net cord just works in his favour as well. And Josh Roberts has got the lead here, Rob, and he stayed with Anakin Owen.
Yep. We saw the Colin Johns there from Anakin Owen, another disliker of the net cord, but who does like the net cord when it's against them? And 6-4, we're now at change of ends. I think this is a time for Anakin Owen to regroup a little bit.
Yeah, Josh Roberts, impressive here. And the display that he put on in the first game where there was no reward is definitely being rewarded here. And Roberts 2 points ahead at the change of ends. Rob Williams leaves the comms booth in a hurry to speak to Anakin Owen. Anakin Owen, the number 3 seed. Josh Roberts in at number 10. Roberts is ready to serve, but players do get a minute at the change of ends just to compose themselves and consider. And Rob, what was the brief discussion there with Anakin?
He's feeling good. I think what he needs to remember is what his patterns of play are and where he feels strongest. So I think we're going to see a little bit more of the net game from Anakin and trying to get there a little bit earlier. But let's see what happens. Yeah, that serve go long does not help.
Big moments here. Roberts just gets ahead of himself in that response.
I mean, Anakin Owen is a big presence at the net. He's tall, he's wingspanny. You think you've got to go for so much in that situation.
And that ball just does hit a dead spot, and that's unfortunate for Roberts, but Owen will take every little bit of luck that comes his way.
There's dead spots in every court, no matter how perfectly it's laid, and there's dead spots on every ball. So you can't attribute blame on that. You play what you get. And is that in? Is Roberts questioning it? Let's have a look.
Well, Roberts has played that ball, so on the basis that he's played it, he's called it in, and 2 points in a row here for Anakin Owen live at the Dan Maskell Arena. This one's developing. That's lovely court position from Roberts, who chooses the right ball on the approach, gets to the kitchen line, and just pierces that to the backhand side of Owen.
It's going to be disappointing there, Anakin. He knows he can do more on that return. He really needs to get some depth on those and allow himself to come in.
Yeah, he's under pressure here, and it's all as a result of Josh Roberts. What a scalp this would be for Josh Roberts, who just doesn't manage to get that ball down the line.
When Owen's at the net, he's at his strongest, so just keep seeing that happen. He can repeat that over and over again, should get over the line.
That double-handed backhand drive just goes long, but the right shot, Rob.
I'd consider the drop there. It's a little bit opening up the court with that amount of power. And Roberts was really well set. I'd prefer to see that dropped. Just give him a chance to get into the phase of play. Uh-oh.
Josh Roberts will be disappointed with the into-in drive. He nailed the into-out. Great defences by Owen, But on the in drive, it was Roberts that hits the net at a crucial stage in proceedings here in this group game at the English Nationals, powered by Franklin, Notties, Scan and Duper.
Such good hustle to get that net cord, and just unlucky to not get it over the net on that reaction volley. So close, the margins here are so small. That's a sublime control on that ball. Just calm, place it into the open space, no need for any power.
Yeah, Roberts just not able to find an angle there or the correct trajectory on the drive. Owen puts that away with ease. So, and the return goes long. We're tied again here at 7-7.
As we said before, Nick, it's about serves and returns when you're playing singles. Great fourth ball there of the rally from Josh Roberts. He was absolutely behind on that and just hits the perfect spot, and Owen's just not able to control it.
Yeah, Roberts G's himself up at the end of that one too. So, opportunity, Josh Roberts. Can he take it? Lacking experience here, Josh Roberts, but putting on a show, but not for the first time. Just sends that ball into the bottom of the net at what you feel like is a crucial stage in proceedings.
Absolutely, that spot has been hit regularly by Anakin Owen, Thaddeus Locke, James Chowry today to such huge success. And it's something that people don't think about. That just down the line return, you think down the line to the forehand, well, I'm going to be in trouble. But actually, you make them hit the first angle and you know where it's going to come.
Yeah, I just feel like these errors are going to start to pay for Roberts, unfortunately. That's nice. That's nice.
And that's
but that
nicer.
just goes
Is it
wide. It's wide. It's
Yeah.
called wide. Let's have a look on the replay. Just wide by Roberts, who's a forlorn figure there on the baseline. He's played so well in this matchup so far. And that's a nice return as well. Puts the pressure on Owen. So, Anakin Owens turned this one around and has amassed a 2-point lead. But Josh Roberts has one final throw at the dice, I feel, Rob.
Yep, if he gets this serve right and gets into the net, it's going to be a very interesting second phase of this rally. But good return down the middle, forcing him to swing through. Brings the serve back to the paddle of Anakin Owen. And a big explosion of joy there from Anakin Owen. Come on, he knows he's got it.
That's exquisite. That's special. That is Anakin Owen. What a great play from Owen. That brings up match point. And can Owen get over the line here? Not quite. Just sends the volley out wide. It's Owen's turn to be frustrated, and it definitely is the last roll of the dice now for Josh Roberts, who's been absolutely brilliant in this matchup. Can he trouble Owen one more time? Yes, he can.
And that is in.
Owen leaves the ball. Roberts finds the baseline. Is that a game changer? Is that a turning point? Is it now that Josh Roberts launches his final attack, his final bid for glory here in this one? Not quite. That ball just catches the net. So, second match point for Anakin Owen, who I think if he gets over the line here, Rob, will just feel relieved.
Yeah, it's been a real battle. It's not been easy, but often that's the ones that we learn from. Pulling through and being gritty is the thing. And he's gone for a highlight reel to finish it. Just swing through, boy. Swing through.
Slice, backhand, looking for the drop. Doesn't manage.
We could talk about your compadre in America, Dave Fleming's drop volley masterclass. It's one word. Don't.
Goats. The
Don't.
goats.
Don't.
Don't. Goats. The goats don't. Yeah, Dave Fleming, colleague in the commentary world over in America. What a shot by Josh Roberts, and he just narrows that gap once more. The double-handed backhand inside the sideline.
Anakin Owen's going to want to get this back. It's a win by 2 game. If he gets to 10-10-2 to get over the line, he really wants to get back on serve here. And he does.
This time Owen is correct to leave that ball. So, 3rd match point for Anakin Owen, who's not rushing. He's very much taking his time. And whilst the special meeting of the Pickleball England board happens, there's a hush descending on the outer courts. And the only action on at the minute is court 1. And Josh Roberts continues to deny Anakin Owen the opportunity of success. Determined as he is, Roberts has another chance. And how often have we said that, Rob?
Yep, it's back and forth, this one. It's a real game of who's going to break first.
This time tries to go back behind Owen, but once again catches the net.
Match point number 4.
Number 4 here for Anakin Owen. Match point number 4. Look how frustrated he is. Can he get it done at the 4th time of asking? No, he can't. The drop volley goes into the net once more.
He's laughing it off. He's smiling. He knows it. He knows it.
I'm not too sure if he's laughing inside, Rob. Josh Roberts, if ever there was an opportunity, now is it. Can he get his 3rd in? Yes, he does, and that goes long, and we're tied at 10-all. This game was 10-7. Anakin Owen has had 4 match points, and Josh Roberts has now got Owen on the ropes. He's jabbing away. And can Josh Roberts get the job done? Win by 2. Big point coming up. Owen's dominant. That ball's called out. It's gone long. So, after saving 4 match points, the story that's unfolding here is that Josh Roberts has got a match point of his own. And there it is. Josh Roberts gets over the line. Look at the delight in the young man's face at the age of 18. He has beaten one of the biggest stars here in the UK. Anakin Owen, the number 3 seed, had 4 match points, but Josh Roberts seals the deal with perseverance, with grit, with determination. And Anakin Owen signals as if to say he hung himself, Rob.
Absolutely. He had it on his paddle over and over again. This makes this Group C very interesting. The match between James Salter and Anakin Owen will be key. It'll be one that Owen is looking to win, looking to take it down to keep him in the running for a medal today.
Indeed. I'm going to catch up with Josh Roberts, and after that it will be Marcia Audebert against Chantal Griffith on the show court. Do not go anywhere.
No matter the type of player you are.
Junior, for now.
No matter where you're from.
אני מישראל, שלום.
No matter your gender.
No matter your age.
No matter what tour you play on or who you play with.
What matters is your love of the game.
Celebrating the sport.
And knowing your level so that you can keep pickleball fun and fair for everyone.
What matters is you.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league.
Welcome back to the Dan Maskell Arena, live from Loughborough University, where I'm pleased to say I'm joined by the most resilient man in the arena, Josh Roberts. Josh, what a performance. How did you get over the line there?
Well, it was a tough one throughout. Had to graft at the end. It was tight, 9 down. Had to pull out some good shots, which I managed to do, thankfully.
Yeah, you were 10-7 down as well and faced 4 match points. What was going through your mind at that point, and did you ever consider you'll be standing here talking to me now as a winner?
Well, it was just had to get the ball in court, really. I missed the ones he did score. I missed quite a few balls in the net, so just making balls is what got me through it.
And Josh, at the age of 18, with a level of significant inexperience under your belt in relation to the amount of time you spent on court here playing pickleball, you've just defeated one of the biggest stars in the UK. You must be overjoyed.
Yeah, it's the biggest win I've had. The first time in the open category. It's good to get a win. That's what I was hoping for today.
And talk to us a little bit about where you're from, Josh. You're based at Hinckley Pickleball Club. Tell us a little bit more about Hinckley Pickleball Club.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's got 4 brilliant courts, good coaching every week. It's where I drill most of the time. Really good place.
And your background in sport is tennis, that's right, and you work full time in that arena. Is that true?
Yeah, it's true. I work at a club called Ashby Castle. It's a great club. Just getting a pickleball court now there, actually, so that'll be good to get going.
Absolutely fantastic. Well, Josh, we wish you all the very best for the rest of the day. Congratulations on such a huge victory there. Great success. And we look forward to seeing more of you later on today.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
That was Josh Roberts. And as you can see behind me, a hush has well and truly descended on the Dan Maskell Arena as the players have left for a special general meeting of the Pickleball England committee. They'll be voting on a few important matters to be resolved, such as the restructure of the committee board there for Pickleball England. That will be chaired by Karen Mitchell, and all of the players who are here today are expected to vote as part of that process. So there will be a gap in proceedings before we get underway this afternoon. Marcia Audebert and Chantal Griffiths will be back on court in around 30 to 40 minutes, we're expecting, and that's likely to be highly competitive. We saw Chantal Griffiths suffer a loss earlier on, and Marcia Audebert has also suffered 2 defeats. So when we return to action in about 30 to 40 minutes, that game will be one to watch. But for now, we're going to take a break in our live coverage, and we hope that you'll join us this afternoon, where both the men's and women's divisions will be coming to a conclusion. Will James Chowry get over the line and maintain his gold medal status? Will Thadia Locke reclaim her title? That's all to come this afternoon here live from the Dan Maskell Arena. Be sure to join us in around 30 to 40 minutes time. But for now, goodbye.
Things have a funny way of sneaking up on us. You play once, and you want to play again and again and again. You find yourself in driveways, courts, clubs, tournaments. You ask friends, colleagues, or even someone new. Today and every day, we celebrate the athlete in all of us. It's time to get out and play.
I think people come to the Nationals here in Bolton. In a lot of cases, it's new experiences. Of course, it's the echelons of the English Championships. Everybody here has, to qualify to be in the National Championships. 4 days of non-stop play from all levels, from beginner, intermediate, right up to you can see some of the players around here today. Some of the best players you'll see in the country.
We were here last year, and Pickleball England and Pickleball Scotland, they're both supporting us really well. But it's very important. We can't do it on our own. We need these types of things. Spread the word. Come and have a look at us and help us to develop what is a fantastic wheelchair sport.
We get to see everyone around the country improving year on year. I think the organisation is really, really well run. From the second I started 2.5 years ago to now, I've loved every single second on the court.
Because my feet is like injury, so I can retire and count down. And more patient to play.
Yeah, welcome back once more here live to the Pickleball England Nationals event. While we have a break in proceedings, we're actually going to show you the final from yesterday in our men's seniors division. The great final from senior Saturday featuring Stephen Gosling and Richard Love. So we'll leave you to enjoy that one, but be sure to join us here when the action resumes at 1:45 at the Dan Maskell Arena, because things will definitely be hotting up. But in the meantime, enjoy action from yesterday's gold medal match featuring Stephen Gosling and Richard Love.
I think you're right. I think there's some good pressure here. Ooh, just long.
Side out. 1-3.
Both players doing the long, loopy slice return, giving themselves more time.
Point. Two, three.
A new name awaits.
Point.
The new winner of the English national singles. Will it be Gosling? Will it be Love? Stay tuned to find out. Goes from Gosling. It's a rare error, Stuart.
Yeah, I mean, he's put one in the net to serve before, and then literally just long. You have to try and let those go. Don't sweat them. Otherwise, you just keep doing it.
What a rescue from Gosling, but casual as you like. Love just fairly stores pans the ball into the kitchen.
Yeah, that was just sublime.
5-3.
Look at the smile on Gosling's face. Absolutely loving his time here at the Dan Maskell Arena. Pickleball England putting on a fantastic singles event, and casual as you like again. Richard Love, a big thank you to our sponsors Franklin, Notties, Scan and Duper, powering the English nationals here today and tomorrow. Don't forget, coming up tomorrow we've got the men's and women's open event at 18 plus, featuring James Chowry and Thadia Locke. But as I've been talking, Richard Love has opened up a 4-point lead. Gosling's got to take the time away from Love somehow. He's looping that ball onto the baseline, and Love has got as much time as he likes to prepare, unwind and drive that ball back towards him.
Yeah, you'll see the big difference here though is Richard Love is driving the ball hard, whereas Stephen Gosling is doing the slice, so it's giving him a lot more time to do whatever he wants. So yeah, I think needs to switch something up here.
3-8.
Yeah, it's nice depth on the forehand this time from Goslin, who just take the time away from Love. Love
4-8.
has to slice in return and just gets it wrong.
Point.
And once again, there's joy for Goslin targeting the backhand side of Love.
Yeah, I think if there's going to be
You can,
a weakness somewhere, that must be it.
He's asking
But then
there's
he
time
has
out.
got a big forehand, big backhand, so yeah, you don't want to flirt with that too much.
5-8.
Baseline action here. Goslin chooses to come in. Goslin in the ascendancy, but Richard Love with the running, passing shots on the forehand side. It's showtime here at the Dan Maskell Arena. Goslin drops his paddle in typical style when he notices that his opponent has just done something extraordinary.
Absolutely. That was just amazing.
Lovely backhand from Goslin, who absolutely rips the single-handed backhand, generates a lot of topspin, a lot of loop, and that ball just stays low to the ground.
Yeah. It was just
5-8.
no way Richard could get to the ATP was on, but it was just ripped too far round.
And this time the forehand topspin is the weapon of choice for Goslin. Gets a lot of whip on the X40 ball.
6-8.
And Goslin's closed the gap here.
Yeah, I think the net cord did him a big favour there.
Yeah, Richard Love doing a great job of just putting that ball into the kitchen. Wasn't an easy volley for Goslin, but on the backhand side, the play by Love is a good choice.
I think so. I think that's definitely working for him. He needs to go back to that. He won 3 points in a row. Here we go.
Incoming. Rescued, but goes wide. The return of serve not good enough by Goslin. Love choosing to put a little bit more on his serve. Will he do the same here again? Will he fire this serve in? Love is striking this ball harder and harder. That takes him to game point in this first game. Goslin walks away smiling, but ultimately it's Goslin on the back foot. Love 1 point away from the first game.
Absolutely.
6.
Yeah, he's just changed it up. He's just driving a lot more.
Side out.
Good depth from Goslin though. Takes the time away from the early preparation of Love. Love was rushed. Love was hurried.
6-11.
You can't hurry Love.
No, you can't. Certainly can't, sir.
Got to wait till I finish calling the whole score. All right.
Reece Stevens just reminding Goslin
Recall
that
the score.
he needs to wait
6-10.
for the score to be called.
Yeah, you get one freebie for that, and if you do it a second time, you lose the point.
Goslin tries the lob, nice rescue, but brings Goslin to the net. What an angle from Richard Love. Sideline to sideline. That ball just dances away from Goslin. And that's not just love, that's perfection.
That was special, Nick. That was
10-6.
amazing.
Game point, Richard Love. Sidelines caught by Goslin, who's fighting like a terrier to stay in this game. Doesn't want to give it up. Doesn't want to give away anything
10.
to Richard Love.
Side out.
Third game point coming up here for Richard Love. Is this the opportunity where he secures one of the 2 games required to take the English national singles title at senior level.
There's that backhand I was talking about. Oh, wow.
Love tries the drive straight down the line. It's the first time he's gone to that shot today, and it just evades him slightly.
It was the right shot.
6-10.
Poor execution, right shot, poor execution. Again, Goslin's just peppering that backhand, and he'll stick with it, and now he's at the net.
Point.
Great construction from Goslin.
Definitely a strategy change all of a sudden. He's gone to Richard Love's backhand, and he's getting some good success there.
This time it's Love who goes to the backhand of Goslin. Not too sure on the clarity of bounce there. Goslin just walks away slightly frustrated. Fourth game point, Richard Love. Can he get over the line here?
I think I'll be checking that ball.
Nice hands
Point,
from
first game.
Richard Love, and he does get
11-7.
over the line at the
1
fourth
minute.
time of asking. Richard Love takes the first game of our men's singles senior open final. He's 1 game away from gold, 1 game away from glory, 1 game away from his name going into the record books. Stephen Goslin ponders what's to come, takes a drink on board, and is left to figure out how he can possibly defend or even attack against Richard Love.
Yeah, there's. I mean, again, it's to 7, so it's not a whitewash. But I feel that if the points stay being constructed the way they are, Richard Love has just got too much for Stephen Goslin at this point. But a bit of a regroup after the getting some refreshments, and you just don't know.
Anna Linton, newly crowned women's senior
game,
champion,
to serve. 0-0.
watches on. Good friends with Richard Love, her mixed doubles partner. Underway, must win here for Goslin. Got to get a good start, got to trouble the scoreboard, doesn't want to be chasing in this second game, because if Love gets loose, and it's one-way traffic.
Oh.
Yeah, lovely backhand. The net tape just gives Goslin a bit more time, but he still had to pick his point on the court, but does so nicely, Stuart.
Very nicely. Just waited and just popped it in.
Have we got any more?
Said thank you very much. Yeah, I think we're looking at a ball change here.
Yeah, Franklin sponsoring the tournament this weekend. They are the ball provider. The X40 in action here all weekend.
1-0.
And at the English Open. Franklin, one of our sponsors here, along with Notties,
Okay.
Scan
1-0.
and Duper. What a rescue. And that goes
Side
long
out.
from Goslin, who can't believe it. Claps his paddle. Richard Love, left and right.
0-1.
He was like a gazelle there. He moved around so well.
Gazelle, like Stuart Stimpson explains.
Side out.
And the camera's been knocked by the photographer. The photographer for Pickleball England just knocks the main camera there. We apologise
Point.
for that. Meanwhile, back on main court.
2-0. Side out.
So I like that from Richard Love. When he hit the ball into the net, instead of moving forward to pick it up, he let it roll to him, gave himself those extra few seconds just to regroup in his mind. I think that's important.
Yeah, Richard Love utilising his experience here. Baseline exchange. Richard Love comes in on the approach, but what a passing shot by Stephen Gosling. Showtime here at the English Nationals. Richard Love just nods his head in absolute admiration.
2-0.
What a forehand passing shot by Gosling. Gosling went
Side
for
out.
passing shot mark 2 this time. Sends it wide, so Gosling does get the start he was after.
At 0-2.
Yeah, he's come out much stronger. He's literally, instead of
Points.
playing a soft game, he's going quite much more route one, driving a lot harder.
One, two.
Baseline to baseline again. Love comes in on the approach
Point.
and hits the nice forehand volley. Gosling stuck against the sponsorship hoardings, takes a breath or two, and what was a 2-point lead for Gosling has quickly disappeared, and we're tied all of a sudden here in this second game.
Side out.
But just when you need a little bit of luck, Stuart Stimpson.
Here comes the Franklin.
The Franklin net with the Franklin ball. They kiss, they marry, and ultimately it helps Gosling out.
Yeah. For the second time.
Wow, Richard Love stands like a teapot as if to say, can I have a little bit of that Franklin net, please, on my side?
I think he needs a cup of tea.
So
3-2.
Gosling just reclaims the lead here. Crucial second game. Gosling must win. That catches the sideline. What a return by Love.
Side out.
Love just puts it into a difficult position where Gosling couldn't attack. Didn't want to just be neutral on that play.
2-3.
Incoming. Great shot by Richard Love, and it's the return that's not good enough, Stuart Stimpson.
Yeah, it's just too short, Mr. Hobbs. Just allowed him to inside out. He had his choice of position.
Side out.
Nice return by Gosling, puts pressure on the backhand of Love. So Gosling was in the ascendancy, then it was Love.
3-3.
Now we're fairly neutral once more here. Must win for Gosling though. What a forehand drive by Richard Love. Creates the angle, creates the dip, utilises the top spin, and that ball just races away from Gosling.
3-3.
Oh, it's long.
Side out.
So, a few non-scoring side outs here.
3-3.
Means that physicality of this final
Side out.
will test the attributes of both players, both mentally
3-3.
and physically.
Good point coming up, Nick.
Love
Side out.
misses the easy volley. Gosling wanted to play into the open space. Love anticipated it, just couldn't crunch the volley.
3-3.
So we continue at 3-3. That misses again, second time in a row. Love takes a timeout.
Timeout, 1 minute.
I think that's a wise call.
4-3.
2 unforced errors in a row. Opportunity to reset. Towel yourself down, grab a drink, break the momentum that your opponent has gained, and just reset.
Yeah. Timeouts can be offensive and defensive.
Yeah, definitely an opportunity here as we watch some of the fantastic shots that Goslin's played. Here's that nice forehand cross court from Love. Some great moments here in this final. Most of the great moments belonging to Love, but Goslin is very much in this final. Has to clinch his second game.
15
has that
seconds.
1 point lead. Can Love cut out the unforced errors? Or will Goslin
You're serving at 4-3.
fail in his quest to win this second game?
4-3.
There's only one way to find out, Nick.
Stay tuned, live here with us.
Absolutely.
Nick Hobbs and Stuart Simpson at the Dan Maskell Arena.
Side
That
out.
just goes wide by millimetres.
Three, 4. Side
Again,
out.
the return to the backhand side, and it comes to fruition for Goslin,
4-3.
stopping the advances of Love.
Side
I
out.
think Richard's just trying to do too much with the backhand instead of just taking the ball. He's trying to rip it completely, and I think he just needs to back it off a little bit.
Just keep that ball
3-4.
in play sometimes,
Yeah.
especially when you've made a couple of unforced errors.
Side
And
out.
there's another unforced error by Love, who Stuart might be feeling the pinch here.
Yeah, I think he's certainly not looking as fresh as he did earlier. Oh, that's a nice shot.
Side out.
Yeah, just working the backhand of Goslin.
Yeah, I think Goslin thought he was going to go the other way.
3-4.
So, can Richard Love trouble the scoreboard? It seems a long time since he actually won a point on serve. And that's not going to happen this time either. And the momentum appears to be with Goslin. It's a narrow lead, but I just feel like Goslin is getting the better of the exchanges at the minute.
Oh, some net love again.
That's not coming back.
No.
Goslin tries the lob, realising that Love was in a prominent position at the nets, but underhits that significantly.
3-4.
Sometimes that's all you can do.
Points.
Unforced error. Goslin looks at the court. Love's about to check the ball, but ultimately it's an unreturned serve. And unreturned serves in the final at this stage could prove costly.
And crucial.
Short. Side out.
As could missed serves, and Richard Love, it's a rarity. He can't believe it. He laughs it off. Yeah, Richard Love goes to the open side, realising it's the forehand of Goslin, but tests Goslin's mettle when it comes to being able to pass him at this stage of the final. Goslin didn't have the answers that time. Open side again, no close side.
Points.
And Goslin doesn't have the answers on the backhand side either. Richard Love is warm, is hot.
Are we seeing a shift here, Nick?
Yeah,
5-4.
I think so. There's a change.
Points.
There's another unforced error.
Yeah, it's 3 nets in a row for Goslin. And is it Goslin's turn to need a timeout, or will he carry on? Richard Love is 5 points away from the championship. And Goslin was off balance there, which makes me believe that he's feeling the pinch himself, that tiredness and fatigue is setting in because the footwork was out of sync, and as a result that backhand just goes to the bottom of the net. 3-point advantage now. Richard Love at the open side,
and he decided to go close side.
He went closed, cross court, hits that ball into the net. So Goslin, what can you do? You need this more than ever. You need it now. Richard Love, another unforced error, and as this game's gone on, we're starting to see mistakes from both players due to the longevity of this final.
Side out.
I think physicality is definitely taking its effect here. You can see Stephen Goslin taking a minute, regrouping himself.
Yeah, we were stuck on 3-3 for a long time in this second game. Baseline rallies aplenty in the first. Let's see
Side out.
who can cut out the unforced errors to get over the line. Richard Love's definitely not making it easy for himself, and just tells himself, come on, straight back in. That goes long as well.
1 point game.
6-7.
The tide has turned. Goslin's trying to find lines here. He needs to keep the ball in play, finding lines at this stage.
7-6.
He's not going to lend itself to lifting the trophy. Again, footwork from Goslin.
Yeah, he's tired. You can tell he's out on his feet.
Here we go. 3 points
8-6.
from the title, Richard Love. Is it now that he gets the job done? Nice backhand down the line. Love's in the ascendancy, but then puts the ball into the net. The single-handed drive down the backhand set the opportunity up. The door was open. He couldn't walk through it.
It slammed in his face.
Did indeed. So, Goslin, what can you muster up? Can you get a second wind? No,
Side
is
out.
the answer, and look at Richard Love. He's absolutely buoyed by that. Come on, he
8-6.
says, let's go.
Side
Again,
out.
the third shot goes long.
That's about the 5th time we've seen this. He does really well to win the serve, and then the next
6-8.
point he loses.
The opportunities are there for Goslin to get back into this final.
Yeah.
But
Side
look,
out.
once again, fatigue, tiredness, mental strain, it's all playing a part here.
We're on 8-6. Side out.
So, once more, an opportunity
6-8.
for Goslin just to narrow that gap.
Side
But
out.
he sends the serve long, and the standard in this final is falling apart.
It's definitely deteriorated, Nick.
8-6.
the tiredness is definitely kicking in.
It is warm in the Dan Maskell Arena. The rallies have been long. It's been a long day for both players.
Side out.
And the net tape comes to the aid of Gosling. Love having to put his foot down to get to that point to no avail. Won't do his levels of fatigue any good whatsoever. The power's gone, but the accuracy hasn't. And Gosling, finally, at the 6th time of asking, scores a point in this second game of the final, the crucial second game, a game that Gosling must win.
And you can see both guys here, they're really struggling.
Points!
They desperately need a rest.
Yeah. Now 2 points in a row. Can Love bounce back, or will Gosling go on a spell, a run of continuous points here, a sequence that takes him to an all-important third game?
Oh, wow.
Gosling tries to rescue. That's an energy sapper. Nice volley from Love, who's on his haunches. Comes in to take a towel break. Probably against directive, but towel break it is. Gosling doesn't look overly impressed with that intersection.
8-8. 8-8.
Gosling's just checking that that ball was good. We can confirm it definitely was. So one of these players will get to 11. The player that does will be the man that's got the mental toughness and the fortitude for the challenge. And what a forehand by Stephen Gosling on the passing shot. Can he score on his serve? Great backhand, Love. Great forehand, Love. Great rescue, but Richard Love.
Side out.
Pinpoint accuracy on the forehand side and the backhand side. Gosling with the rescue, but the execution by Love means he regains the serve at a crucial stage in this back and forth second game of our final.
They both look kind of energised by the quick break with the towel break. They're both hitting it harder again.
Points.
Point to Richard Love. Richard Love moves to within 2 points of the championship, 2 points of the title. David Young's the current holder, is out, defeated by Gosling.
9-8.
Will it be Richard Love's name on the trophy?
There's a wry smile on Richard Love's face here.
Points.
Oh, 1 point away.
So there we go. It's championship point for Richard Love here at the Pickleball England English Nationals 2024.
Here we go, Nick.
25.
Here
Richard Love's
it's
at the net, and there it is. Richard Love is your men's singles senior open champion here at the Dan Maskell Arena at the 2024-25 English Nationals. Richard Love is crowned singles winner for the first time. David Youngs has been dethroned. Richard Love takes home gold. Stephen Gosling will be delighted with a silver medal, I'm sure.
Oh, absolutely.
But Richard Love just had the class to get over the line in the end, Stuart.
Yeah. Used every ounce of his experience there, taking that quick towel break, just resetting, maybe even got some words of wisdom from his coaching team.
Welcome back to the Dan Maskell Arena here at Loughborough University. All of the players have been locked into the special general meeting of the Pickleball Board to resolve matters on restructure and new initiatives. Myself and Rob were tied into that meeting as well, so we hope you enjoyed the replays that were being shown between Stephen Gosling and Richard Love. but we're about to get back underway here on the show court, featuring Marcia Audebert and Chantal Griffiths as our women's singles open and men's singles open begins to reach the conclusion stages. We'll be heading into the quarters and semis respectively, and the stories that are breaking here will all surround James Chowry and Thadia Locke. We'll be keeping a close eye on all of the action from the rest of the afternoon's play, and we thank you for joining us both here in the UK and around the world. Don't forget to like, share and subscribe. And in the meantime, I'm going to hand over to Rob Williams in the commentary box to introduce the next game in the Dan Maskell Arena.
Thank you, Nick. So we've got our first afternoon match with the ladies. Furthest away from you on camera is Chantal Griffiths in the blue top, and nearest to us on camera is Marcia Audebert. This is a women's group match. At the moment, the standings are Marcia Audebert has played 2 and lost 2. Chantal Griffiths had that resounding 11-0 defeat earlier on show court. So it's going to be a game that both ladies want to win. This is the kind of game that will possibly define who is going to get through to the semi-finals, Nick. It's one of those kind of interesting battles. You've got the massive experience of Marcia Audebert, but also a whole day on those legs already. I was speaking to Marcia earlier, and she was saying about, I just want to feel that I don't embarrass myself here. And it's like, Marcia, you are a phenomenal player. You're an European champion. You were the winner of this before in singles at your age bracket. You really know what you're doing. She just needs to feel confident. What I did say to Marcia was, mix it up a little bit. We've seen previously from Chantal that she's reticent to come forward, and certainly she won't do it off her own back. So possibly throw a little bit of something different in, a bit of diversity. Show what you can do, Marcia. Away we go.
Yeah, I've got complete admiration and respect for Marcia Audebert, who after a full day yesterday of playing in our senior Saturday English Nationals event and finishing runner-up, has also made her way into the women's singles open draw as well, and the age gap between these women is quite phenomenal. Chantal Griffiths at the age of 21 and Marcia Audebert well above the age bracket of 50 in that seniors division. So the fact that Marcia Audebert can be on court with these youngsters and compete is remarkable in its own right, Rob.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, she's been an eternal competitor on the scene since she came in a couple of years ago, and she's always represented at the highest level. I mean, she's one of our England teammates. I mean, she was part of the successful 50-plus team, and she knows how to hit a ball. So certainly look for some fiery action off that paddle. And she's such a lovely person, but so intense on court.
And then for me, Rob, a word on Chantal Griffiths, and we referenced and touched upon it earlier. She really is a glowing light in the game already, very much at the beginning stages of her pickleball journey. But the game in Thadia Locke just highlighted to me in particular what great potential she has to be successful in this game.
It's not the weapons, it's the application of them that's the challenge for her at the moment. Unlearning some of the tennis things, and that's gone long, and that's one on the board for Marcia. That's going to settle her down.
Yeah, thanks to all of our viewers at home, both here in the UK and around the world, for your patience during what would have been a lunch break for you, but was a meeting for me and Rob.
Yeah, it was just some matters arising to make sure that the governance of Espal is in the best shape it possibly can be.
And the best time to do that is when you've got lots of your members in the same place.
Yeah, absolutely. Historically, it's been at Opens and Nationals for nearly all the special resolutions we've required. So we saw Chantal Griffith get to the net on that first exchange off of her serve. So very interesting here.
I was just remarking to Ordebear before this game got underway, Rob, about how pleased she should be with herself for her performances, not only yesterday but also today, even though she's suffered a couple of defeats. And she just says, it's great
Good
play
play,
by
both
Ordebear.
ladies.
She just said to me that the players in this category just hit the ball that little bit harder and move around the court that little bit quicker.
Yep, that's an age thing. Father time is one thing that remains undefeated, Nick. It's a cliche, but it's true.
That's a great into-out forehand by Chantal Griffiths. Swinging serve as well.
Yeah, she's trying to move Marcia around. And
Marcia Ordebear managed to come through the transition zone, but just failed to split step, Rob.
yeah, just got a little bit quick on her. No room to really swing through that ball. That's a filthy serve.
Look at the swerve serve by Chantal Griffiths. That ball hits the court like an off-spin bowler.
I tell you, it's interesting. Look at her serve. Her left foot is almost completely off the ground when she hits it. So there's so much more power to generate. She keeps that on the ground. She literally swinging herself off her feet. Yeah, I like to see Marcia trying to get in because these baseline exchanges are not going to favour her. I think a little bit of chip and charge with the paddle of Ordebear is going to help here.
Great rescue from Ordebear, but the spin, the slice from Griffiths, and the movement on the approach is sublime.
You can see a learning through this game. You can see the development as a singles player just through the process of this.
Well, Griffiths appears to be a lot more relaxed than she's ever been here at this level. And there's the change of ends. Chantal Griffiths dominant. Marcia Ordebear still smiling, and so she should be. Great advertisement for women playing sports here in the UK. And no matter the scoreline here, Ordebear will walk off court with a smile on her face, knowing that she's represented herself really well.
Yeah, I don't think she's going to be coming to the net, Nick.
Yeah, electing to stay on the baseline, but the slice of Griffiths is causing a lot of damage here.
Yeah, it's always going away from her. She's hitting into that forehand wing, so it's always chasing away from Ordebear, and she's not quite getting around it and wrapping it to get it in. And that's a bit of a cannon of a serve there.
I'm not too sure if Ordebear has got much left in the locker after yesterday in terms of getting to the net. I don't think she's got any desire to do that.
It's not where she's comfortable, Nick. It's not her game. So actually she's probably going to decide against that and just swing it from the baseline.
Well, I don't think it'll matter too much now, because here's Chantal Griffiths on match point. Great footwork, but just puts the ball into the net. Great rescue from Ordebear. She saves one match point, but I think the writing is already on the wall, and this is impressive by Chantal Griffiths. Ball striking ability is second to none.
Smile there from Marcia Ordebear. Please get another one on the board. And that's another one.
Double-handed backhand, lovely I remarked yesterday on commentary that it's one of the best double-handed backhands in the women's game. And
there we go, Marcia. Get to the net. Like we said. Something different. Something different.
Marcia Ordebear just demonstrating here what a competitor she is, what a warrior she is. Look at that rescue, but corner to corner, it's precision personified by Chantal Griffiths.
Yeah, nice little bit off the frame there. Couldn't stay in the shot. And that
catches
has caught the line.
Sideline, second time of asking. Chantal Griffiths gets the job done. An impressive Chantal Griffiths here on the show court. She continues to impress onlookers both here in the arena and at home. Commiserations to Marcia Ordebear, who towards the back end of that game just showed everybody why she's an absolute superstar here in the world of pickleball. Coming up next on the show court, we will have more action from our men's division, and Alexander Minog Stone is back for more against Barney Maddock. You'll not want to miss that one. Stay with us. We'll be back after this short break.
I think people come to the Nationals here in Bolton. In a lot of cases, it's new experiences. Of course, it's the echelons of the English Championships. Everybody here has, to qualify to be in the National Championships. 4 days of non-stop play from all levels, from beginner, intermediate, right up to you can see some of the players around here today. Some of the best players you'll see in the country.
We were here last year, and Pickleball England and Pickleball Scotland, they're both supporting us really well. But it's very important. We can't do it on our own. We need these types of things. Spread the word. Come and have a look at us and help us to develop what is a fantastic wheelchair sport.
We get to see everyone around the country improving year on year. I think the organisation is really, really well run. From the second I started 2.5 years ago to now, I've loved every single second on the court.
Because my feet is like injury, so I can retire and count down. And more patient to play to Sadia because I lost the second match.
You can go and watch a game and you don't know the people who you're actually watching, but everybody's chatting to each other about the game, and the sponsors have been great as well. They're all helpful and chatty with you. I'm not actually playing today, but I've come again for the atmosphere and just to be around lots of nice people. I know quite a lot of people here anyway.
This was my first time playing the MLP, and it's such a wonderful experience. I just enjoyed it so much. One thing I'll say about pickleball as well, people of all ages, so you can have more elderly people getting into it, you can have young people getting into it as well, so that's what makes it very unique.
Pay and I kind of paired up, we played up this year, we had so much fun playing together, and it's so good to win a national title together, like it's so good. I think the main reason a lot of people watch is because even though it's obviously a very competitive final, it's always played in good spirits. Thaddeus and James, some of the nicest people on the court you can meet, as is Pay. Like it's never going to be any bad blood between anyone.
Welcome back to the Dan Maskell Arena here at Loughborough University, and after an impressive performance on the show court, I'm pleased to say I'm joined by Chantal Griffiths. And Chantal, you'll be delighted with that performance.
Yeah, really happy actually. It was a really close match. Started coming back, but just managed to scrape the lead there.
And Chantal, you're hitting the ball really nicely. Do I detect some transferable skills from the world of tennis there?
Yeah, I'd definitely say that tennis is going to help quite a bit. Definitely with the backhand drive, forehand drive as well, of course. But yeah, try and use that as much as possible, really.
And this afternoon coming up, you've got games against Ellie Tomkinson and Jess Wilson. that game must give you a lot of confidence going into those matchups.
Yeah, I've not played either of Ellie or Jess before, but it's definitely nice to go in with a win under your belt. So yeah, pretty confident now, hopefully.
And is this the first time you've stepped up to open level, or have you had previous experience playing at the pro level?
No, this is my first tournament at Open, so a little bit nervous, but yeah.
Well, it's not showing at all, Chantal Griffiths. In fact, completely the opposite. You look like a future star of our sport, and very much at the start of your pickleball journey. I know that's going to be long for you, but very successful nonetheless.
Yeah, thanks. I know I've got quite a bit to learn, but it's nice just to play at this level. Like, everyone's got such a different game, and yeah, pick up lots of stuff along the way. So I'm just happy to be here, really.
Yeah, well, congratulations to Chantal Griffiths on her success. I'm sure we'll be seeing more of her later on this afternoon. Warming up behind me, we've got Minog and Tom Turney. I was expecting to see Barney Maddock, so we're going to go to an ad break before working out what's happening here on the show court. We'll be back with you shortly.
no matter the type of player you are.
Junior, for now. No matter where you're from.
אני מישראל, shalom.
No matter your gender,
No matter your age.
No matter what tour you play on or who you play with.
What matters is your love of the game.
celebrating the sport.
And knowing your level so that you can keep pickleball fun and fair for everyone.
What matters is you.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league.
Things have a funny way of sneaking up on us. You play once, and you want to play again and again and again. You find yourself in driveways, courts, clubs, tournaments. You ask friends, colleagues, or even someone new. Today and every day, we celebrate the athlete in all of us. It's time to get out and play.
I think people...
Welcome back to the Dan Maskell Arena here, live from Loughborough University for the Pickleball England English Nationals 2024-25, powered by Franklin Notties Scan and Duper. We're pretty much midway through the men's single open draw, and coming up next we've got a crucial tie featuring Barney Maddock and Alexander Minog Stone, and both of these players will have aspirations of getting out of this group and into the quarter-finals. Barney in particular has played 3 and won 3, but yet to face the big names in this group, so he's going to want to carry that form on from this morning into the afternoon, whilst Alexander Minog Stone suffered defeat to James Chowry. We saw that live first game of the day this morning before beating Rob Ackery and Boris Kovacevic. So Minog Stone will come into this as favourite, but this is definitely an opportunity for Barney Maddock to put himself through to a quarter-final, Rob.
Yeah, if you're 3 games in and you're 3 games up, you're really looking to get one more victory out of those other remaining games in this round-robin format of 6 boots. There's only 2 more games to go. So, wins this, you pretty much guarantee qualification into the quarters and semis. So, it's certainly one to win. Minog Stone definitely going to be hunting for that win. Wants to secure this one, because obviously we can pretty much assume the Chowdhury-Maddock match is going to go the way of Chowdhury. So this is kind of like the one that's going to guarantee you out of the box, and then it will come down to sort of points difference and wins for that 3rd place slot to get into the quarters.
Yeah, so high pressure stakes here, and things are definitely warming up inside the Dan Maskell Arena. Over 400 players this weekend across 32 courts, a festival as well. And we're getting towards the knockout stages in both our men's and women's open. But competitions are plenty for all players at all levels here this weekend. I've just been having a wander around some of the outer courts, Rob, and the standards increasing year by year at every level.
Yeah, I mean, we have got a game that is such in its infancy, and we're looking at 5 or 6 years really into serious competitions in the UK, and what's happening is the age is getting younger, our players are getting fitter, they're getting more experienced, and the people that are coming in that are younger are obviously coming in from a more high level rackets background. There used to be a little bit of an element of maybe on our way out from another sport and into pickleball. Now people are actively deciding to come in. Think about Ellie Tomkinson earlier saying to me, she's 16, I've had enough of tennis, I'm going into pickleball. And there's more people seeing that opportunity all the time.
Yeah, and those numbers were reflected in the special general meeting that we attended a few minutes back, and one of the key components to come out of that meeting with the board of directors and the chair, Karen Mitchell, was a transference for players' data over to a new platform called Picklebook. So if you're a Pickleball England member and you've not transferred over to the new platform of Picklebook, look out for a link on your email and get that done straight away. Meanwhile, we're underway here. Maddock exploding into action with a double-handed backhand straight down the line. Maddock's gone towards the vest option. It is warm in this arena.
He's channeling his inner Tyson McGuffin.
Sun's out, guns out for Maddock.
But that volley's finished by Minog Stone. Really dismissed cross court.
This is going to be fast, this is going to be lively, and this is going to be one you will not want to miss. And Minog Stone of Lemon Pickleball just places that nicely into the open side away from Maddock. We see Minog Stone supporters there in the crowd. I quite like the idea of banners at Pickleball, Rob, generating that atmosphere.
Yeah, it's starting to come in. It's starting to become a spectator sport as well as a played sport. We are starting to attract people in to just watch, which is ultimately where we need to get the sport if you're going to get the funding to really grow it. Minog Stone is everywhere.
Minog Stone's everywhere, but I love the volleying capabilities of Maddock on that point. Just able to place that ball wherever he wanted, keeps Minog Stone interested, then executes with a great touch.
A little bit loose on that volley there for Minog Stone. Certainly could have done more with it. He seemed to have time. Just trying to do a little bit too much. I can see some of the local players of Barney Maddock supporting him in the corner there. So whilst Alex Stone has got Stelina there with her banner, I can see Sharplat, I can see George Angus from playing in that environment at the Royal Berkshire Club in Bracknell. So there's support for both gentlemen here.
Yeah, nice to see players supporting each other in the matter, the club environment they're from. Maddock goes for the big double-handed backhand down the line once more, just catches the net tape, so fairly even at the start of this one. Minog Stone very much the favourite to win this. Minog Stone coming in as the 6th seed in this competition. Commentated on Minog Stone in a doubles tournament in Tunbridge Wells for Picklebee earlier on this year, and I was really impressed with his ability in that format of the game, and I'm really impressed with him in this format of the game as well, Rob.
Yeah, I think it's the one that actually suits him a little bit more, coming from a tennis background. It's the easier translation we've talked about all day. So for both these players with a strong tennis history, this is a more natural format for them to get into. But this sort of pattern of play here with one at net, one back is not a common tennis thing.
Look at the angle on the volley from Minog Stone. Doesn't look for power, just places that ball back behind Maddock. And sometimes trying to find a winning angle is a lot better than putting your weight behind that volley, Rob.
Placement over power, Nick, is pretty much always the way to go. So it's swinging back and forth here at 3-all. Neither gentleman really building any substantial lead. Takes us back a couple of hours, Nick, doesn't it, when we're having that very much that attritional early phase of the game, that 3-3, 4-4 kind of thing, no one really getting off it.
Yeah, and yesterday the physical toil on our seniors was highly visible, but it doesn't seem to be having so much of an impact yet today, apart from the mental fortitude and the challenges of maintaining that psychological balance, Rob.
Well, there's no breather. When you're playing doubles, there can be the odd rally when it's your partner taking the ball. You may be 4, 5 shots where you know you're not going to hit it. Here, every single ball is on your paddle. Every single time.
But the error comes from Minog Stone.
Just a trifle expansive there from Maddock, trying to go for that deep corner.
Yeah, that's a nice drive into the body of Maddock, and if there's been a weakness in his volleying game, it's tended to be around that hitting circle around his body for Maddock.
Well, it's because he's got this really classical tennis ready position that's really tucked in. So if you really get it at him, he hasn't got the space to get his arms away and his elbows out. So being a little bit further forward in his ready position would really help him in his volleying when he's at the net.
Frustration from Minog Stone.
Maddock has a chance to get into the turn 6-4 up, but not successful this time.
No, it's a nice return from Minog Stone, just hits the baseline on the backhand side, puts the pressure on Minog Stone, on Maddock, who not for the first time sends his double-handed backhand into the net. So opportunity here for Minog Stone. Oh, it's a delightful double-handed backhand. It's a sexy double-handed backhand. It's more Danny Minogue than Kylie Minogue, as Alexander Minog Stone just turns it up a notch here at the Dan Maskell Arena, and once more he forces the error from Maddock, and Minog Stone goes into the change of ends ahead. And that will give him great confidence, Rob.
Yeah, I mean, he's been behind a little bit in the early phases of this first half. And to come in 6-5 up on the change of ends, a couple of really strong points on your serve. You've got a couple on the run, not just the 5-5 and then you get to 6-6. You've come off from behind, you pushed it through, and now it's a case of just looking what can you do to execute. We've identified some slight challenges in Maddock's game. That volleying is not quite as sweet. You can see him there just talking to George. Just giving a couple of pointers here. Obviously he's seeing some stuff. Looks like he's the water carrier a little bit the water boy for him.
And Alexander Minog Stone is from Lemon Pickleball, Rob.
Yep.
What can you tell us about Lemon Pickleball? I mean, the first thing I can tell you is I absolutely love lemons.
Okay, so they're based in North London. I did the level 1 IPTPA coaching qualification for both Alex Stone and Ash that founded Lemon Pickleball, and it's a real powerhouse of building pickleball across the community in North London. I know they do some junior stuff, done some junior holiday camps, and it's very much one of those groups that's trying to build the game, but with an element of commerciality as well, which I don't think is a problem, because we need to have an influx of money in the game to really take it to the next level. So another point on the board at 7-5. Maddock's just taking a little bit of time. Is he deliberately wandering to the wrong side to buy an extra breather there, maybe?
Yeah, I think it's wise from Maddock, because the last 3 points in a row have all been won by Minog Stone, who seems to be hitting everything cleanly. And there we go again. It's showtime here at the Pickleball England English Nationals. Minog Stone is leaving no stone unturned, that's for sure, because all of a sudden he's opened up a 3-point gap here against Maddock, and the tides have turned. Minog Stone is advancing closer to that magic mark of 11. Maddock fights back.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking there. Maddock had a little bit more intention in that rally. There was a little bit more to him. Maybe he's a little bit passive on the previous couple of points, not really getting into it, and obviously certainly being moved around by Minog Stone at the net, and then just went behind him when he had to overcommit on that last volley a couple of points back. But he's swinging more freely now, Maddock, and you can see the difference that's making. It's like he's got a little bit more compact, a little bit more drive through, a bit more aggression, and actually taking it to him now.
Yeah, the early preparation on the last stroke from Maddock was nice. That's a great volley. Well played, Alexander Minog Stone. The passing shot from Maddock was on point, but the read and anticipation from Minog Stone was more than equal in defending the advances of Maddock. Great play here, live from the Dan Maskell Arena. This is a tight affair. What a forehand, in, back on the diagonal from where Maddock came from. It's a great play, Rob Williams.
It's really good. It's getting that ball down. It's about getting it down.
We're getting down with Rob Williams here in the comms booth.
There we just a little wide, but this is the thing that's underutilised and under-recognised in singles. The same thing in pickleball doubles is in singles. Get the ball down, because it's so hard to control it when it's by your laces.
And if anybody out there wants to get down with Rob Williams, the after show party will be starting at around 7 p.m. this evening in Loughborough.
Unfortunately, I will be on my way to Bolton. I have 2 days of clinics coming up in the north of England on a very rare trip for me up that way when it's not the Bolton Nationals for doubles.
We'll let the Boltonians get down with Rob Williams then, but in the meantime...
look at that from Barney Maddock. That is filthy, and that's a term of endearment in my language.
That is absolutely sensational from Maddock. The cross-court drop from Minog Stone was lovely. Maddock on the pickup, showing great athleticism just to even get to that ball. I like the chop on the volley there, Rob.
Yeah, it's very much how I used to see him hit it with a tennis racket. Obviously, he's been around him for a couple of years with Barney when he was back at my home club. See, that knifing volley is a very tennis thing we've seen. It doesn't penetrate the same way on a pickleball court, though.
And Barney Maddock is opening up here. Great defence from Minog Stone. First of all on the forehand side, then the backhand side. But Minog Stone comes through the transition zone at pace and sends that ball flying towards the baseline. Narrows the gap to 1. Game on, match on. Crucial stages here of our Group A men's singles open game.
Wow.
Word. Barney Maddock has pulled it out of the locker. Look at this for a shot. Catches the net tape. There was about half a metre there of space, Rob, and Maddock finds it from an unlikely position.
It's a 2-point game. Everything to play for. Maddock can come into this next point with so much confidence at that point.
It was there. It was on a plate.
I'd argue not there, Nick. I think Minog Stone was at it.
It was there, Rob. It was there. Listen to me, boy. It was there.
Minog Stone was going to have it where it was coming back to. He was already sitting on top. That was Minog Stone's point the whole way through.
It was there, Rob Williams. Rob Williams here getting it all wrong in the commentary box.
Nick, I know your head does appear to look like a crystal ball, but your clairvoyancy skills are not quite reflective in that point.
Maddock with the unforced error. Anyway, 9-9 here. Opportunity for Maddock. Volley. Just catches the net tape. So, can Minog Stone press on? Can he trouble the scoreboard?
Where's he going to go, Nick? What's his go-to shot now?
I think he fancies an into-out forehand. Maddock peppers the backhand though. Minog Stone would have loved the opportunity to dance around that on the forehand, but Maddock takes the time away from Minog Stone, so he can't use his feet to get around that ball. So now Maddock needs a big serve. Minog returns to his backhand, I'm sure. Returns into the net, and all of a sudden, a Minog who looked home and hosed at one stage when it was 8-5 in this game, is now facing match point Barney Maddock.
And
Maddock
that is
just
long.
sends that long. Minog was brave. He left that ball, but what a great read.
Yeah, you can see it's such a big cut on it though. You can almost predict it's going long for the moment before he swings. Very hard to control that power.
The net tape on the double-handed backhand squares this game up at 10-10. Apology comes from Minog. Not too sure how much he means it.
No, that is the definition of the sorry not sorry ball at that point in the game.
10-10. Win by 2 clear points. Great job. Look at the pace from Minog. He was there.
Yeah, he's looking upwards. It's like Anakin Owen earlier. He's like, why am I not getting that over? It's so tough to decelerate your movement, play the ball softly, and get it over the net. It's 3 variables you've got to try and adjust when you're moving that fast.
Great return from Minog. The return was great. The transition up to the non-volley zone, electric. The volley, sublime. Puts Maddock on the back foot, gives Minog an opportunity. And that was loose. That was incredibly loose because the return came back centre court. Yeah. Minog went straight back down the middle. The volley was there for Maddock.
It's the body of Maddock again. That's the second or third time that drive at the body's let him down.
Yeah, body shot. Match point, Minog. Double-handed backhand. Great footwork from Minog, and it is Alexander Minog who is lucky. He gets over the line and takes this one on a tie-break. Commiserations to Barney Maddock, but Minog has just kept his hopes alive of qualifying out of Group A and going through to the knockout stages. He'll need to win his last 2 games of the day, as will Barney Maddock, if they're to stand any chance at all of finishing probably in that runner-up spot. So I'm going to catch up with Alexander Minog shortly, but coming up on centre court, we'll be taking a look at Jacob Holay Ormston, who got pickled earlier on today. He'll be taking on Michael Sifch. Don't go anywhere. We'll be straight back after this short break.
I think people come to the Nationals here in Bolton. In a lot of cases, it's new experiences. Of course, it's the echelons of the English Championships. Everybody here has, to qualify to be in the National Championships. 4 days of non-stop play from all levels, from beginner, intermediate, right up to you can see some of the players around here today. Some of the best players you'll see in the country.
We were here last year, and Pickleball England and Pickleball Scotland, they're both supporting us really well. But it's very important. We can't do it on our own. We need these types of things. Spread the word. Come and have a look at us and help us to develop what is a fantastic wheelchair sport.
We get to see everyone around the country improving year on year. I think the organisation is really, really well run. From the second I started 2.5 years ago to now, I've loved every single second on the court.
Because my feet is like injury, so I can retire and count down. And more patient to play to Sadia because I lost the second match.
You can go and watch a game and you don't know the people who you're actually watching, but everybody's chatting to each other about the game, and the sponsors have been great as well. They're all helpful and chatty with you. I'm not actually playing today, but I've come again for the atmosphere and just to be around lots of nice people. I know quite a lot of people here anyway.
This was my first time playing the MLP, and it's such a wonderful experience. I just enjoyed it so much. One thing I'll say about pickleball as well, people of all ages, so you can have more elderly people getting into it, you can have young people getting into it as well, so that's what makes it very unique.
Pei and I kind of paired up, we played up this year, we had so much fun playing together, and it's so good to win a national title together, like it's so good. I think the main reason a lot of people watch is because even though it's obviously a very competitive final, it's always played in good spirits. Thaddeus and James, some of the nicest people on the court you can meet, as is Pei. Like it's never going to be any bad blood between anyone.
Welcome back to the Dan Maskell Arena here at Loughborough University for the English Nationals. On behalf of Pickleball England, I'm pleased to say I'm joined by Alexander Minog Stone. And Alexander, we're just looking back at some of your winning shots there. You must be incredibly relieved to get over the line.
Yeah, I think relieved is the word that comes to mind. Yeah, it was close, and I think the winner of that sort of, in theory, goes through. So that was quite a big game, and yeah, nervy. Certainly when it was 10-9 to him. So nice to sort of pull through just about.
Yeah, you were 6-4 down, then pretty much put your foot on the accelerator and amassed a lead in the second stage of that game. But then things seemed to go slightly awry for you. How did you get your concentration back, and what was it that inspired the comeback to ensure that you got over the line?
Yeah, I mean, I was pretty angry at sort of when I started. I think I missed about 8 backhands in a row. I tried to keep my footwork going, and I sort of started hitting through it a little bit more just to get my get the intensity into my shot. So although it was still a bit scrappy, at least I felt a bit lethargic. So sort of having those hard shots sort of helped towards the end. And
Alexander, it seems to me that you're a high quality player in doubles, high quality player in singles. Have you got a preference between the two formats?
I think doubles is a better game. I think I'm probably better at singles, which is probably similar to most tennis players. I kind of doubles is better, but I just singles is probably my game, and I can sort of swear at myself and not have to feel bad about my partner, so that's nice.
And James Chowry in your group, that was your first matchup of the day. Talk to us about that experience and what that felt like.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of happy with 11-6, which is probably not a good attitude to have. I think it's hard not to sort of get ahead of yourself of who you're playing. I mean, he's quite comfortably the best singles player in the country, so kind of trying not to get ahead of myself in terms of who I'm playing. I started quite well, and then it all went very wrong at 6-5, or maybe he just thought, all right, I'll try. So, but yeah, look, hopefully if I play well enough, I'll get him again.
Yeah, quite possibly, because there's every chance of you qualifying through to the quarterfinals now. So, Alexander, thanks for joining us. We wish you every bit of success for the rest of the day.
Thanks a lot.
That was Alexander Minog Stone there joining us here at the Dan Maskell Arena. And over my left shoulder, we've got Jacob Holay Ormston up against Michael Sifch, pretty much ready to get underway here on the show court. So let's rejoin Rob Williams in the commentary box, who will bring us the preview for this upcoming Group B game.
Thank you, Nick. This is the hunt for the first win of the day. Both Jacob Holay Ormston and Michael Sifch are seeking their first victory, and they're going to get one of them on championship court today. It's going to be interesting to see who is going to get there. At the moment, in our rankings on the table, Michael Sifch has played 2, lost 2, -9 on the points difference. But Jacob Holay Ormston played 3, lost 3, -30 in point difference. So certainly we'd be looking at taking Sifch on this one here, based upon the results of the previous 2 games. So there's a big points difference to overcome. It's certainly not going to be able to be done that unless you get the victory from Jacob Holay Ormston. Obviously, we now know he's from Poole. So we better get underway. Jacob Holay Ormston is about to serve. Yeah, we're just going to give him the thumbs up from the broadcast team here. And he gets one on the board straight off. Beautiful passing shot there against the incoming Michael Sifch. And that backhand roll just going wide. I think Michael Short would like that one back again. Just didn't quite get underneath it. Certainly on our courts here, we need to really be mindful with our knees and getting below the ball. We're going to be hitting topspin. Much better there from Shivak. Especially getting that ball down. Michael Schmidt does a lot of work up in Leeds, doesn't he? Running events and tournaments and really growing a game in that direction.
Yeah, check out the Game Set Match website. Michael Sifch very much influential in the world of pickleball up north in the northern territories of England. Tends to be a bedrock of talent in the south of the country. Slightly more sparse as you travel north, Rob.
Absolutely correct. It seems that it started in London and in the southwest and southeast, and it kind of has moved out. But obviously we look at things like Jess Wilson and Sam Anderson moving north and bringing some stuff into Nottingham. Also Rachel Kirk, we know from that sort of areas historically been running pickleball Nottingham. But as people start to migrate with jobs and lives, then they start to move up. And obviously we just need to get access to coaching, really, isn't it? It's still very much in its infancy in this country to have a coaching infrastructure. But obviously Karen was talking about that earlier today in the SGM, about how many people we've been through our programme. I think, Nick, it's about 200 people in a year have taken a level 1 qualification.
Yeah, it's incredibly impressive, and I know that you and Sam, amongst others, put a lot of work into the coaching programme. I know one of the guys from the West Midlands, Michael DeGroot, is always delivering level 1 courses around the West Midlands.
Oh, the leaders course, yeah. Our Pickleball leaders course is the most important course that we deliver for Pickleball England. It's the first touch point for many people in the game. It's defined by that. All created by Elaine Shellcross BEM.
Yeah, Elaine Shawcross, one of the most important figures in the pickleball scene here in the UK. But back to this one, it's Michael Sivchak who's got off to a great start, and I know you did the preview for this, Rob, but it's very much a case of someone's O has got to go here.
Yep, and it's only going in one direction at the moment, with Shivak looking really comfortable here.
Yeah, but I'm eager to impress upon viewers that Jacob Holloway Ormston is going to have a great future in this sport. He's got all of the shots, but not necessarily in the right order at times. But he's definitely got the ability, and when I came here this morning, I expected him to cause 1 or 2 upsets. It hasn't quite worked out for him, but nevertheless, he'll utilise the experiences of the day and look to push on in future, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing here is he's half a step slow, and it's not his movement or his physicality that's slow. It's that he hasn't quite got the legs of high-level pickable singles to know where to go. So he's always a little bit behind because he's having to process it that little bit later. There's a little bit more thinking, a little less natural instinct of what's right to do in any situation. And I spoke to Chantel Griffiths earlier, who is also at Victory, and she was sort of saying the same thing, that she's really trying to learn what do I need to do and when do I do it. And she's thinking, oh, I need to go now, but it's too late. So it's all these newer players, as they get more and more reps and more experience of playing matches, they find it much easier to make the right shot. And we can see there, great decision there to roll that ball and get it low, crossing away from Shivak, making it almost impossible to control that volley. And he's one on the board.
Yeah, it's a gorgeous shot by Holloway Ormston. Backhand cross court, just dropping below the height of the net.
But here he's disappointed. He knows he could do more with that, and he can sort of put his head in his hands after. Why am I playing that? What am I doing? It's just time, Jacob. It's just time.
Yeah, that's nice from Sifch. The return's not great, but Sifch still got work to do on that forehand, and he drills that arrow like towards the open side of the court, and it's 7-0. I just hope Holay Ormston can get a point on the board. In fact, he has got a point on the board. Yeah, he's got one.
We saw a serve from the left side, so he's definitely got one on the board.
Yeah, he's got 1 point, which is good. So one of our technical directors, Jesse, who's trying to double pickle Jacob Holay Ormston here.
That must have painted the line, because if you look at how that bounced, there's a slight difference in reaction when you hit the white line compared to the grey line of the actual court surface, it seems. I don't know why. I think it's just a second layer.
Yeah, I've got no idea, Rob.
There must be a slight difference in the depth of the paint in there. Oh, look at that silky forehand. All the disguise. Uses the spin that's coming in, rolls it across. Beautiful play.
Smooth,
very smooth.
Smooth as you like from Holay Ormston. Just lifts his left leg as well. Creates a little bit of space.
And that's another one.
Yeah, Sifch tries to repeat the feat, but not quite able to get that ball up and down. So there is a mini comeback here, Rob.
Yeah. Momentum is certainly shifting in the way of Holay Ormston. And that's another one. From 7-1, it's now 5-7. This is a point that Sifch needs to break. Needs to get something on this, or it can easily completely run away from him. And just wide. Yeah, that's about all we can say on that one, Nick. It was
just ooh. That's great point construction from Sifch, who just caresses that ball onto the backhand side of Holay Ormston, and then gets his just desserts on the back of that shot. Lovely point construction, Rob.
Yeah, really good. Set up by the slice serve.
And
look
again,
at that. That's a beautiful almost pancakey, because he's really upright on it, and it's almost like it's going to his left shoulder, but actually just moves into his right and swings through. Really nice play there.
Semi-scorpion-like from Sifch, who again gets the opportunity of just placing that ball into the backhand side, goes for it once more. Holay dances around it.
Yeah, that's too short from Jacob Holay there, Ormston. It's just bringing him in. And the last thing we need to bring him in, get yourself in.
So a mini comeback ceased to turn into anything more influential.
And here comes the lob serve. Interesting.
Moonball. I remember watching Louis Leville and Freddie Powell in the 2022 version of this event.
Lobgate.
And it was moonball after moonball. As Holay tries a lob of his own, a shot you rarely see on the singles court. So ball in hand for Sifch. It's the second match point. Will this be his first win of the day?
It is.
What a way to deliver the winning points. Michael Sifch drives down the line in a beautiful finish. A display of consistency and the first win of the day at open level for Michael Sifch. I'll look forward to catching up with him shortly before the next game on centre court, on the show court, on the main court appears, where we've got the returning Josh Roberts after he defeated Anakin Owen, taking on Harry Warad in Group C. We'll be back after this short break. Welcome back to the Dan Maskell Arena here at Loughborough University for the English Nationals. I was hoping to catch up with our previous winner, Michael Sifch, but he's disappeared to mop his brow, I'm sure, or maybe to celebrate after gaining his first victory of the day. We're going to take a look at the group standings and where players are in relation to qualifying through to the quarterfinals. This is Group A in our men's division, and as you can see, James Chowry has played for and won for as expected. It's highly likely that he will progress through as champion from that division, but it's tight to see who will join him. Will it be Barney Maddock or will it be Alexander Minog Stone? Only one of those players who will progress through, and I'm sure it will go down to points difference in Group A. So lots of things to play for there in Group A. Let's take a quick look at Group B. Tom Turney played 3 games and won 3 games, as has Jack Edwards, and it's expected that those 2 players will progress through to the quarterfinals in Group B, and Group C coming up. We've got Anakin Owen, who sits top of the tree, but only on points difference. He's got a crucial game coming up against James Salter, And the next game on our show court from this division, featuring Harry Warrad and Josh Roberts, will determine which one of those two players might be challenging Owen and Salter for the top 2 places. Now, I'm yet to receive confirmation from the tournament director, but I do not think there are lucky loser positions. I think the best 2 winners from those groups will get byes into the semi-final. So stay tuned for action in our men's division. Looking over my shoulder, Harry Warrad and Josh Roberts appear to be pretty much ready to get underway in this important encounter. If Josh Roberts wins this Group C game, he gives himself every opportunity of advancing through to the quarterfinals. So stay with us, because you will not want to miss this game coming up next on the show court here at the Dan Maskell Arena for Pickleball England at the English Nationals singles event. We'll bring you that game in the next few moments. So as we just saw, Josh Roberts, this is a must win, and what a great opportunity for the 18-year-old. He actually told me he was only 17, but according to his Pickleball England registration, we've got him down as 18 on the seedings list. So opportunity knocks for Josh Roberts, that's for sure. That return goes long, and Roberts will want to get off to a positive early start here. Harry Warrad is not without his own opportunities. That's a lovely double-handed backhand, isn't it? Harry Warrad is not without his own opportunities in this group. He's only played 1 game today, lost that 11-0, but he'll be hopeful of a better performance here, and he's got off to a great start. That double-handed backhand was electric. Just wide from Warrad. Roberts managing to put that ball into a real difficult spot on court. And that's a delightful double-handed backhand from Josh Roberts, who drives that ball down the sideline past Harry Warrad. And Josh Roberts looks keen to advance here. And I'm absolutely thrilled to suggest that joining me in the commentary box is the chair of Pickleball England, who's had the most busy weekend you can imagine. She's just led a special general meeting of the board and members, and little over half an hour later she's joining us here in the commentary box. Good afternoon, Karen Mitchell.
Hi Nick, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm very well. I'm enjoying the action here at the Dan Maskell Arena. Karen, how's your day going?
Now I feel like I'm on the homeward straights.
Cannot explain to viewers at home how much time Karen Mitchell has put into organising this special event based upon demand by members of Pickleball England here for a singles event. An enormous amount of additional work just added to the workload of Karen Mitchell and other tournament directors and volunteers.
Oh, what a shot!
Delightful by Harry Warrad. Goes now from the baseline, slices that ball, and Josh Roberts He's stunned.
That's a different player to who was playing earlier. Didn't he get a bagel earlier?
Yeah, he got pickled 11-0. But two youngsters of the game competing here, Karen. We've got Josh Roberts at the age of 18 and Harry at the age of 23.
If I'd been reffing, I think there might have been a foot fault there. Just slight toe over that line.
And that's the referee in Karen Mitchell, coming out, recently passed a European certification to be a referee, and eagle-eyed even from the comms booth.
Karen, know-it-all Mitchell.
No one's going to disagree with Karen Mitchell, are they?
Oh, that would have been a nice shot.
Yeah, this is an influential game in terms of the standings in this group, Karen.
Is it?
Josh Roberts managed to defeat Anakin Owen earlier.
No.
Yeah, so he's going to be hopeful of securing a win here. Oh, but lovely on the forehand from Warad, who just picks that ball and places it nicely into the open side of the court on the diagonal. Nothing Roberts can do there. Yeah, Roberts is going to be hopeful of winning this game to advance through to the quarterfinals in his first Open tournament.
Ooh. You do have the best seat in the house here, though, I have to tell you.
Indeed, I do. It's an absolute pleasure to be invited to commentate at the English Nationals. Yesterday was a great day for our senior Saturday, and today just as enthralling, just as entertaining, and we thank everybody for watching at home or wherever you are in the world, joining Pickleball England here for our 2024-25 singles event. And Harry Warad is creating a highlights reel all by himself for the third time this game. He produces an epic shot.
We should do more with these highlight reels.
Yeah, they're great shorts to go on YouTube, that's for sure.
Yeah, we need
Karen.
a volunteer to do some video editing, I think. Call out for volunteer, please.
Yeah, social media and marketing person required for Pickleball England. You heard it here first. Karen Mitchell, anybody able to volunteer anytime? Anyway, we've got a change of ends here, Karen, and it's a slight surprise because Warad is 6-3 up against Josh Roberts.
Oh.
Tried the swerve serve, the banana serve that just goes wide. So opportunity knocks here for Roberts to trouble the scoreboard after the change of ends.
He doesn't look very old, Josh, does he?
Yeah, no, he tells me he's 17, but according to his membership, he's 18. So if you want to check that out, Karen, it might have been a fraudulent application.
It's all right. You can be 15 plus and play in this.
There we go. We'll let him off then.
They hit the ball so cleanly. Are they both tennis backgrounds?
Well, I don't know too much about Harry Warad, but Josh Roberts definitely is. We interviewed him earlier, and his full-time job is in tennis.
Ah.
But his parents are also keen pickleballers, and they're here today watching him.
That's good. Ooh.
Wow, look at the athleticism. I'm not too sure I'd be getting back up after that, Karen.
That looked like it could hurt.
It does. Oh, to be 18 again. Wow, I don't think I was doing that at the age of 18, was you?
Definitely not, no. It's all right if you're stretching before the game, but during the game, I'm not sure.
No, I'm not sure about that either. So, it's Warad who's amassed a 5-point lead here. Roberts needs to act now if he's going to win this crucial game. So So are you able to enjoy the action for the rest of the day, Karen?
I am now. Until we clear up, I think I'm free, which is why I came and sat here. I thought I'll get to watch some games without being interrupted.
Yeah,
I might even
away.
do a reffing of one of the games or a final or something.
Yeah, that'll be nice. Referee one of the finals that are coming up. All of the action still to come here. See the end of the men's and women's open quarter-final and semi-final stages respectively, and that's nice from Warrad once more. Nice ball placement, nice point construction. Roberts can't
Very
recover.
Nice.
A little bit of discussion between the players there, but ultimately it's Warrad who gets the points. So 2 points from victory here for Warrad, and Roberts will be disappointed because he had the opportunity. Match point, Harry Warrad. Can he get over the line here? This is exactly what he needed after being pickled 11-0 earlier on. This will be a nice confidence booster for him.
Ooh, I think it just went long.
Yeah, it just goes long there. Karen, it must please you to see the youngsters coming through the game and playing at the open level like this.
Oh, I love it. I really love it. And of course, you know, now that we have a squad for different competitions, it's good to see the young talent coming through, right?
Yeah, definitely. I couldn't agree more. That attraction to pickleball just continues to grow and grow and grow, and some of the numbers you put up on the slides in the special meeting were phenomenal, really, Karen.
Yeah, the Sport England, actually we ought to just watch this match point, hadn't we? He didn't get match point
Josh
yet.
Roberts saves match
Yeah,
point there with a nice volley.
The active live survey from Sport England shows that between November 23 and November 24, he saved another one. That there are 41,000 players, which jives with the estimate we have of 45,000 players in England at the moment, and it's showing that the real growth is not a fluke. It's real, and that's why we were talking about a restructure for Pickleball England to help that growth.
Yeah, quite rightly so. That aspirational target set by Karen Mitchell and Pickleball England of 1 million players by 2013. Harry Warrad will definitely be one of those. But will he have a win under his belt?
Let's see how he does.
Second match point, Harry Warrad. Can he get over the line? Not this time. And Josh Roberts mounted a comeback of gigantic proportions earlier on today. Can he do it again?
Point 10 is the hardest to get to 11.
Yeah, we've seen that several times this weekend, that once you're on the hill, getting over it is the most difficult shot of all.
Ooh.
Great reactions.
Nice.
Fantastic reactions from Warrad, because the Franklin X40 married up with the Franklin net, and that ball just tipped into the air. Warrad reacted, so third opportunity, third match point, third chance to get a win here at the English Nationals for Warrad.
Oh.
And you're right, Karen, it's proving to be very difficult for Warrad. 3 match points.
And then it starts to get a bit mental as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, the psychological toil of wasting those opportunities. So Roberts will keep going here.
Chipping away. Oh.
Yeah, that just catches the net tape. So is it now for Harry Warrad? Is this his time to record a win? Yeah, that's nice play from Josh Roberts, who just uses placement over power to manipulate that ball around the court. And 4 match points for Warrad have been and gone, and Josh Roberts will be buoyed by his resilience here, his grit, his determination to stay in the game.
So he's from Hinckley, is he?
He is indeed, just down the road in Leicestershire.
Oh, he didn't have to go far.
Plays out of Hinckley Pickleball Club. Nice overhead smash. Warad can't defend, so Roberts troubles the scoreboard, and like you say, Karen, just chipping away.
Yeah, chipping away. Slowly, not getting overwrought.
Just goes
bit wide.
Yeah. Roberts is frustrated, but that's match point number 5, Karen.
Can he do it?
Warad will be hoping so. Match point number 5 here coming up for Harry Warad. And if he doesn't win this, it won't be Harry Warad, it'll be Harry worried.
Yeah.
And it goes long, and Harry is not Warad. Harry is worried because now Josh Roberts has yet another opportunity to close the gap that currently stands at 4 points.
The stress when you're at match point must be overwhelming. Oh. All right, if you're the one trailing, it's overwhelming too.
Indeed. I think it's overwhelming for everybody at the minute, Karen.
Maybe it's the stress of championship court then.
Well, it does play a part.
Yeah. And it's looking nice, the court, isn't it?
It's looking splendid, as is the backdrop.
Oh, that just painted that line, didn't it? Oh,
and
nice.
There it is at the 5th time of asking. Harry
Very
Warad
nice, very nice.
Gets over the line, records a win, an understated performance from Josh Roberts. He'll be back for more
and doesn't
later.
That show, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Doesn't that show that if you put a loss behind you and then win like that, that is amazing.
Yeah, remarkable application and a great comeback from Warad, who suffered an 11-0 defeat earlier on today, has come back to take a victory against the in-form guy, Josh Roberts. But coming up next, we have a great matchup featuring Thadia Locke and Ellie Tomkinson.
Oh,
and
nice.
The question I'm going to ask you, Karen, is do you think this is a precursor for what could be a final later on today?
Oh, that's unfortunate they're having to meet each other this early, right? Do you know what? See, Thadia is so steady. I heard that in New Zealand she was amazing, right? So she's obviously doing really well, playing a lot at the moment. Ellie, though, is a dark horse, up and coming, and I believe that she's doing so well with her games. I haven't actually looked at today's results, but in the previous tournaments up to this tournament, she's been doing really well. So this could be a corker.
Yeah, she is doing incredibly well. It will be a corker. I'm going to try and catch up with a quick word from Harry Warad, then we'll be back with that game. So please don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this short break.
No matter the type of player you are.
Junior, for now. No matter where you're from.
אני מישראל, shalom.
No matter your gender.
No matter your age.
No matter what tour you play on or who you play with.
What matters is your love of the game.
Celebrating the sport.
And knowing your level so that you can keep pickleball fun and fair for everyone.
What matters is you.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league.
Welcome back to the Dan Maskell Arena here for Pickleball England and the English Nationals 2024-25. I'm pleased to say I've been joined by Harry Warad over here. And Harry, you must be delighted to get a win under your belt after your earlier performance.
Yeah, the earlier performance wasn't up to par with how I wanted to play, but it was great to get the first one now under the belt and hopefully more to come today.
And Harry, how nervous was you coming to the tournament today? You suggested to me that it's your first opportunity at open level, your first singles tournament. It definitely didn't look like that in that second game there.
Yeah, I've been trying to hide it well, but inside I am shaking. Especially after that first one, I was like, just don't get pickled all day.
Well, Harry, you put on an absolutely delightful performance there, playing some exquisite shots, particularly on that forehand side. Talk to us about your background in sports. Where does your ability come from?
So I've played tennis since I was 4, and then in the last 6 months or so, picking up pickleball, coaching in Leicester, just trying to get more and more pickleball into my game rather than so much tennis.
And are you exclusive to the singles court, or do you play the doubles format of the game as well?
I play the doubles as well, but I'm a lot better at singles than I am doubles. The tennis strokes still hinder the dinks a little bit, but hopefully the more I play, the better my doubles will get.
And in terms of your expectations for the rest of the day, you've still got the opportunity to qualify out of the group. Will you be challenging yourself to do so?
Yeah, now I've got that first one, I want to see if I can get out the group, or even if I can't, get a good game in this last one.
Well, you put on an absolute delightful performance for viewers at home there, Harry. We congratulate you for that, but we also wish you all the very best for the rest of the day here at the Dan Maskell Arena.
Thank you.
That was Harry Warad joining me to give insight on his thoughts and feelings after a fantastic victory in our men's singles open. Coming up next, it's a game you will not want to miss. Thadia Locke takes on Ellie Tomkinson in what could be a precursor to the women's singles open final. And to preview this game, I'm delighted to say that the chair of Pickleball England remains in the commentary box. She'll be joined by Rob Williams, so do not go anywhere because the action is hotting up here at the Dan Maskell Arena. I'll hand you over to Rob Williams and Karen Mitchell.
Thank you, Nick. So we've got a really exciting match coming up here between Ellie Tomkinson, nearest to you on your camera, and at the far end is Thadia Locke. This is going to potentially be the biggest match we've seen so far. As we stand at the moment, these are our top 2 ladies in the group. So a win for Ellie Tomkinson will guarantee her through to the knockout stages. And at the moment, it looks like it's going to be a 1-2 we've got here. The third place at the moment is Chantal Griffiths, who is playing Jess Wilson on the court behind us here, or just was. So I'm not quite sure what the outcome of that match is. I can see that Chantal Griffiths appears to have the board, which will mean Karen Mitchell, under convention, the winner takes the board back. Is that correct?
Correct.
So that will put Chantal Griffiths with a win on the board. And
can I just say, I just saw that chart there. Shout out to Marcia Odebert, who played yesterday in the seniors and then has been playing 15 plus today. And I can see that she lost 3 games there, but fair play to her doing 2 days in a row of singles, right?
Pulling a double shift is never easy, particularly when you play down in age. Here we go. And that booming backhand from Ellie Tomkinson sails wide. I think we're going to see some big hitting here. So first strike to Thadia Locke.
Oh!
What hustle there from Ellie Tomkinson.
Yeah.
The power of playing one more ball. And that was a perfect location for that drop.
Nice drop.
Right on the run, one-handed. Ooh. A little bit of spit with the backspin, and off it goes.
Oh.
Yep, going long.
Got to be careful with those serves.
There's a theory, if you speak to Zayn Navratil, that 10% of your serves should be going out if you're not doing it right otherwise.
And I must be getting into form then, because I'm losing a few. My serve used to be really consistent, but it's not so much now.
Now, the theory behind it is that, particularly in singles, you really need to be pushing your opponent back to get into the early phases of play, as we saw there. And then it becomes an easy rally because your opponent's on the back foot.
Yeah.
If you're not trying to push it that deep and missing occasionally, you're giving too much back to your opponent.
Yeah. 1-1. Oh, she's obviously got a heavy serve.
Yeah.
That's the second one that's gone into the net.
Yeah, we've got the new 4th generation paddle here in the hand of Ellie Tomkinson. So one of our new Yola paddles.
Burst of serve there.
Yeah, I believe Thaddeus using the previous generation Pro XR by the looks of it.
Oh.
That's cruel. But if you're listening at home, you can hear the difference in the sound of the ball off the paddle between Ellie's paddle and the Thaddeus paddle.
Oh, what a shot.
Booming down the line on the inside in backhand. Beautifully stable, driving through the ball.
Oh, nicely done, Thaddeus. Oh.
Here we go, 4-1. Certainly all the traction and direction of travel is with Ellie Tomkinson at the moment. That's a great return.
Was.
Really in the back corner.
That's what you need, though. It's a good serve, a good return.
Yep, the singles.
That sets you up.
Yep, we don't even really worry about the third joint singles because the drop's not really coming in, and again we see it there.
Nice.
Nice 1-2 combo there from Thaddeus.
Get the basics right.
Yep. That's such a good drive.
Yeah.
You have to play that, even that might be going out. Just swinging away is so powerful.
They're both playing so well.
Oh yeah, let's go, Ellie Tomkinson. Again, it's the power of getting the ball down.
Yeah.
Once that ball is below the height of it, it's so hard
to get it up again. Yeah. Oh, nice. That's very well done, Thaddeus.
Yeah, good hustle there. This is not going to be easy. For Thaddeus Lock in this game, Tomkinson is going to push her all the way.
I love the fact that she's smiling, though.
Yeah. In contrast, Ellie Tomkinson is the loveliest, nicest person, but is so intense
Serious,
on court.
Yeah.
Really locked in on court.
Yeah. Really locked in against Thaddeus Lock.
Absolutely accidental there, Karen. No intention at all of bringing in the puns. Mr. Hobbis has been
feeding
naughty
them
today with his Minog Stone and Kylie Minogue references
he's
been bringing in. And now, from a 2-4 lead, we're now at 5-4. This is where Ellie Tomkinson needs to really...
And it's where the experience comes in.
Yeah.
Thaddeus, digging deep. Oh, that was an unlucky net.
Yeah, it was looking like it was going to land in and just kiss the tape. Deflects it sideways. But these are the margins these ladies are hitting here. That is just precision. Ellie Tomkinson wasn't quite established and balanced when Thaddeus Luck was hitting that ball. So it's easy to get behind her. See there, she just didn't quite get a split step in to move back behind her.
Yeah. Oh, just a bit long.
That is a booming forehand there, making it hard for Locke to control the ball.
Still anyone's game though.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a real tight one. if this converts into our final, it's going to be an
It'll
absolute
be a corker.
humdinger.
Yeah.
Absolute humdinger.
Yeah.
So they're back at equal at 5-all. Next point will bring them into the turn. And that's out.
Long.
Yeah, that net take completely disrupts your rhythm, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a great net though, the Franklin
Oh,
net.
yeah. Well, what I like about these is they semi-permanent.
Yeah.
But play like a fixed net.
Yeah.
And the net chord is true,
Yeah.
and it bounces up and it doesn't drop anywhere near as much.
I
as
wish
one
all the
temporary
courts
net.
could have one of those on.
Oh, it would be wonderful if
Yeah.
every court in the land would have one of those, and we could have some more permanent courts. But as we well know, we are still battling the infrastructure in our game. But
It'll be
things are
there.
happening.
It'll be there.
Things are happening. We just need to be patient.
Oh, look at that handsome
Look at that.
fellow though. Is that
And there's Chris Mitchell.
Sorry, I shouldn't have laughed like that.
Yeah, so
I wasn't sure who to say was the handsome one.
Yeah, so obviously we saw Karen's husband there, Chris Mitchell, in the previous shot with our commentator de jour, Showtime Nick Hobbis.
He's doing a great job as well.
He's loving that role.
Oh, Thadia, that was beautiful.
Such control of the net there. Any more pace on that and it gives Tomkinson a chance to get at that ball. But by cutting it down, you're using the width of the court and the angle. And that sails long.
Nip and tuck.
Yeah, it's a really good game. And now we're dead level. That is such a good forehand from Ellie Tomkinson.
Oh, Ellie, that was sublime.
Yeah, if you look at the movement to get to that, she's on the run, but rips around the back of it.
To be fair, I actually thought it was going to go out at first, but then suddenly came in. Oh.
Just snatched at that one a little bit. She'd like to get that one back.
Now it's going to be all about who gets it on their serve, isn't it?
Yeah, it's about execution now. And that's loose. But she knows you see how she pulled her shoulder out. As soon as she hit that shot, she knew where she'd gone wrong.
Yeah.
That's a much better return.
Beautiful.
And she's set the point up so well, but
And she
just
keeps
pulled
Ellie
out.
back. She gets the points.
Yeah.
That's the trick, isn't it?
Yeah. And now brings up first match point. Again, Thaddeus Look playing that more classical style, getting into net when she can, exerting pressure on your opponent, making them hit it past you.
Oh, lovely.
And that is in.
What a shot.
Yeah, just get to that ball and swing away. Just enough time on that.
Again, it looked like it was going to go out, but it came in.
It's all that topspin from our new generations of paddles. Once we got carbon fibre faces, everything, the game changed. Good control there.
Very nice, Thadia.
Yeah, if we think about, let's go back 5 years, 6 years, we were just beyond the wooden paddle era to a degree. So we didn't see this style of play because it just wasn't achievable with the paddles we had. But obviously we've got this coaching that's coming into the game now, where we have our tennis community converting, where we've got the ability to generate top spin. Obviously Ellie's coming from a tennis background, working with Richard Love, working on adding that element into the game. And straight away we can see from that serve, hard hit serve, hard to control, sends the ball long on the return.
I'm loving her resilience as well.
Yeah, and back within one.
Yeah.
So while the paddles
This
help,
is not
it's
decided, this game yet.
The paddles may help, but it's all about the player.
Yeah, yeah. If you said that Richard coaches her, I'm sure he'll say it's about the coach, though.
And there we go. Look at that. It's back dead level. We are win by 2. 10-all.
What's this going to go to?
Interesting. We see Thadia here. Just came with just a little bit of a rueful grimace on her face when she came out to collect that ball. We didn't quite see the same smiles as earlier.
She's being tested.
Yeah. And again.
Oh, but Thadia, that is wonderful.
Oh. Yeah.
Wow.
Get that ball
Brilliant
down.
play, Thadia.
It's going to be a real battle now. It's which lady's going to hold
You know what? It's
first.
the experience of Thadia and the rawness of Ellie.
Yeah. Something like that hitting cross court is
still
insane.
10-10.
Yeah. All that for nothing. All that effort for nothing.
Yeah. Lovely return, Thadia.
That's another one of those that didn't look like that was going in and suddenly just dipped. Ah, the smile's back. That's good to see. Ooh.
11-10, match point.
Again. Second match point. That's the first match point, isn't it? Yeah, first match point.
No, she had one.
Oh, yeah, she did, yeah. And that is it. So,
But what a match. Ellie is really showing her potential for the future. She really is. And if she's in the final later, who knows what the outcome will be.
yeah, there's always learning to be drawn from any defeat. And so there's a lot to learn from there. Some really, really good play from both ladies. And it just came down to a point here and a point there, which is what we'll always find equivalent.
Yeah.
So Thadia Locke takes the women's open singles group stage match 12-10 against Ellie Tomkinson.
Fabulous game.
Coming up next, we have got the men's singles open match with Rob Akery against Boris Kovacevic. We'll be back after these short messages.
Things have a funny way of sneaking up on us. You play once, and you want to play again and again and again. You find yourself in driveways, courts, clubs, tournaments. You ask friends, colleagues, or even someone new. Today and every day, we celebrate the athlete in all of us. It's time to get out and play.
Welcome back to the Dan Maskell Arena here, live from Loughborough University. And we've got two players coming up that we've not seen so far here today. We've got Boris Kovacevic at the bottom of your screen wearing the black top, and Rob Ackery in the white top and cap. And unfortunately, it seems like neither of these players can qualify through to the quarterfinals, having only won one game so far today. But they'll be looking to put on a show, Rob.
Yep, obviously debuting on championship court here. Certainly something for people to aspire to.
And that just goes long from Ackery.
So we've got a little bit of metrics here that Boris has got a little bit of duper on his record here, but as with many of us, our singles reliability from is only one, which means there's going to be a game or two here or there. Obviously with the lack of singles play in the country, it's difficult to get that reliability score particularly high.
But every player this weekend, Rob, will have their results entered into the Dupat platform. Oh, look at the net kiss that goes in the favour of Rob Ackery. As I was suggesting, Rob, every player will have the scores entered into the Dupat platform, and the more scores that go into the Dupat platform, the better that algorithm works.
Absolutely, it's based upon data, so the more that goes in there, in theory, the more reliable it gets. As long as people start at roughly the right place, then things are pretty reliable. Oh, hang on a minute. Oh.
That's a nasty injury for Boris, who just rolls his ankle slightly.
Yeah.
He puts his thumbs up, and the initial impression, Rob, was that he was badly hurt, but he's back up. He looked in pain as he went. Yeah, he just catches the ankle there on the replay. That could have been incredibly nasty. He just winces slightly.
Be interesting to see if there is an attempt by Ackery to potentially exploit that. Just move me around a little bit more.
Yeah, sometimes it can have an adverse effect though, and not wanting to damage your opponent too much. Let's see what happens here. I think Ackery's actually 2-1 up here. And straight back at you. Net kiss. He was responded to with a net kiss. And Rob and Boris are utilising the net to exchange kisses here. A little bit of net love.
Yeah. Sorry, 2-2 by the looks of it. Yeah, both gentlemen serving from the right-hand side of the court, making it 2-2. We're seeing a very conventional single style here compared to some of the other matches we've seen, which are a bit more baseline based.
Yeah, I missed the action in the previous game, but I did preview and suggest that Tomkinson and Locke could be a precursor to the final, and the standard was so high, Rob, you'd be surprised if it was anything but.
Yeah, I think you've got to agree that was a really quality match. Thirty Locke had to dig deep in that match. Ellie Tomkinson really did have him on the ropes a couple of times. That's threaded just inside the baseline. Beautiful control here. Suddenly decided to leave it. Incorrect decision. So, end change at 6. Certainly looks to be moving in Akery's direction. Anything you've seen particularly, Nick, within the game that's insightful that we can give Boris Kovacevic a little bit of help?
Absolutely nothing, Rob. I just hope that they're enjoying their time on the show court, on the biggest stage of all here in England. And for Rob and Boris, this is not about today, this is not about progression. This is very much about enjoying playing pickleball, enjoying looking back at their game, and enjoying the experience and utilising the experience that being on the show court brings to be able to take it into their games for the future.
That's a nice backhand. They really knifed that down. Often those slice backhands at the net don't really penetrate through the court or get deep. That was right at the laces of Kovacevic there. And it's kiss number 3.
There's a lot of heavy petting going on here, Rob.
Yeah, I think they're going to be getting a kissing booth outside the court here.
Yeah, that's nice from Rob Akery, who once established at the kitchen line, dominates that rally. Pop up from Boris Kovacevic, and that's nicely put away by Akery. Double-handed down the line, and once more.
I think we've reached second base. That's another kiss off the tape.
The net tape is in action. Williams is going to second base. And it's all action here live at the Dan Maskell Arena. Rob Akery is on 8, 3 points away from victory. That ball may have been going out.
Yep.
But Kovacevic makes sure by playing the cross-court volley. Akery not able to rescue, so chance here for Kovacevic to trouble the scoreboard, but just sends that forehand wide, and he looks a frustrated figure here on the baseline, Rob.
Yeah, I mean, he's really long, isn't he? If he can get forward to that net, that is such a target to try and get past. But when he's been getting these volleys, he hasn't really done anything with them. You contrast it to us like we're looking at Chowry at the net, or James Salter, or when we had Annie Cologne in that first game. If that ball was up, it was getting punished. But neither the gentlemen here are Oh, let's
ATP
go! Let's
showtime
go, Boris
here
Kovacevic.
at the English Nationals. Boris Kovacevic with the big showtime moment. The ATP around the post, and just when he wanted a highlight, he bets the ATP.
But that's just one shot, isn't it? Here we go.
What a shot from Boris Kovacevic.
Double fist pump as well.
And so he should as well. I'm sure he'll look back on that one fondly.
Unfortunately, Nick, in this, while it's nice to have the highlight reel shot, we need to build a game. We need to build some points.
Yeah, and Kovacevic, I don't think he's going to record the victory here, but he's probably recorded the shot of the day. And I'm not too sure how much comfort that will bring him come the end of the day, but he's definitely got something for his social media release later on.
Yeah, absolutely. We don't see the ATP in singles very often. And also we've got to look at this. We have the red box, which contains the spare ball and often the scorecard. So to get it around past that as well is not easy.
Yeah, it often frustrates me, that red box.
Yeah,
Rob?
Well, I have a habit of moving that red box away from the net and moving it to the court entrance to not allow that to get in the way. That's another one of the Williams 1%ers. There's a few of those little tricks and tactics I've got in the locker to just give me a little bit of an edge. And it's like, if it's on, I want it to be on. I don't want the red box in the way. The only red box I'm interested in is the one in Deal or No Deal that has 100 grand in it.
How many appearances have you had on Deal or No Deal, Rob?
As many as I've had on Championship Court today. A big fat 0.
So Kovacevic is 4 points away from Akari here.
Akari not yet able to capitalise on the match points he's had, but another one just about to come.
Yeah.
I think it's a matter of time, don't you?
Yeah, I think the writing is very much on the wall. Let's see what happens here. Great exchange, and Kovacevic should be pleased with his approach shot and dominance at the non-volley zone. So,
as I said, it's big. It's hard to get past someone of that size at the net. As long as you can get the ball down, you've got a chance. But if it's up in the air, he's got a very big reach.
Yeah, great approach again, and the overhead is nice from Kovacevic.
That's the slam dunk into the sideline. And he believes he's wearing basketball shorts as well, so that's kind of apt.
He's definitely got the size and scope to be effective on the basketball court.
He's going to rue that. He was in that phase of play. There's definitely a chance on that rally.
Yeah, Akari will want to get over the line here. Oh,
unlucky. I love the first
Akari.
bag.
What a rescue. What a reset into the kitchen. And whilst Kovacic had his highlight moments in that performance, it's Rob Akari who gets the W and adds to his tally of one other win in today's group games. I'm going to try and catch up with Rob Akari to see how he's feeling after that performance. But do not go anywhere, because coming up on the show court, we've got Tom Turney taking on Jack Edwards, and that will be a phenomenal game to watch. We'll be back after this short break.
I think people come to the Nationals here in Bolton. In a lot of cases, it's new experiences. Of course, it's the echelons of the English Championships. Everybody here has, to qualify to be in the National Championships. 4 days of non-stop play from all levels, from beginner, intermediate, right up to you can see some of the players around here today. Some of the best players you'll see in the country.
We were here last year, and Pickleball England and Pickleball Scotland, they're both supporting us really well. But it's very important. We can't do it on our own. We need these types of things. Spread the word. Come and have a look at us and help us to develop what is a fantastic wheelchair sport.
We get to see everyone around the country improving year on year. I think the organisation is really, really well run. From the second I started 2.5 years ago to now, I've loved every single second on the court.
Feet is like injury, so I can retire and count down, and more patient to play to Sadia because I lost the second match.
You can go and watch a game and you don't know the people who you're actually watching, but everybody's chatting to each other about the game, and the sponsors have been great as well. You know, they're all helpful and chatty with you. I'm not actually playing today, but I've come again for the atmosphere and just to be around lots of nice people. I know quite a lot of people here anyway.
This was my first time playing the MLP, and it's such a wonderful experience. I just enjoyed it so much. One thing I'll say about pickleball as well, people of all ages, so you can have more elderly people getting into it, you can have young people getting into it as well, so that's what makes it very unique.
Pei and I kind of paired up, we played up this year, we had so much fun playing together, and it's so good to win a national title together, like it's so good. I think the main reason a lot of people watch is because even though it's obviously a very competitive final, it's always played in good spirits. Thaddeus and James, some of the nicest people on the court you can meet, as is Pei. Like it's never going to be any bad blood between anyone.
Welcome back to the Dan Maskell Arena here, live from Loughborough University for the Pickleball England English Nationals. I'm pleased to say I'm joined by Rob Ackery, who's just recorded his second win of the day, 11-7. And Rob, you must be delighted with your performance there.
Yeah, I was happy with how I played. Thought it was a good match. We had some good points. I think he hit the best shot out of both of us, but I won more points than I lost. So
yeah, and that's your second win of the day, Rob, and this is your first ever pickleball singles tournament. You must be thrilled to get 2 wins on the board.
Yeah, I'm happy to get 2 wins. Two more than I thought I'd get, being it's my first singles tournament. Yeah.
And Rob, just talk to us about where in the UK you're from and how long have you been playing pickleball?
I'm from Bristol and I've been playing pickleball for just over a year. Mostly doubles, but I enjoy singles, so I came down here for this tournament.
And your background in sport is very much tennis and padel, is that right?
Yeah, tennis, table tennis and paddle as well, yeah, or padel.
And I'm led to believe you're also a professional poker player.
That is true, yeah. I do play a bit of poker.
So give nothing away in terms of reactions.
That's right, yeah.
Well, Rob, that was a great performance on the show call. We enjoyed watching you. I think you've got a couple more games left today. Good luck in those, and we look forward to seeing more of you in the future.
Thanks very much. Thanks, I enjoyed it.
That was Rob Ackery joining us here, fresh after his 11-7 victory in his group game. Warming up behind me, we have Jack Edwards and Tom Turney, and I think they're just about ready, so we're going to cut live to Rob Williams to preview that one. And that match will get underway shortly here in Group B at the Dan Maskell Arena. Don't go anywhere.
We are underway already with this one, Nick. Thank you very much. Exchange of serves, no scores as of yet. Tom Turney serving. This will be the match that decides who wins this particular group. Both gentlemen come in undefeated. This will be their final game. So whoever wins this wins the box. That will guarantee their advancement through. Probably both gentlemen going through.
Yeah, I was talking to the tournament director during the Tomkinson and Lot game, Rob, and it's always the players in Group A and Group B who win the league, who get their bye when the numbers are uneven, who get a bye going through to the semi-finals. So in this Group B game, whoever wins this match will get a bye into the semi-finals, and for Tom Turney in particular, wearing that knee strap, that will be crucial.
Yeah. In a singles tournament, the least amount of games you can play, the better. You need to really look at managing the physicality of your body. Wow, Tom Turney.
That's a great shot from Turney, who explodes into action. Double-handed backhand, wraps his left hand around the ball, utilises his right hand for support and just finds an unlikely angle there. Great action here. Live from the Dan Maskell Arena.
And again.
Tom Turney striking that ball nicely, this time on the forehand side. Just gives himself enough space, opens his hips up and drives that ball into the open side. Great start this for Turney. Unreturned serve there, Edwards. So
it looks like he's in a hurry to get this over and done with and get through to the semis.
Yeah, and Edwards is not displaying the same level of performance that he detailed earlier here on Championship Court. Quickly, Turney gets into a 6-1 lead. And Edwards needs to arrest the momentum here.
That's a good way of doing it. A nice angled return, forcing Turney to come in rather than hitting it completely to the baseline. he focused on getting it really wide and making Turney come into the ball rather than actually letting it come to him. And there we go. Another one on the board. Good deep serve there.
Yeah, nice return from Turney during that exchange. Edwards not able to capitalise. So can Turney extend his advantage here?
And again, Turney is all over that non-volley zone line.
His anticipation matches his athleticism, which makes those passing shots so difficult.
Yeah, he's everywhere. But it's the explosion in his split step. If you look at how loaded he is every time he hits that volley, he's just ready to spring into action on the next one.
Yeah, and Edwards is under pressure. He seems fazed by the challenge of Turney here. That just goes long from Turney. So a lot of work for Jack Edwards to do if he's to get over the line, but Tom Turney looks in top form here today. Once again, it's all action from Turney at the non-volley zone, who's just expressing himself and reading the play so well. And it's match point, and there it is, match over. And what I thought would be a highly competitive affair turned out to be completely one-sided. Jack Edwards suffers his first defeat of the day. Tom Turney maintains his 100% record. He will win Group B and he will go through to the semi-finals on a bye. Having not to play in the quarter-finals is going to be massive for Tom Turney. He'll be absolutely delighted. Coming up next in Group C, we see the return of James Salter taking on Harry Warrad. And it was Salter who just managed to get the better of Anakin Owen. In fact, it was a convincing win for Salter. So it looks likely now that Salter will win that division. Here we can see he sits top of the league on the standings. The top two will progress through to the knockout. There is no lucky loser here. There's no third place finish. So Anakin Owen, Josh Roberts and Harry Warrad have it all to do here.
Looking at this, because Jason Edwards' preparer has withdrawn, this is the final match in this box. So looking at this now, if Harry Warrad wins by a margin of 7, he will qualify through. We've played 3-1, won and lost. Actually, he's got to lose. Right, so he's got to get 7 points to get his points difference up. I think it's pretty much impossible for him to qualify. I'm trying to do the math in my head here now, Nick. Obviously, I know you're a teacher, so maybe you can help me a little bit on this, but I think there is a possibility that Ward could get through, but he's going to have to win it and get 2-1. Because obviously he's got the win from the withdrawal. So it's going to have to win this match to bring him through, because if he loses it, I'm pretty sure he can't arrest his difference and it'll put Anakin Owen through to the semis.
Well, I can tell you that there's steam coming from the ears of Rob Williams as he tries to work out the standings here. So we'll go to a short break, and when we return, Rob will have used his fingers and his toes to let you know how many points Warrad needs.
Yeah, the shoes and socks are coming off. So I have reinserted my shoes and socks. I've worked it out. It's much simpler than I thought it was. Harry Warrad needs to win. 2 wins qualifies him through the group. If he loses it, it's going to be Anakin Owen that goes through, because it's going to be impossible to get a positive points difference and lose. So we know where we are right now. It's a really simple match. Salter needs to execute, win the match, and away we go. Back on the mic with me is Nick Hobbis.
Yeah, let's see how this one plays out then, Rob. James Salter will very much be the favourite, but I was impressed with how Warrad came back after a 11-0 defeat earlier on today to defeat Josh Roberts in what was a crucial matchup. And if Harry Warrad wins this game, he will get out of the group, but it's going to be tough. James Salter was mightily impressive, it seems, against Anakin Owen, defeating him 11-2. And it's just great to see Salter back in action and back playing at a really high level.
Yeah, I mean, obviously double knee surgery, it was 2 ACLs or his head on that, so that's going to be tough. That's going to really push your movement and recovery from there. Obviously, badminton coach at a very high level, I believe James is. So the movement patterns are quite similar. That dynamism for the singles game really helps. It's not so relevant in the doubles game. Certainly for singles it really helps. And obviously being 2 lefties here will be an interesting look as well.
Yeah, so Salter gets us underway. It's Warrad who receives, and if that's anything to go by, Warrad is going to trouble Salter here, because that was a powerful forehand. And once again, does that catch the line?
No, it's wide. Yeah, it's wide.
Yeah, just wide, but called in by Salter.
Blimey.
Looked slightly wide on the replay, but must have caught the line. Better angle from Salter.
And we can pretty much guarantee that it was, because Pickleball Karma put that ball in the net on that third.
There we see Karen Mitchell, chair of Pickleball England, catching up with Alexander Minog-Stone. Minog-Stone currently sitting at second. In fact, that Group A has finished, and Minog-Stone seems to have qualified.
And he lasers that down the line off the smash from Salter
out
to bring up his second point
of the group. So we can see an early graphic here that shows Tom Turney and Jack Edwards qualifying, Alexander Minog-Stone qualifying, Tom Turney and James Chowry through with byes. So we're waiting on Group C here.
So first point on the board there for Salter. Starting to ease back into this game after all the early running going in the direction of Warrad. I think we're going to see the shift now. It looks like Salter's getting into this game. Obviously a great legacy in the singles game in England for James Salter. Yeah, and there we go again. He's starting to just move him around where he wants him. He's got that control on that paddle.
Yeah, Salter's very much got the ability to put this ball wherever he wants, and his levels of accuracy are great. And as we see the swerve serve there.
Yeah, phenomenal screwball serve on that. You could really see on the camera how much that was bending and dipping in the air, kissing the line and moving away onto the other side of the court. But unsuccessful in the point in the end.
Warrad just looks at the surface there, but get no answers down there. Warrad, all the answers are in your paddle. That just catches the net. Yeah, that catches the net tape from Salter. Hands an apology to Warrad, but ultimately
That was almost a no-look forehand when he hit that. Almost like he wasn't watching the ball. Incredible how he hit that one.
Yeah, Salter's impressed me today.
That sails wide. Try and do the same thing that Salter's done. Use those inside-in forehands. Really rip it across. Great movement forward there from Harry Warrad.
Yeah, very dynamic in his movement from the baseline to the kitchen line. And Warrad is putting on a performance that shows he's more than capable at this level. We heard on interview earlier how nervous Warrad has been today, but he's not showing that here, Rob.
No, that's a great return down the line there. And that puts him level at 4-all. Look into the heavens from James Salter there. No, that's not right, is that? Oh, it must be 3-4. This can't be 5, is it, Nick?
I'm not entirely sure, but it's definitely an odd number that Warrad's on.
And that is not the end change, so it must be 5.
Yeah, he's on 4 now.
4 now, yeah. Must
so
be
I think
4
we're tied at 4-4.
4-4. And that sails long. A nice baseline exchange. There's been a lot of movement to the net. Yeah, 4-4. We could definitely see that lip reading there from James Salter calling the score.
Just to add a different dimension here, Rob, I just wonder how much James Salter actually wants to win this game. We know he's going to qualify through, and will he think that Anakin Owen's a bigger danger to him in his quest for a medal, or will he think that Harry Warrad's a bigger danger to him?
James Salter doesn't think like that. James Salter is like, why am I going to give a win away when I don't need to? He's just a competitor. He's not going to even have that go through his mind.
Well, you're probably right, Rob, because he's 6-4 up here at the change of ends, very much in the ascendancy. Not quite playing with the same fluency that we saw earlier on against Josh Roberts on the championship court, but nevertheless, he's got the advantage here.
Yeah, great play there, James Salter with the hustle. One other thing about Salter, all of our players want to play the best. If you want to compete, you want to compete against the best. So why are you going to throw a game to have a theoretically weaker opponent who may not be that weak and go in with a loss, or really going strong to that match you're going to have next? Great drop there.
Yeah, that just catches the net tape. And Harry Warrad is fighting on here. Great pickup from Salter. Yeah, the approach shot's delightful from Harry Warrad, and that's great point construction, great court craft and great movement through the transition zone to the non-volley zone. Well played, Harry Warrad. And that's just put a little bit more pressure back onto Salter.
Look at his paddle there. Almost like he's blaming the equipment. Something wasn't quite right with his contact. I see Anakin Owen there looking pensively in the background of that shot. Obviously, his fate for the rest of the day dependent on this match.
2 unreturned serves from James Salter. And a nervous Anakin Owen looks on. Remember, if Salter wins this game, Anakin Owen goes through. If Salter loses this game, Anakin Owen goes out. And that's lovely from Harry Warrad. And from 8-5 down, we're at 8-8. Anakin Owen looks a forlorn figure, a nervous figure. It's out of his hands. It's in the hands of James Salter. And it's, what a shot from Salter. It's showtime here at the Dan Maskell Arena. Out wide, slicing, bending, topspin, cross court on the diagonal. And just when Anakin Owen needed Salter to come up with a big play, Salter comes up with the best play of all. No look, the no look forehand from Salter, but Warrad is not distracted. He reads it.
Yeah, that's not a good play. It's not the time to try and do the disguise. Maybe just go straight through your opponent from that location. That's such precision on that forehand down the line from Salter.
Yeah, Warrad tries the slice backhand, just catches the net tape. So, tied at 8-8.
Who wants it more, Nick?
Anakin Owen wants it more. That's for sure. Salter.
He got away with it. That was so high.
Yeah, Warrad would have wanted that. James Chowry, meanwhile, knows he's through to the semi-final.
Oh,
just avoids the kitchen. Great footwork from Warrad. And forgetting pickleball, even after that ball's bounced twice, if you put your foot into the non-volley zone off a volley, you will lose the point. Great approach. And that just goes wide from Warrad.
Yeah, that slide serve he's doing is really enabling that forehand drive from Salter. In pickleball, when you hit with one particular spin and hit with the alternate spin, it absolutely magnifies what you're doing. So it looks like that's gone. Yep, that's now match point. Oh, no. I think the serve was long, so we're back at 8-9. That is a precision drop from the baseline there. That is pure double skills on a single score.
Yeah, great play from Salter. Just puts that ball below the height of the net at the feet of Warrad. Yeah, the forehand exchange. Warrad just slips slightly, so it does bring up match point. It brings up Anakin Owen point. James Salter can take himself and Owen through to the quarterfinals here, but not on this point. This game's still alive. Two players out of this group will play either Jack Edwards or Alexander Minog in the quarterfinals. Will it be Warrad? Will it be Salter? Will it be Owen? It's out of Owen's hands. Great forehand by Warrad, and he's keeping his hopes alive. Harry Warrad wants it. Harry Warrad wants to be in the quarterfinals of the English Nationals in his first singles event here in England. Harry Warrad has got the desire, but he hasn't got the serving ability. He puts that straight into the net.
Trying to do too much. You've got to make that ball at that point of a match. Has to go over the net. I don't care if it's long, but I want it over the net.
Second match point, James Salter. And Harry Warrad is great in the return. His movement is athletic once more. Look at the pace towards the kitchen line. The volley's nice. So Harry Warrad, can you level the game up now? Ball in hand. Get your serve in, young man. Get your serve in.
Great first volley, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great play from Salter, who just maintains his composure, places the ball onto the backhand of Warrad, and then fires the forehand volley across court. So, third match point, Salter. Great return.
Oh, it looked like it was going all the way.
Yeah. Anakin Owens biting his nails over in the corner. I'm not too sure how much more he can watch of this. There he is, praying. The boy is praying. And now he's biting his nails. He's pensive. He's thoughtful. He's under pressure and he can't do anything about it. Harry Warrad can though. James Salter can. That ball goes into the net and James Salter, it's the third opportunity to get over the line. Third match point. Harry Warrad's had his chance.
And it goes begging again.
Wide. And I'm looking for any reaction from Anakin Owen. There is none. Absolutely nothing. Gives me a little smile. That's my favourite moment of the weekend so far. But what a play from Warrad. Catches the sideline. We'll win by 2. Anakin Owen, do not worry. We'll win by 2. I wish he was over here right now. Look at him. He closes his eyes. He cannot believe what's happening.
That's what he needs. That's the kind of stuff Anakin's after.
Lady Luck is on the side of Salter and Owen. This is absolute drama at its finest here. 2 points for victory, but what a return from Warrad. And what has Salter got to do to get over the line? He's had 3 match points. Warrad's defended them all. We're tied at 10-all. If Warrad wins, he's through. And Owen's out. If Salter wins, he's through. And Owen's through.
This is really nervy, Nick.
It's
barely
tense.
I think the rally's had 4 shots or less.
Get
that serve, get that return right, and you're away.
It's absolutely sensational drama here.
And
Live
there's
on the
one.
Dan Maskell Arena. Salter scores a point. Brings up his 4th match point.
Bit of off pace. A little bit shorter, bring him in. A bit of variation working. Let's see what he does on this one.
Match point number 4.
Oh my.
What a drive. What a return. And Harry Warrad is fighting for his pickleball life here. The journey continues. The tension continues. The drama continues here.
Yep, there we go. It's 11-all.
Win by 2, 11-11. Anakin Owen cannot believe what's going on. And I find it highly entertaining. The pressure the man is under, and he cannot lift a paddle, he cannot hit a ball. But just when you need a serve most, Warrad puts that into the net. What
That's
a cross
what you
court
need.
Forehand, James Salter.
I think if he gets through this, Anakin Owen is buying a multiple number of beers for James Salter this evening.
He's got to get through this first. What a rescue from Salter. He dives, he lunges. And Harry Warrad keeps that ball in play. It's showtime here at the English Nationals. What a rescue from Salter, but Warrad just puts that ball back behind him. Give Salter a round of applause. Salter's limping away there. 11-12. What a game. What action. What drama here with Pickleball England at the English Nationals. Powered by Franklin, Nottiscan and Dupat.
Oh, the
net tape
goal.
rescue. Oh, do me a favour. I cannot believe it. In fact, don't do me a favour. Salter is doing Anakin Owen a favour. Look at the lunging capacity of James Salter. He's had an ACL injury and his hamstrings are not doing him any favours whatsoever here. Match point number 5. Great depth. And there it is. James Salter gets over the line. Anakin Owen collapses in the corner off his chair. James Salter has just done Anakin Owen a huge favour. The relief in Anakin Owen's face is there for all to see. The puff of the cheeks. Not a great viewing experience for Anakin Owen, but first-class entertainment here for us in the comms
think
booth.
he's going to come round.
And
here we
at
go,
home.
here we go, here we go. Here comes the moment.
He congratulates Salter. He thanks Salter. He absolutely ignores Warrad. And let's not forget, Harry Warrad has played his part in an absolute classic here on centre court. He'll be overjoyed with his performance there. While we take a breath, while we take a breather, we'll be back with news of who plays who in our men's quarterfinals. But coming up next, we'll have a group stage match featuring Jess Wilson and the phenomenal Marcia Audebert. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back after this short break.
No matter the type of player you are.
Junior, for now. No matter where you're from.
אני מישראל, שלום.
No matter your gender.
No matter your age.
No matter what tour you play on or who you play with.
What matters is your love of the game.
Celebrating the sport.
And knowing your level so that you can keep pickleball fun and fair for everyone.
What matters is you.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league.
Things have a funny way of sneaking up on us. You play once, and you want to play again and again and again. You find yourself in driveways, courts, clubs, tournaments. You ask friends, colleagues, or even someone new. Today and every day, we celebrate the athlete in all of us. It's time to get out and play.
I think people come to the Nationals here in Bolton. In a lot of cases, it's new experiences. Of course, it's the echelons of the English Championships. Everybody here has, to qualify to be in the National Championships. 4 days of non-stop play from all levels, from beginner, intermediate, right up to you can see some of the players around here today. Some of the best players you'll see in the country.
We were here last year, and Pickleball England and Pickleball Scotland, they're both supporting us really well. But it's very important. We can't do it on our own. We need these types of things to spread the word. Come and have a look at us and help us to develop what is a fantastic wheelchair sport.
We get to see everyone around the country improving year on year. I think the organisation is really, really well run. From the second I started 2.5 years ago to now, I've loved every single second on the court.
Because my feet is like injury, so I can retire and count down. And more patient to play to Sadia because I lost the second match.
You can go and watch a game and you don't know the people who you're actually watching, but everybody's chatting to each other about the game, and the sponsors have been great as well. They're all helpful and chatty with you. I'm not actually playing today, but I've come again for the atmosphere and just to be around lots of nice people. I know quite a lot of people here anyway.
This was my first time playing the MLP, and it's such a wonderful experience. I just enjoyed it so much. One thing I'll say about pickleball as well, people of all ages, so you can have more elderly people getting into it. You can have young people getting into it as well. So that's what makes it very unique.
Pei and I kind of paired up. We played up this year. We had so much fun playing together, and it's so good to win a national title together. Like, it's so good. I think the main reason a lot of people watch is because even though it's obviously a very competitive final, it's always played in good spirits. Thaddeus and James, some of the nicest people on the court you can meet, as is Pei. Like, it's never going to be any bad blood between anyone.
Welcome back to the Dan Maskell Arena here for Pickleball England at the English Nationals 2024-2025. I'm Nick Hobbs and I'm just catching a little bit of a breather after an exciting clash at the end of our Group C game in our men's division. But coming up next on the show court, we've got Jess Wilson versus Marcia Audebert, and it looks like they're underway here already. So an early start for Wilson and Audebert, and it's 1 point on the board already for Jess Wilson. Sends her return long there. And Jess Wilson has lost all three of her games here so far today, as has Marcia Audebert. That's nice from Audebert though. Court coverage lovely, even at this stage of the weekend. And Jess Wilson just crashes into the sponsor. Hoarding, she's down. She's not out, she gets up. Puts the furniture back together again. It's time to play, Jess, not sit down. Thankfully, she's okay. Such is Wilson's desire to get a win on the boards here. Lovely double-handed backhand from Audebert. Wilson comes in. Audebert exploits the space behind Wilson on a forehand side. And that drive from Audebert just goes long, I think. Somebody from the crowd not too accurate in their ball retrieval throwing skills. Just send that over the head of Wilson. So on return serve takes Wilson to 2. And that's a lovely volley from Wilson. What a great rally here on the championship court. Wilson, early preparation of her paddle and just angles that ball away from Audebert. That just goes wide. So we're tied at 3-3 in the early exchanges. Here, Marcia Audebert continues to put a show on for watching viewers at home and here at the Dan Maskell Arena.
It looks like it's all to play for, Nick. This is the one that decides the 4th place, isn't it?
It is indeed, because both of these players have lost all of their games today.
So at the moment, it looks like Jess Wilson's got a 4-point advantage on that count back. So that's going to be key.
The problem being, Rob, that once both of these, whoever wins this game has to play Thadia Locke in the next stage, and both these players have lost 11-0 to Thadia Locke.
Ouch.
Yeah. So I'm not entirely sure. And there's Thadia Locke having a chat with Karen Mitchell, knowing that she's already through to the semi-finals. I'm not entirely sure how keen either player will be to be on the receiving end of another potential bagel.
Yeah, it's not pleasant to have that happen to you. But we're at the interchange here. I mean, it's almost the fat lady is warming up, because the goal difference is nearly done that Marshall Alderbrook cannot recover from. Once that difference gets beyond 4, even if you win, you're not going through.
And that's lovely from Wilson, who picks up the mid-court return, manages to get it up and down to the sideline. Placement over power there for Wilson.
1 more point for Wilson, and it is going to be her going through whatever the outcome of this match. Actually, what am I talking about?
I'm not entirely sure that's the case, Rob.
Who wins, wins.
It's whoever
wins, wins.
Yeah,
who wins, wins.
It's just the... It's just a W
who
in
wins,
the column.
wins. That's it. Yeah, I'm assessing about point difference again. There's no need.
Yeah.
Who wins, wins.
You put your socks and shoes back on, my friend.
Yeah. This is a long day, Nick. My brain is starting to... trying to think to do too much when it comes to... Look at that.
Double-handed backhand, double-handed backhand, double-handed backhand. Marcia Alderbrough is all class here on the show court. She's absolutely brilliant, Rob.
Yep. She's 2 days in and hits that. Oh, so close.
Marcia.
That was a bit Brady Bunch there, Nick.
Don't cry for me, Marcia Alderbrough. That ball, she created the opportunity but puts the ball into the net. Wilson just ensuring Alderbrough knows the score at 7-4, we believe. Great power on the forehand, but the return from Wilson on the backhand side is exquisite.
You can see Alderbrough just hesitant to get forward there and leaves that window open. If she stayed back, she's got to play on that ball.
Serve goes long though.
Yep, scribble serve. That classic Jess Wilson trademark, hitting it right from her hip.
Lovely placement on the volley, second time around from Alderbrough. She regains the serve and wins the point, so that takes her to 5, closes the gap to 3. All to play for here. That goes long from Wilson as well, so gaps down to 2. Battle royale here in our final women's group game. Who wants to play Thadia Locke the most? Who wants to get through to the English Nationals semi-final at open level? Lovely double-handed backhand from Alderbrough. And it would be great to have on your CV that you were the silver medalist at open level, at senior level, and semi-finalist at open level. Can Alderbrough get the job done? Oh! That ball just hits the net and stays on the side of Alderbrough. So it's Wilson with ball in hand.
Here we go. 8 all, Nick. 8 all. Everything to play for.
Yeah, it's game on. Race to 11 here. Does that ball stay in? Yes, it does. And Wilson can't rescue. And from an unlikely position at 4-8, it's now 9-8 in favour of Marcia Audebert. She's a warrior. She's a trooper. And she's on her way to the semi-finals as it currently stands. Look at the double-handed backhand from Marcia Audebert, who's putting absolutely everything on the line here. She's leaving everything on the court and
match
giving
point,
it
Nick.
her
Match
absolute
point.
all match point. Marcia Audebert. Sadia Lott watches on. Who will she play? Will it be Wilson? Will it be Audebert? Approach shots. Oh, that ball just catches the net, but great play from Audebert. Even better scramble from Wilson, who's breathing heavy as she rescues the X40, picks it up, composes herself before serving here. Place in the semi-final awaits.
And again, she threads the needle past the outstretched Wilson.
Marcia Audebert, you are Showtime. 100%. Second match point, Marcia Audebert. She calls that ball in. Look tight to me. Open side. Called out by Wilson. We're going to take a look on the replay. Audebert's not sure. Here it comes.
Oh, that's... I need another angle on that, Nick. Need another angle on that. The only way to tell that'll be a camera down the line.
Yeah, we cannot be entirely definitive, but it looks a tough call.
Oh, no.
And now the game has changed because Wilson, with ball in hand, wins a point, closes the gap to 1.
Audebert's doing the right thing here. She's taking her time, getting set. That was in.
I'd like to see a replay on that one, that's for sure.
Oh, no. On the replay.
It's definitely long, yeah. Definitely long.
Weird, isn't it? That first one is really tough to call. So we're now a 2-point game.
Yeah, first to 12 as it currently stands. And I can't believe the misfortune here for Audebert. Once again, the net tape and everything is against Marcia Audebert. This game's turned on its head with a line call. And Jess Wilson would have called that as she saw it, but replays here suggest that although we can be definitive that that ball was in, that does go long though. So what has Audebert got left in the tank? Is she running on empty?
Well, that's one.
It's another
2 more to go.
Serve.
I'm liking how slowly she's taking this. She's taking her time.
She's experienced. She's all class. She's all quality. She's experienced.
And there we go. Another match point.
Here we go, Marcia Audebert. Can she get over the line now? Will she be a semi-finalist here in the Open Division? Changes it up down the line.
Oh,
but what
look at that
great
forehand.
forehand from Wilson. Finds a great angle, great pickup, great top spin, just whips that ball into the open side. Marcia Audebert opened up the space. Wilson exploited it. And Marcia Audebert, after having 3 match points in this game, once again sees Wilson tie us up at 12-12.
And another match point to Wilson.
Returns called long. Jess Wilson has her own match point here. Second match point for Wilson. Puts that ball into the net. Neither player wants to win, and I'm not surprised. Thadia Locker waits.
Yep, it's an early visit home, but a bit of a rest maybe. Getting back home a little bit earlier. It's going to be hard work in Thadia Locker. The game of best of 3 as well, isn't it? If you're looking at a semi. Should be a 3-gamer, I think.
No,
play to 15, Nick.
First to 15 here. Yeah, Thadia is all smiles as she rests on the sidelines, awaits to see who she will play. Another match point here for Wilson. What a double-handed backhand by Marcia Audebert. Not for the first time, not for the second time. It's the third time, and it might not be the last. Marcia Audebert is opening up here on the show court. Great footwork coming forward. That ball's aerial.
Oh,
great
look at that
angle
slam dunk
on
smash.
the smash. And Audebert has once again turned this game around, turned this game on its head.
That is a beautiful smash. That is all location.
Audebert's looking for lines
Just
here,
goes wide.
and that goes wide. She went left-hand sideline, found it. Went right-hand sideline, found it. Tries to come back to the left-hand side and misses it. So, tied at 13-13. How much has Audebert got? By my reckoning, she's played around 12 or 13 games of singles pickleball in the last 2 days, Rob.
Wow. That's impressive. That is not fun. Richard Love was saying after yesterday how brutal singles is, and this is the second day for Marcia Audebert.
She's an absolute superstar of the sport, Marcia Audebert. And look at the forehand whip.
Yeah.
Wilson can't pick that up, and this time clashes into the barriers on the bottom side of the court. So, another match point for Audebert. I'll make it match point number 5. Will she be going through to the semis now? Yes, she is. Marcia Audebert. What a woman. What a superstar of the sport of pickleball. A role model for everybody who plays this sport. She goes through to the semi-final. Unlucky for Jess Wilson, who bows out at a crucial stage. But Marcia Audebert progresses on into one more game. Maybe 2, but definitely 1 against Thadia Lock. I'm going to attempt to catch up with Marcia. But before I do, let's just take a quick look at how the men's draw is looking. James Chowry, the Group A winner, gets his bye into the semi-finals. Tom Turney, the Group B winner, gets his bye into the semi-finals. So Jack Edwards will play Anakin Owen. Alexander Minog Stone will play James Salter. And coming up on the show court, we will be showcasing Jack Edwards versus Anakin Owen. We're going to shoot to a quick word from our sponsors, and I'll be back with more with Marcia Audebert. Welcome back to the Dan Maskell Arena, and I'm overjoyed to suggest that Marcia Audebert joins me over here for a few words. An absolute shining light here in the sport of pickleball, in UK sport, full stop. Marcia, yesterday you were the silver medalist in our seniors division. Today you're a semi-finalist in our open division. How overjoyed are you?
Very. It's really nice to get to play all these young girls, and to have a win and go through is really good.
And that game just seemed to go on and on and on. Physically, you must be exhausted.
I'm actually really tired. Jess is an amazing player, so she had me running everywhere. But yeah, very good game. I'm very happy to have gone through.
We think you've played around 14 sets of pickleball this weekend alone. Where'd you get your energy from?
I don't know. It just pulled it out at the end on the centre court. I'm pretty tired.
And coming up next, you've got Thadia Locke in the semi-final. So are we running on empty, or is there more petrol in the tank?
I'm really tired, but I'm going to try really hard to give her a couple of games. But she's such a good player that it's just privileged to be on the court with her.
Well, she should be privileged too to be on a court with an inspiration like you, Marcia. Thanks very much for joining us, and we wish you all the best of luck in your semi-final.
Thank you.
That was the phenomenal Marcia Audebert joining us here on the live stream for Pickleball England. Coming up next, we have a men's singles quarter final, and there you can see the draw. Jack Edwards and Anakin Owen, Alexander Minog Stone versus James Salter. They will have aspirations to get through to the semi-finals, where it's a matchup versus James Chowry or a matchup versus Tom Turney. We'll be showcasing the Jack Edwards versus Anakin Owen game, and the players are just going through their final warm-ups now. And Anakin Owen will just be relieved to be in this position. He's got James Salter to thank. He's not had the smoothest of runs through to the quarter-final stages. Whereas Jack Edwards only suffered one defeat in his group stage, and that was at the hands of Tom Turney. So form would suggest Edwards will take the victory here. Experience would side with Owen. Either way, it's scheduled to be a classic. Change of format as well. We've got a race to 15. Win by 2. Knockout stage, pickleball, high tension, high drama, high entertainment. Owen's ready. Edwards is ready. I'm sure you're ready at home too. Thanks for joining us wherever you're watching from here on this Sunday afternoon before we hit Bank Holiday Monday here in the UK. You're watching the English Nationals from the Dan Maskell Arena with me, Nick Hobbis, bringing you wall-to-wall coverage of the men's quarterfinals and the women's semi-finals here in our open divisions. On behalf of Pickleball England, Franklin, Notties, Scan and Duper. And the first quarter-final is about to get underway. So first to 15, win by 2. I'm led to believe here. Jack Edwards playing out of Telford. Pickleball over in Shropshire. Telford, the home of the Pickleball England English Open, set to welcome players from around the world the first week of August. Entries for that event will open soon after this event. Check the Pickleball England social media pages for more information on that, or head to the Pickleball England website. So a strong start here for Owen, who, let's not forget, has James Salter to thank for his position here in the quarterfinals, managing to defeat Harry Warrad in a tie-break. Warrad put on a great performance for spectators. And that's great footwork from Owen, who anticipates the forehand drive down the line and puts that volley away nicely. Meanwhile, on court 2, Salter and Minog have started their quarter-final battle. Just 1 or 2 errors from Edwards, who's bound to be nervous playing at this level for the first time on the show court for the first time today. That's a missed third by Edwards, who will need to seek small improvements if he's to remain competitive in this quarter-final. Anakin Owen misfires there. Nervy early stages here at the Dan Maskell Arena. And that's aerial from Edwards, who just puts it on a plate for Anakin Owen. Great backhand angle and the pirouette afterwards. Ballerina-esque from Owen. Lovely double-handed backhand passing shot though from Jack Edwards. Owen puts the ball into the kitchen. Edwards composes himself and picks his spot and finds it meticulously. Can he trouble the scoreboard though? Through the legs, hot dog from Owen. And then he tries the pancake rescue. Hot dog alert, hot dog alert. That's lovely from Edwards, who seems to have settled nicely now into this quarter-final. Rips that left-handed forehand past Anakin Owen. And once again, the double-handed backhand passing shot is sublime. Jack Edwards is here. Jack Edwards has arrived. Jack Edwards is on fire here in our men's singles open quarter-final. And all of a sudden, the unforced errors are coming from Anakin Owen. Such is the pressure that Edwards has put on him in the last couple of rallies. Ooh, the rescue play from Edwards just goes wide of the line. Meanwhile, you can see the other quarterfinals finished, and Salter's courtside here. I don't know the result of that game. That's lovely from Jack Edwards. Double-handed backhand cross-court on the diagonal into the open space. Regains the serve. But consistency from Owen on the volley. Once Owen's established at that kitchen line, you're going to have to pass him because drop him at your peril. His hands are that good in and around the kitchen. No look, forehand drive by Owen. Looks left, drops the shoulder and plays it right. The messy play, the Lionel Messi play of pickleball. Drops that shoulder, that's delightful from Anakin Owen. But nice and consistent from Edwards. Remains undisturbed by the showmanship from Anakin Owen. Tries a lob. That just goes long as well. So we're tied here. We're back and forth. Serve goes wide from Edwards. Cannot afford mistakes like that. Every play is crucial here in the quarterfinals. Tries the soft hands approach. Just catches the net. So advantage Owen. Rob Williams over there watching on from the sidelines. Very much a supporter of Anakin Owen. Edwards gets the better of the hands battle. Owen not quite set to defend there, so Edwards with ball in hand. Gets his serve in this time. And drives the forehand cross court wide of Owen, who can do nothing about it. The return was deep. Owen was at the net, but the passing shot is beautiful. And that's just called wide narrowly by millimetres. Yeah, Anakin Owen's getting through a lot of work here, and Jack Edwards is dominating at the kitchen line. And this time it's Owen's turn to be a winning presence at the non-volley zone. So no player able to ascertain an advantage so far. But the net tape comes to the aid of Owen on the in-to-out forehand drive. And then puts... Yeah, that was just a ball retrieval moment, so 6-5. Make that 7-5 now to Owen, who does establish a lead, who is in the ascendancy, who does open up some breathing space here over Jack Edwards. Yeah, nice return from Jack Edwards. Nice point construction there. And Owen will want that one back. I'm sure that ball was there to be volleyed. And he just looks slightly nervous, Anakin Owen here. Great speed. Great speed by Jack Edwards. Owen tries the drop shot, but the turn of pace is electric from Edwards, who ties this game up at 7-7. 2 points in a row for Jack Edwards, gets us back to 7-7 here. And what a forehand by Jack Edwards. That sees a change of ends. And from 2 points down, Jack Edwards goes into a 1 point advantage. Still all to play for here, but the momentum currently sits with Jack Edwards. I advertised earlier this morning that you might want to remember the name, because Edwards has got a huge future in the sport of pickleball, and he's definitely announcing himself here at the Dan Maskell Arena. He stands ready to play whilst Owen towels down. There's a brief conversation with Rob Williams. And it's an unreturned serve immediately at the change of ends. 4 points in a row for Jack Edwards. And once more, it's Edwards who's dominant on the show court here. Meanwhile, behind me, Tomkinson and Griffith are warming up for their semi-final match. Anakin Owen arrests the momentum that Edwards had gained, and you feel like he's got to trouble the scoreboard here. Just composes himself, takes a breather. Realises that he lost 5 points in a row. The space was there, just rips that forehand wide. That's nice from Owen, who gets a return in nice and wide. Edwards keeps the ball in play, but it's Owen that punches the volley. And that's exquisite pinpoint and absolute quality from Owen. Double-handed backhand, ball below the height of the net, bouncing into the kitchen. That's a nice little bit of luck for Edwards. Just catches the top of the net here. The drive from Owen wasn't great. The volley wasn't great, but it's Edwards who comes out on top thanks to the Franklin nets. Great placement by Edwards, who takes all of the pace off the ball and just lifts that ball onto the backhand wing of Owen. Keeps that 3 point advantage. Yeah, nice angle on the overhead smash. It's all pretty much Edwards could do there, so things get tighter here, things get tenser. It's Anakin Owen with all the work to do. 3 points the difference. Edwards misses an easy volley, so that gap closes to 2. A place in the semi-final awaits. A matchup versus James Chowry awaits. That ball goes long from Edwards, and Owen is on the comeback here. One point, the difference. Owen just sends the third wide. It's a nice return from Edwards. These rallies are 3, 4, 5 shots at most. Both players had a long day of playing. There's physical exertions there. Ball's called wide by Owen. Narrowly wide at that. So, Anakin Owen can tie the fixture up. 11-11. But the placement again from Edwards highlights that actually it's not all about power. Yes, power is a weapon in this format of the game, but if you've got the ability to place that ball into a location of your choosing, then it's equally as effective. Return goes long from Owen. Jack Edwards, he's 3 points away from causing an upset here and making his way through to the semi-finals. But Owen's still in this, still fighting, still clinging on to the hopes of progression into the semis himself. That's a real bad unforced error from Owen, and he knows it. So, ball's back here with Edwards. He wants to get on with it. Owen's delaying. Net court. What's a double-handed backhand? What a save. And another rescue from Owen, who ultimately is starfished in the kitchen zone. And Jack Edwards is just piling on the pressure. Play after play after play. Timeout called by Anakin Owen. Jack Edwards takes a breather. Rob Williams has a conversation with Anakin Owen. Meanwhile, Jack Edwards talks to his supporting group. Jack Edwards will be serving when the play gets back underway. There we can see what's happened in the other quarter-final, and it's another shock as Minog Stone defeats James Salter. What a semi-final clash that will be. Alexander Minog Stone against Tom Turney. But who will play James Chowry? Will it be Jack Edwards? Will it be Anakin Owen? Edwards is 2 points away. Make that 1 point because the passing shot is exquisite. And Jack Edwards has got match point against Anakin Owen. What a surprise this will be. What a story unfolding here at the Pickleball England English Nationals. And Jack Edwards gets the job done. Congratulated by Anakin Owen. What a performance by an impressive Jack Edwards. Come into this tournament as the number 11 seed. He progresses through to play James Chowry, but Jack Edwards will be delighted with that. Commiserations to Anakin Owen, a fierce competitor as always, but it's Edwards who advances on in a matchup against Chowry. Minog Stone versus Turney, and just a reminder for those people who are watching on Facebook Live, the stream link will now end, but it will be reset immediately. So a new link will be sent out for Facebook Live viewers. If you're watching on YouTube, will remain on the same link. Coming up next, we've got our first women's semi-final featuring Thadia Locke, who takes on the superstar Marcia Audebert. Don't go anywhere, we'll be back after this short break.
No matter the type of player you are.
Junior, for now. No matter where you're from.
אני מישראל, shalom.
No matter your gender.
No matter your age.
No matter what tour you play on or who you play with.
What matters is your love of the game.
Celebrating the sport.
And knowing your level so that you can keep pickleball fun and fair for everyone.
What matters is you.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league.
Things have a funny way of sneaking up on us. You play once, and you want to play again and again and again. You find yourself in driveways, courts, clubs, tournaments. You ask friends, colleagues, or even someone new. Today and every day, we celebrate the athlete in all of us. It's time to get out and play.
I think people come to the Nationals here in Bolton. In a lot of cases, it's new experiences. Of course, it's the echelons of the English Championships. Everybody here has, to qualify to be in the National Championships. 4 days of non-stop play from all levels, from beginner, intermediate, right up to you can see some of the players around here today. Some of the best players you'll see in the country.
We were here last year, and Pickleball England and Pickleball Scotland, they're both supporting us really well. But it's very important, we can't do it on our own. We need these types of things, spread the word. Come and have a look at us and help us to develop what is a fantastic wheelchair sport.
We get to see everyone around the country improving year on year. I think the organisation is really, really well run. From the second I started 2.5 years ago to now, I've loved every single second on the court.
Because my feet is like injury, so I can retire and count down. And more patient to play to Sadia because I lost the second match.
You can go and watch a game and you don't know the people who you're actually watching, but everybody's chatting to each other about the game, and the sponsors have been great as well. You know, they're all helpful and chatty with you. I'm not actually playing today, but I've come again for the atmosphere and just to be around lots of nice people. I know quite a lot of people here anyway.
This was my first time playing the MLP, and it's such a wonderful experience. I just enjoyed it so much. One thing I'll say about pickleball as well, people of all ages, so you can have more elderly people getting into it, you can have young people getting into it as well, so that's what makes it very unique.
Pei and I kind of paired up, we played up this year, we had so much fun playing together, and it's so good to win a national title together, like, it's so good. I think the main reason a lot of people watch is because even though it's obviously a very competitive final, it's always played in good spirits. Thadia and James, some of the nicest people on the court you can meet, as is Pei. Like, it's never going to be any bad blood between anyone.
Welcome back to the Dan Maskell Arena here at Loughborough University in the semi-final of our Women's Singles Open is underway. Thadia Locke and Marcia Audebert. And Audebert has already done something that she couldn't do in the group stage, and that's win a point against Locke. Locke defeated her 11-0 earlier on. But Marcia Audebert has come out of the blocks firing. She goes 2-0 up in the early stages of this game. Great placement from Locke. Thadia Locke is on a mission to regain the English national singles title. 2023 winner was Pei Cao. This is the 2024-25 event, and Locke has travelled back from New Zealand to play in this competition, finds herself in the semi-finals. And double-handed backhand from Audebert, who's off to an absolute brilliant start, and nobody, absolutely nobody, expected this. She goes 3-0 up. Make that 4. Audebert has a 4-0 head start on Locke. And it's not a handicap. Audebert has earned those points. Oh, and the space was there. The gap had opened up. So, can Locke get on the scoreboard? Great serve by Locke, so she does get on the scoreboard. We're at 1-4. Rob Williams rejoins me in the comms booth. An electric start by Audebert, Rob.
Yeah, Marcia's husband, Bernie, has been going, look at that pass, she did it again. He's really happy with how she's represented at the moment. And we go again.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant from Audebert.
The inspirational Audebert, I think we can say here.
Yeah, she leads 4-2, I think.
Oh, just snatched on that a little bit. She's frustrated. Little tap on her thigh there.
Audebert will understand the challenge that's ahead of her in this semi-final, but she's meeting it head on, as we've described all weekend, about the icon that is Marcia Audebert up against one of the top players in Europe in both formats of the game, Thadia Locke, the international superstar that is Thadia Locke.
Interestingly, Nick, they are closer in age than anybody else in the entire tournament for the women's doubles, women's singles.
Yeah, well, you'll be forgiven for thinking that Thadia was a complete spring chicken, given her athleticism, movement and young looks.
Yes. The number of females in people have gone, oh God, I wish I like Thadia at that age.
Yeah, 100%. Thadia got a background in tennis until an injury curbed that career, and found pickleball by accident really, but quickly set the pickleball scene on fire with her ability, especially her ground strokes.
Yeah, similar growth path. Molly Nags came in from tennis in a similar way, kind of found it a little bit by luck, coming in and then sort of dominating the scene again.
And both international superstars, of course. Rob, Molly Nags, the English Open singles champion,
Yes,
as it
correct.
currently stands.
Yeah, not taking part in this tournament this weekend.
No, she's here in a coaching capacity.
Yeah, that's correct. I think she's just taking a little bit of time to focus on what she wants to really do for the future. It is a good decision to make.
Thaddeus Locke with a lovely volley cross court back then. What a great rescue from Audebert, and she's not going to be able to keep running like that, surely. She's a Duracell bunny.
Yeah.
And after a 4-0 head start, Locke has quickly turned that around.
Yeah, I mean, it's now going to be a case of the legs. I mean, possibly has Marcia Audebert thrown everything she can at it? Is there much gas left in the tank after going for that big 4-point run at the start?
Yeah, I asked that question of Audebert in our interview after a group stage win that saw her get through to the semi-finals, and she says she's incredibly tired, but she'll never give up.
That's what we want to hear, isn't it? The ultimate competitor.
Yeah, both of these players, Rob, as I sit here and consider how fortunate I am to watch both ladies in action, are great role models for females, not just in pickleball, but around the country and further afield, in how they control themselves and conduct themselves on court, but such great ambassadors and such lovely people off court as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's kind of a hallmark of our game, isn't it? And long may that continue.
And there's significant pressures on Locke today with media duties, contact with sponsors, and she was incredibly helpful in coming over to talk to me first after her first win of the day, and thanked us for all of our work here in the comms booth this weekend. Just highlights how fondly she's thought of in the pickleball world and wider afield as well.
Yeah, absolutely there, Nick. So it's really going one way now, isn't it? I think the momentum has well and truly shifted in the direction of Thaddeus Locke.
It is indeed, but I think the sternest test is to come. The semi-final between Griffith and Tomkinson has finished. What a great rescue by Locke, and Audebert gets the look and just pokes that into the offside.
That was a resounding win, wasn't it? Off camera, Ellie Tomkinson takes Chantel Griffiths 15-1.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by that, Rob. Griffiths has done remarkably well, and she'll be still hoping for a bronze medal. Poor old Marcia Audebert, poor young Marcia Audebert will have to face Chantal Griffiths in that bronze medal match, but we will have an absolute fantastic matchup between Locke and Tomkinson.
Yeah, and obviously the form book wouldn't have suggested that based on the results historically. Looking at coming into this, Ellie was our 4th seed. But I know both of us had that conversation before we started the day, and we thought that, yeah, Ellie's going to probably make the final. She's on a massive upward path.
She's on an incredible journey, and she's just at the start of it. But let's get back to this one. Let's enjoy the final stages where Locke will want to stay pretty warm here in terms of the way she's striking this ball, ready for that final, and that will please her no end. She's all class, all quality. The international superstar that is Thaddeus Locke has match point here in the semi-final and just catches the top of the net. And even at 14-4, you can see the frustration on Locke's face. Such high standards expected from Locke at all times. Look at the preparation, look at the stance, look at the desire on every ball, on every point, on every stroke. She's a professional, she's a superstar, and she's heading to the final. Not just yet, though.
Second time of asking, Nick. There is very much the commentator's curse coming in at the moment.
Indeed. You run out of superlatives for Thaddeus Locke, though. Very humble. Also very kind with her time and generous with her time for players of different standards and qualities. But it's third match point here. Is it now? I think it is. Marcia Audebert, take a bow. You've been absolutely phenomenal this weekend. You will go into the bronze medal match, but it's all about Thadia Locke, who's impressive in her semi-final performance. She marches on to the final. She came here with one goal today, and that was to walk away with the gold medal, and that opportunity still exists. But she will have to take out Ellie Tomkinson in the final if she is to achieve the goals, the high standards that she sets herself. Before that final, we have the opportunity to enjoy a great semi-final matchup in our men's open division. It feels like a shot to nothing for Jack Edwards. He's got the quality, he's got the class, but will he trouble the phenomenal, the outstanding James Chowry? That semi-final will come up after this short break.
No matter the type of player you are.
Junior, for now. No matter where you're from.
אני מישראל, שלום.
No matter your gender.
No matter your age.
No matter what tour you play on or who you play with.
What matters is your love of the game.
Celebrating the sport.
And knowing your level so that you can keep pickleball fun and fair for everyone.
What matters is you.
Welcome back to the Dan Maskell Arena. I'm pleased to say I've been joined by Ray Claremont. And Ray, I've brought you in for a quick chat. First of all, to find out how you are. One of the top UK female players here, played on the Challenger PPL tour with Thadia Locke under her tutelage. You must be pleased that your coach is in the final.
Yeah, absolutely. She's just the most fantastic mentor and player, so really, really happy for her. Yeah.
And Ray, just talk to us about your journey today in the singles competition. How have you got on today?
I lost in the quarterfinals, which was a little bit disappointing, but it's my first time playing singles outside of the PPL, so I played in 4.0, so I'm pleased with my performance. A little bit bummed, but that's okay. A little bit disappointed, but that's okay.
I'm sure you'll be back for more in future, Ray. And I understand that you play quite a bit with Jack Edwards at Telford Pickleball Club. He's got a big matchup coming up against James Chowry. Talk to us how you think he might be feeling ahead of this one.
I think he'll be a little bit nervous, but I think this is just fantastic for him because it's his first big singles tournament outside of the Open last year, and he's grown so much as a player, and he's so competitive and has just entered the draft for the PPL next year, which is really exciting. So I think it's an opportunity for him to get his name out there and just play, and he's doing so well today.
Yeah, fantastic. We wish Jack the very best of luck. And Ray, we wish you the best of luck as well, because your development and progression in the world of pickleball has been expansive this year, putting on some great performances in the Franklin PPL Season 2. You're a guaranteed draft pick for Season 3, I'm sure. So, Ray, all the very best for the future.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
That was Ray Claremont joining me here live from the Dan Maskell Arena. And as you can see, there is the men's singles open draw. James Chowry and Jack Edwards face up, whilst going on at the minute, we've got the second semi-final featuring Alexander Minog Stone and Tom Turney. Tom Turney will be very much favourites to win that game. But Alexander Minog-Stone will not go down without a fight after coming in strong against James Salter in the quarter-final stages. And confirmation of our women's singles final. Thadia Locke or Ellie Tomkinson will be crowned champion of England in our singles division. It was a 15-1 thrashing for Chantal Griffiths. She will play Marcia Audebert in the bronze medal match. But Thadia Locke and Ellie Tomkinson will light up centre stage coming up shortly after our men's singles open semi-final. I'm going to cross over to Rob Williams to do the final previews for this game featuring Jack Edwards and James Chowdry. Rob, over to you in the comms box.
Thanks, Nick. So we have got our first semi-final in the men's about to get underway. Obviously our ever-present James Chowdry and our new entrants today, Jack Edwards, who put a resounding victory in his quarter-final against Anakin Owen, 15-10. Lots of quality shot making in that. Really impressive performance there to get through to the semis. Be interesting to see if he can get a good start. I think that's going to be the most important thing against Chowdry. If you can get a bit of a good start, you've got more of a chance.
I mean, ultimately, Rob, it's a shot to nothing for Jack Edwards. He'll be absolutely delighted to be in the semi-final. He's given himself an opportunity of a medal at the very least. And if you're going to win or lose in the semi-finals at the English Nationals, you may as well do it against Europe's #1 singles player, James Chowdry.
Literally nothing to lose, Nick. Literally nothing to lose. All the expectation is on one side of the court.
I can't wait for this. This is going to be one of those epic showdowns. We've got the reigning champion, James Chowdry, looking to defend his crown. We've got Jack Edwards, the unknown pickleball player to most, on the opposite side of the court.
A number 11 seed.
Yeah, and they're about to lock horns here.
I think Jack Edwards isn't going to be quite prepared for what's going to come off the paddle of Chowdry.
Well, I don't think he will have faced anything like it before.
No.
Great rescue from Edwards. And he catches the net tape. It's a great scramble from Jack Edwards. He moves to the right-hand side, hits the double-handed backhand, gets the look off the tape. But phenomenal scramble by Jack Edwards. Yeah, that's put away by Chowdry. And Edwards, who just goes to retrieve the ball from over the sponsorship hoardings, leaps over, showing Chowdry how much energy he's actually got left in the locker here.
Yeah, he's had to work a lot harder than James so far today. So I think the fresher legs will be from the Chowdry side of the court.
One or two games still going on around the Dan Maskell arena here, but as things get quieter, the temperature increases, because on the show court it's Edwards versus Chowdry, and look at the reach on Jack Edwards. Look at the athleticism. That's great volley control by Chowdry.
Yeah, he's really good with that ball in the air. He doesn't try to do anything more than get it down. See, when you're completely off balance, it's so hard to put any power on it and still control where it's going to go.
Edwards doing the right thing, getting the ball deep off the return, getting to the kitchen line. Chowdry just puffs his cheeks out somewhat.
Yeah, great volley there. Look how low depth-wise that is. so short.
Yeah, as we saw earlier on, if you're going to pass Chowdhury and be successful, you need pinpoint accuracy.
Yep. And he will just put that ball away. Just like that.
Yeah, nice. From
Casual,
Chowdhury.
leisurely. No panicking. In we come. Brush up the back of the ball.
You can see, Rob, you can see Frank Arico looking on at the sidelines and Chris Mitchell. And I was having a conversation with Chris Mitchell to see this one play out. Yeah,
Great
nice
hands
speed
there.
up, but great reactions from Chowdhury. And there is Chris Mitchell. I was in a conversation with him earlier, and he tells me that a few years back, he bageled James Chowdhury 11-0, and Chowdhury constantly reminds him of that.
Yep.
And that's beautiful from Chowdhury, who just wraps the forehand around the ball.
I will be polite, Nick, and refer to legacy players have got some scalps in their bag.
Well, Chris Mitchell's got the most because he's also defeated Louis Laville and he's also defeated Sadia Locke in the singles version of the game.
Yep.
Now, what an autobiography that would be.
And unfortunately, when you look at the winning column, it has nothing about at what point in someone's pickleball career did you play them. So yeah, if you played it early enough, there will be some stuff in your catalogue that you can dine out on to a degree. Just don't go into the context.
Yeah, well, Chris Mitchell, I'm sure, will continue to dine out on those scalps. W's on the board. Chris Mitchell, one of the tournament directors here, sat with Frank Arico, but this is all about James Chowdhury at the minute, who I wouldn't say is dominating this game because Edwards is competitive, but Edwards is competitive on the serve of Chowdhury rather than on his own serve, and therefore the scoreboard, there's some disparity.
Yep. I mean, I think we're looking here is that we're looking at some raw potential, something that's very new in. I can't remember when you did your interview how much Jack Edwards has played prior to today. So what we know he's translating from tennis from watching how he plays. But we're looking at James Chowdhury 3-4 years in, got that nous from playing so many matches.
I think the one thing I've spotted in this final so far, Rob, is that, and that's beautiful from Chowdhury again, who's lighting up centre court here. James Chowdhury just gives a knowing nod as if to say, I'm dialed in and I'm ready. The one thing I've noticed about Edwards' game so far is that when he is in one of the corners on the baseline and he utilises either the forehand drive or the double hand backhand, he tends to go cross court, and I think Chowdhury's picked up on that already. And if I had one bit of advice for him, especially on his own serve, he would be to attempt that down the line shot, that straight drive a little bit more often.
Yeah, I mean, the risk of doing that is you are opening up all of the court to your opponent if they can get on it. But it's not always a bad thing to invite the angle, because you can then get the angle back potentially, but you've really got to hit your spot. If you get it wrong, you've just opened up a massive area of court to hit into with power. And Chowdhury won't miss that. He won't not realise that's going to happen.
No, but I feel that Chowdhury is just reading that cross-court drive from Edwards. So we're back underway here, change of ends. It is Chowdhury that leads 8-0. Just misses that volley. It's a rare error from James Chowdhury. So an opportunity for Edwards to trouble the scoreboard, but I repeat myself, the performance of Edwards is better than that of the scoreboard at the minute, because he's been highly competitive and he does get off the mark. Edwards is pleased with himself, and so he should be, because he's won more than one exchange in this game, Rob.
Yeah, it's just so important to make that happen when it's on your serve. And it's hard because you're normally second to the net volley zone line. The second one there, by the looks of it, has gone long.
Yeah, that just goes long from Chowdhury. So opportunity here for Edwards just to continue to make inroads. And there is the cross-court double-handed backhand, this time It's pinpoint accuracy. James Chowry not quite getting established at the kitchen line, was still on his way in when Edwards was striking, and that's beautiful. Net cord.
That's number 4.
Yeah, 4 points in a row. Jack Edwards. Chowdhury's on the back foot. Little bit of luck, little bit of quality. Either way, the gap has narrowed.
That serve looked long, but no, must have landed in. Points carrying on.
And
5 on the spin.
Yeah, Jack Edwards is on fire here. And our other men's semi-final has finished between Minog and Turney. We're not too sure of the outcome yet, but as soon as we've got that news, we'll bring it to you here live at the Dan Maskell Arena. But meanwhile, James Chowry just opens up his hips, widens his shoulders, and darts that forehand into the sideline. Beautiful ball striking from Chowry, and once more the opportunity was there for the straight drive though.
So we are just getting the score now. We are 100% convinced that Tom Turney is going to be our first person into the final. What's the score, Nick? How did it go?
Yeah, I just caught up with Turney, who said it was incredibly intense. I couldn't quite hear the score, but he told me it was incredibly intense. We will bring you the details for that later on. But Tom Turney is through to the final. Jack Edwards, great hands, defends the drive from Chowry, and then places the volley onto the backhand wing of Chowry once more. So, once again, Jack Edwards just showcasing all of his talent here. Yeah, nice control of the space at the kitchen line by Chowry.
Just solid, reliable volleys there, making them really consistently into play, making his opponent play one more shot. 3 to go now, Nick. It's a 12-5 lead. A little bit loose on that return there from Jack Edwards.
Yeah, 3 points to go here for Chowry. Make that 2 points. And whilst the writing may be on the wall, Jack Edwards has covered himself in absolute glory here today. One of the shining stars here on Singles Sunday at the English Nationals singles event for Pickleball England. But match point, James Chowry placing the final awaits. And what a way to finish it. Double-handed backhand drive down the line. The scoreboard would suggest it was comfortable for James Chowry, and no doubt it was, but Edwards put up a valiant fight in defeat. It will be James Chowry versus Tom Turney in an all-action men's final, but congratulations also to Jack Edwards on a phenomenal tournament. I'm going to attempt to catch up with Jack and have a few words and cast his reflections on what's been a superb day for him, whilst we will prepare for the women's singles final featuring the international superstar Thadia Locke, the young pretender to the crown, Ellie Tomkinson. We'll be back after this short break.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league.
Things have a funny way of sneaking up on us. You play once, and you want to play again and again and again. You find yourself in driveways, courts, clubs, tournaments. You ask friends, colleagues, or even someone new. Today and every day, we celebrate the athlete in all of us. It's time to get out and play.
Welcome back to the Dan Maskell Arena here, and fresh after an unfortunate defeat in the semi-finals, I'm joined by Jack Edwards and Alexander Minog Stone, who will face off in our bronze medal match. But Jack, if I can come to you for some early reflections immediately after that game versus James Chowry, just perhaps one step too far.
Yeah, he's a great player. I tried my best, but I didn't have enough at the end of the day. Like, the pace that he hits the ball is really fast. He works hard as well. Like, I did well to get 5 points, to be honest. He was that good, I thought, yeah.
Yeah, in the early stages of that semi-final, Jack, it seemed to me that you were doing all of your best work on the serve of James Chowry, winning far more exchanges than the scoreline suggested.
Yeah, I got the serve back a few times, just couldn't capitalise on it. And yeah, I went 8-0 down, I think it was, to start off with. But his serve was so fast. I tried to get into the net as much as I could, but couldn't get into the net, and just the game slipped away very early on, and then tried my best to come back into it, but just couldn't do enough.
Yeah, you highlighted a lot of class and resilience, that's for sure. And Alexander, if I can just come to you for some reflections on your semi-final against Tom Turney. We didn't manage to screen that live, but what happened over there?
Yeah, it was pretty crushing. He won 18-16 in the end. It was a great game. I did really enjoy it. Obviously, I wasn't saying that when I lost, but yeah, 14-12 up, had a few kind of decent match points, got a little bit edgy, just because I was a bit too excited, and yeah, he played brilliantly. There were some great points. It was a fun game. Just I could have done it. It was a bit of a shame.
And having lost match points, how do you cope with that disappointment now going into the bronze medal match where you will play Jack in a few moments' time?
Not sure. I mean, I'm spent. I'm waiting for my beer after, to be honest. But yeah, like, I've just got to regroup. Obviously, it would be nice to get a bronze. So yeah, I've just got to try and forget about it and try not to get too much pain because I'm quite sore, and just get going with it.
And Jack, from your perspective, heading into the bronze medal match, how much have you got left in the tank for that game?
Nothing at all, to be honest. It's just going to be all grind. Like, so tired. I was putting I had a bit of like glute problem in that last game as well, like starting to stiffen up a bit. But hopefully in this game I'll be alright. Hopefully.
Well, gents, I can sense the disappointment in your voices, and that's the sport of pickleball. There's winners and losers. But from my perspective today, you both have been winners overall because your advancements, progression in the sport have lit up the Dan Maskell Arena here today. So we wish you both the very best of luck in your bronze medal matchup.
Thanks a lot, Nick.
Cheers, Nick.
And coming up next here at the Dan Maskell Arena, we've got Thadia Locke versus Ellie Tomkinson, the women's singles open final. The players are on court. They're warming up. We've been warming up for this all day. Thadia Locke warmed up for this over in Australasia. She's back looking to regain her crown, where Ellie Tomkinson is trying to deny her. The group game was the feature of the day in the women's singles open division, with Thadia Locke coming out on top 12-10. We've got Louise Stevens in courtside to referee this final. And it's that close between them. You couldn't pick a winner.
No, but I've got a bit of paper. Yeah. We have the women's singles open final. We'll play 3 games to 11, win by 2. I will just call foot fault on the line, foot fault on the kitchen, everything else down to you. you can ask me if I've seen something. You know what my eyesight's like. So, yes, I'm just going to write a number on here. One or two? Two. You'll serve?
I will start this end.
Okay. All right.
Have a good game.
Have a good game.
So Louise Stevens just going through the final preparations for the women's singles final in a usual jovial style. Louise Stevens, one of the top volunteers here for Pickleball England, always brings fun and entertainment to these events.
0-0.
And ladies and gentlemen, buckle up, because this is the Pickleball England English Nationals 2024-25 singles final in association with Franklin, Notties, Scan and Dupat.
1-0.
I'm Nick Hobbis, joined by Rob Williams in the commentary box, and we've got a change of format here. It's best of three.
Side out.
First to 11 to decide who will be crowned champion of England at open singles
0-1.
level. Rob, this is exciting.
It's going to be really good. I mean, Ellie Thompson had a resounding 15-1 win in her semi-final. So she's really going to come into this game with a lot of confidence.
1-1.
Also gets the first strike on the board. We're now at 1-1. And that looks like that's gone long.
Side out.
Yep, called side out by referee Louise Stevens. So this
1-1.
one is set up to be a humdinger, Nick. Yep, clean winner there from Ellie Tomkinson's paddle.
Yeah, this is going to be absolute quality all the way. Both of these players strike the ball so nicely. I just think that in the group game, Thadia Locke got the better of the exchanges at the net. When Thadia Locke got forward, she tended to dominate a little bit more, Rob.
Ellie Thompson is swinging really freely, as we see there.
Wow. And if that is what we've got to look forward to here in the final, it's going to be absolutely majestic. Ellie Tomkinson is opening up at the start of this with intent, with authority.
She's really swinging well. And that's the thing, you're going to have to really start out strong and really put the foot down, playing Thadia Locke. And again, there we go.
The ball striking ability from the back of the court is sensational by Tomkinson. The approach shot by Locke not on point, and Tomkinson just exploits the split second of time she's got to pierce that ball cross court. And it's Tomkinson who's got the early advantage.
Thadia Locke looking about, I think she's going to check with the referee about
5-1.
About timeouts. Timeouts are now back in for this format. And that puts it at 6.
Tomkinson's dominant. Tomkinson is absolutely on fire. Aggressive. She's here to deny Thadia Locke the title that she desperately wants. And it's 18-year-old Ellie Tomkinson with all of the aspirations of being the champion here. That's nice from Locke, though. Elects the lob. Tomkinson not able to punish.
Yeah, it's a good decision strategically to mix it up, try something different.
Side out.
But this is a really quality display hitting from Ellie Tomkinson. It's really clean, really well directed. Putting Thadia Locke on the back foot on so many of these rallies.
Side out.
This is the showpiece event of the whole day here in our women's singles
1-6.
open. The final. One of these women will be crowned champion of England here at the English Nationals down Maskell Arena.
2-6. Side out.
That ball just goes long from Locke.
6-2.
And as the arena empties on the outside courts, you can hear the thud of the ball
Point.
as the ladies strike through with
Time out.
such ferocity, such
minute.
venom, such power.
Can
And
somebody do a
Thadia
timeout
Locke
for me? 1
has
minute.
called a timeout, Rob.
Yep, right decision. There is very much a run going on here. It's time to try and break momentum. You can see Thadia there talking to long-time mixed doubles partner James Chowry. Obviously seeking some counsel and some advice. Not a lot you can do in these situations as a coach or as a sideline guide. You've really got to keep your athlete positive. Try and get them to play their game. Maybe there's a small strategic adjustment you can make here or there. When someone is hitting the ball so cleanly into the areas they want to hit it, you've just got to cling in there and wait for the error and hope for the best sometimes. And you make one more ball and then the magic starts to happen.
Well, the time out from Locke
Time in.
is simply to arrest the momentum of
7-2.
Tomkinson, to stop the Tomkinson train from rolling into town. But there's no stopping Ellie Tomkinson. This girl is on fire here at the Dan Maskell Arena.
8-2.
She's hitting this ball cleanly, driving this X40. And Thadia Locke is in a world of trouble here because everything Tomkinson touches turns to gold. And if she continues like
9-2.
this, she'll be touching a gold medal, Rob,
Yeah.
at the end of this final.
And if you're hitting balls like that and get
Wow,
into that,
I
you deserve
cannot
it.
believe what I am watching. The standard here is incredible. Tomkinson is putting on a
10-2.
performance of a lifetime here when it matters most.
Game
on the
point.
biggest stage of all, game point, Tomkinson. That goes in, Locke rescues, and she will not give up the challenge here. She's 2-10 down. Locke will fight to the end.
2-10.
But you cannot fail to be impressed, fail to be amazed by Ellie Tomkinson,
Side out.
who has taken this game by the horns.
Second game point.
10-2.
Ellie Tomkinson, I am blown away.
That's long.
Just sends that long,
Side
but
out.
again, look at the intent, look at the aggression,
2-10.
look at the fire from Ellie Tomkinson.
And again, precision hitting the post
Side out.
corners, opening up the court. That final volley.
There is no stopping Ellie Tomkinson. She
10-2.
is delivering when it matters most. And again,
Side out.
the serve goes long.
She's got it in the locker. She's got
2-10.
that. Is okay. She's got a big lead.
She's
Go
fired
for
up.
one.
And again,
Point.
it just goes long, but Tomkinson is looking
3-10.
to defeat Locke with power,
Yep.
power, and a little bit more power.
Yep.
That's lovely though from Thadia
Point.
Locke. In response, plays on the back end of Tomkinson, anticipates the cross-court volley and drives double-handed
4-10.
back down the line. The standard here is immense.
Side out.
So third game point coming up.
Crucial first game as well. Can Tomkinson get over the line
10-4.
here at the third time of asking?
And she does.
Game.
The double-handed
Third game.
backhand is
Ellie.
exquisite, and Thadia Locke
11-4.
moves off centre court,
2 minutes.
moves off the championship court with plenty to think about as she catches up with James Chowry. It's Tomkinson who takes a breather.
When you're ready.
Tomkinson who's left to ponder what might be coming her way in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Tomkinson could be crowned champion of England if she gets one more game under her belt. And I'm not too sure what Locke can do about it, Rob.
I think at the moment the game is being taken away from Thadia Locke. So it maybe there's a couple of rallies where she really needs to go for it, be really super aggressive. And then maybe there's a couple of rallies where she really needs to go for it, be really super aggressive. And then maybe there's a couple of rallies where she really needs to go for it, be really super aggressive. And then maybe there's a couple of rallies where she really needs to go for it, be really super aggressive. And then maybe there's a couple of rallies where she really needs to go for it, be really super aggressive. And then maybe there's a couple of rallies where she really needs to go for it, be really super aggressive. And then maybe there's a couple of rallies where she really needs to go for it, be really super aggressive. And then maybe there's a couple of rallies where she really needs to go for it, be really super aggressive. And then maybe there's a couple of rallies where she really needs to go for it, be really super aggressive. And then maybe there's a couple of rallies where she really needs to go for it, be really super aggressive. And then maybe there's a couple of rallies where she really needs to go for it, be really super aggressive. And then maybe there's a couple meet that fire with some fire, because at the moment it's really an onslaught of power that's been delivered at Thaddeus Lock. And also she's traditionally been very much has some nuance and shade to her game, and I think a little bit more power might help just to try something different. As at the moment what's going on isn't really working, so try and disrupt that rhythm. Or she's tried the timeout, did a little bit of something but not a lot. So we've got to find, if we're talking about an athlete, Thaddeus Lock is really experienced. She knows what she's doing. She's been in these situations before. You just got to figure out what is going to be that solution against the onslaught of Ellie Tomkinson's forehand at the moment.
Yeah, one thing's for sure.
Over there.
She needs to get off to a good start here, because
she's got it.
Not only is Tomkinson ripping that forehand, she's also delivering on the double-handed backhand side as well. So interesting opening exchanges here. This could well define the rest of this final.
Side out.
And it's a little bit of luck for Tomkinson in the first exchange. So scoring opportunity now. Tomkinson, look at the serve, look at the power. Rips it, forehand into out. And Lock is rescuing on the baseline, but does a great job of just keeping that ball in play and putting the pressure on Tomkinson.
It's a little pushy jump bally. It's giving Ellie Tomkinson nothing to work with. And that actually is going to make her hit that ball, make it happen. All
point.
Here we go.
Overhead volley missed by Tomkinson there.
The power of one more shot. Make them hit.
So it's Thaddeus Lock
1-0
who scores first in the all-important second game. Lock must win this second game. And again, just keeping that ball in play. And Rob, you suggested at the break, just do something different. The thing she's doing different at the minute is just making Tomkinson play.
Yep. And look, we've got a little bit of loopy lob serve in there. And suddenly it's a totally different second game. The power of variation.
Yeah, Thaddeus Lock is using all of her experience here. What a competitor she is.
Lob serve again.
Yeah, and Tomkinson just makes the error, and all of a sudden the power has dissipated somewhat
4-0.
thanks to the strategic output of Thaddeus Lock.
Side out.
Lock continues with the play of just keeping that ball live. That time Tomkinson comes out on top, but what a great start to the second game. All important second game. Lock must win it. But look at the forehand cross court from Ellie Tomkinson that catches the sideline. It's showtime here at the English Nationals. Coast to coast, sideline to sideline. Ellie Tomkinson absolutely destroys the Franklin X40. Oh,
side out.
What a great rally, great exchanges here. Pinpoint by Lock, who puts the ball on the baseline. Tomkinson keeps it in play,
4-1.
but then just can't rescue the double-handed backhand down the line. Brilliant action here live from the Dan Maskell Arena. And Thaddeus Lock, all the composure in the world, and look at the fist pump from Lock. She knows how much these early exchanges mean in this second game.
But look at the loop on the serve. There's a little bit extra height on the serve this second game. Just going a little bit deeper look. Up we go.
Yeah, just taking some of the pace off it and challenging Tomkinson to hit the ball. And that sets up a nice forehand. Thaddeus Lock has come out in this second game and is utilising her wealth of experience here to dominate Ellie Tomkinson. Game number one, Tomkinson with the power. Game number two, it's Lock with the craft, with the guile, with the experience that's just dominating here. She's in a 6-1 lead. Tomkinson takes the timeout. What now, Rob Williams?
I think what we're seeing here is that Thaddeus Lock is looping that serve in, and it's just disrupting the contact point of where Ellie Tomkinson's trying to hit a return from. So if she could take an extra step back and give herself just a fraction more time to come into that ball on return.
20 left.
And look, if you see where she is now, if she stays where she is now, look, there's the adjustment I want to see. She's giving herself a little bit more space so she can actually step in and crack that ball. Let's see what Locke does on this serve. There we go.
Yeah, you called it. Rob Williams gave herself some space and drills that forehand cross court, gets to the net on the run in, avoids the kitchen line as well. Great footwork from Tomkinson. Timeout has worked for Tomkinson, stops the momentum that Locke had gained. Mid-court return from Locke, aggression from Tomkinson, sends the ball long. So
let's see if she keeps good habits here. Yep, she's set back again on that return. Yeah, there we go again.
Yeah,
you see, that's the change. It's one step back. She's now swinging more freely again. She was getting a little bit tucked up on those returns in this first part of this game. Let's see what she does on the serve. Can she really swing through?
Yeah, undeniable power from Tomkinson and accuracy. Great return from Locke. But the response from Tomkinson on the slice
2-6
is brilliant. Locke with the return winner. What a great angle on the forehand.
Yeah, if you're not getting that,
that's not coming back.
6-2.
And the passing shot from Locke this time. The strategy that Locke has implemented in this second game has been a thing of beauty, Rob Williams, because after that first game, she must have wondered what had hit her. She composes, she returns, and has found a way to dominate Tomkinson here. And she continues to dominate.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the odd bit here, the odd bit there, that serve, or the return that's a foot or two too short. It doesn't give you the space to move into and the time. See there, that was going in a game ago.
Yeah, Tomkinson played perfect pickleball in the first game. Her levels have dropped somewhat, but her levels have only dropped as a result of the court craft of Thadia Locke. And all of a sudden, Thadia Locke has got game points here in this second game. And it would have been
10-2.
A surprise to many that the turnaround would have been this emphatic. That ball catches the sideline. Tomkinson is rescuing. And Thadia Locke just sends that ball wide. Great defence from Ellie Tomkinson.
2-10.
Who's giving it her all on every point, even 2-10 down in the second game. Look at the backhand drive as well, just
swinging
steps in.
away.
She's got time to step in there off the front foot.
She's got to go for it. She can get some momentum in this game. It's not lost, but she needs to go into a potential third with strength and confidence. So the more she swings away, the better she does.
Swing gonna miss.
And it goes out.
It goes out.
Turns into a really good leave at
4-10.
4-10. Oh,
that ball just goes
she
wide.
Was swinging so freely earlier in that point.
But again, Tomkinson just creates a little bit of momentum for herself. If Locke does get over the line here, second game points. Great rescue from Locke. Tomkinson comes in, but the net cord is in the favour of Thadia Locke, and it's an exact replica from the first game. 11-4 Tomkinson, 11-4 Locke. Power from Tomkinson, knowledge, experience from Locke. The two alternative styles collide here at the Dan Maskell Arena, but the comeback from Locke is mightily impressive. Rob Williams.
Yep, 100% we're seeing the experience play off in that second game. I think what we've got to look at here is game 3. Ellie Tomkinson needs to come out absolutely firing, because at the moment it's very thin margins. And if that starts to fire away, she's going to come out strong. And then it's going to be a real battle. If she loses the first 2, 3, 4 points to lock, it's going to be a hard mountain to climb.
Yeah, we saw in game number 1, Tomkinson got off to a great start, won the game. Game number 2, Locke got off to a great start, won the game. Will it be cat and mouse in game number 3? Will it be back and forth? Or will one player dominate and take this third important game? Either way, this is the game that will define who our champion will be here at the Dan Maskell Arena for Pickleball England. It's the deciding game of our Women's Singles Open final. Will Thadia Locke be crowned champion of England, or will Ellie Tomkinson take the crown at the tender age of 18? And it's a big play where Locke scrambles on the baseline and Tomkinson just misses the overhead volley, but hopefully Tomkinson's not impacted by that, Rob.
No, it's one to put away, but I think it is in the head still.
Yeah, the follow-up.
One often brings 2, brings 3.
Sometimes it can have an impact on players when you miss easy balls. You're still thinking about what you should have done when you should be thinking about what you're going to do. Great anticipation, Thadia Locke.
Good
but
play,
also
Tomkinson.
from Tomkinson, who comes across the kitchen line as well with speed and precision and punches the volley into the open space. So, ball back here with Tomkinson. 0-2. Locke did get off to a winning start. Can Tomkinson respond now with ball in hand?
She
Locke
can.
Goes for the line, so Tomkinson does get a point, and neither player is dominating. Rob.
1-2.
It's going to be edgy. There's a lot on the line here.
That just goes wide.
Side
Though.
out.
It's an unforced error ultimately from Tomkinson. The returns from nice by Locke, but Tomkinson is making those balls
2-1.
in game 1.
Yeah, 100%. That's a great swing on that return.
That catches the baseline as well, and that catches the sideline. Baseline, sideline. Ellie Tomkinson. It's all about precision
1-2
here. Second opportunity to score in this set. And
Side
just
out.
catches the net tape.
Yeah, looked a little keen to get forward on that one. Just rushed it just a fraction.
Rob, this is an
2-1.
absolute feast
Yeah.
of prime pickleball, of pure pickleball, of
Point.
top level quality pickleball.
Yep, I mean, it's a great showpiece for our game. Having
3-1.
one of obviously the really experienced British players been facing a newcomer, relatively speaking, and just throwing everything at her in that first game.
That's a great angle from Tomkinson, rescued by Locke. But again, that just goes wide,
out.
and Tomkinson plays left. Tomkinson plays
1-3.
right. Tomkinson is dynamite here in the final. Ball goes
Point.
long on the rescue once more, and Tomkinson's
2-3.
got a range back.
Yeah, all big on that first serve, had a huge difference. Oh,
Side out.
Just goes wide, and it was in the hitting zone. It was mid-court in the hitting zone.
Yeah.
Tough to get it up and down, Rob.
just got a little tighter, I think. Just a little
3-2.
tight. Not quite able to swing through freely. Just tweaking on that forehand mechanic. Look, the lob serves in.
Yeah, semi-moon ball there from Locke.
Yeah, good play.
Yeah,
Side
Tomkinson
out.
gets to the net nicely and dominates for the rest of the point.
2-3.
Tomkinson choosing to come forward a little bit more regularly,
Yep.
Rob.
Absolutely.
That ball just catches the baseline,
Point.
does it?
Yep, point.
Yes, it does.
3-all.
Big serve from Tomkinson. Big moments
3-3.
here. This is exciting. This is enthralling. Absolutely grueling for both players.
Point.
But it's Tomkinson, after going 2-0 down in this third game, who's fought back and takes a lead once more
4-3.
in the women's singles open final.
Side out.
It's an unforced error. The return is mid-court. It's popped up off the bounce.
Yep.
It's an unforced error, Rob.
Yeah.
And is that as a result of tightness and nerves?
Yeah, she's going for it.
Great serve from Locke. That catches the baseline from Tomkinson once more. Look at the double-handed backhand and the footwork. Locke, unbelievable in the recovery, but the
Side
overhead
out.
smash by Tomkinson puts that ball away. Perfect pickable. Ellie Tomkinson.
Great decision making. Go back to where they
4-3.
were when they're on the scurry out from that corner. Hit back into it. Oh,
Side
up
out.
again. Is that mid-court ball again?
The mid-court ball from Tomkinson just causing one or two problems for her, getting the ball up and
3-4.
down. So, Thadia Locke, can she arrest the momentum of Tomkinson?
That's a great forehand
Side
into
out.
that corner.
The amount of work Locke is
4-3.
getting through here, Rob Williams, is phenomenal.
She's really being pushed. Oh,
Side
that
out.
was there. That was there, Nick Hobbis.
Ellie Tomkinson just making one or two errors here. Will they prove costly? The opportunity was
3-4.
there on that ball to extend her lead. As it is, it's Thadia Locke who's got the ball back in hand. Locke comes to the net this time and makes a similar
Side out.
mistake on the volley. So Tomkinson makes a mistake on the volley at the kitchen line. Locke makes a
4-3.
mistake on the volley at the kitchen line. It's edgy, it's nervy, it's tense. It's the women's singles open final. No
Point.
mistake there though, Rob Williams, on that volley.
6 points to go. Get this one on the turn.
I think Tomkinson will be thinking 1 point at a
5-3.
time, surely,
Yep.
if she starts thinking about that end game.
Point.
But she can start thinking a little bit more, Nick. That's one more down the line.
1 minute.
And that sees the change of ends here in our third game. So Tomkinson has got the momentum. It's Tomkinson in the lead. And the story that's unfolding here is that Thadia Locke has got it all to do against Ellie Tomkinson in our women's singles open final. Rob Williams.
Yeah, we can see support network in that top right corner of your frame there with James Chowdhury and Thadia Locke. Just had Emma Butler from obviously her sponsor Skechers dropping, I think, her bag round there. I think Thadia's taking a couple of hair clips by the look, for just having a little bit of adjustment there, taking her time. Ellie's already in her corner, ready to go. I like that from an athlete. I like to see them. I'm ready. Come on, hurry up. I'm ready for you. Get there first.
Well, once again, Locke will just be utilising all of her experience here, taking her time, trying to arrest the momentum of Ellie Tomkinson. Either way, whoever gets the gold medal
Time in.
or the silver medal here, this has been a classic final with two differing styles meeting each other. And Thadia Locke plays a double-handed backhand down the line. It's showtime here at the English Nationals. Great play by Locke.
Oh, hello.
Point.
That's not a good start. That's not a good start to the end change. Locke absolutely
4-6.
laced that ball down the line previously. That's long.
Service just goes long, and one or two of these moments could very
6-4.
well come back to haunt either Locke or Tomkinson, because
Side
we
out.
see unforced errors just creeping in that we've not seen in the final so far, Rob, but
It's
you would
a long
expect
day.
it.
It's a long day. It's tight. It is.
4-6.
The champion mentality's got to come through here now.
Open space. Tomkinson looks for it
Yep,
and
Side out.
drills that drive down the line. Ball back in hand for Tomkinson. This is an
6-4.
important exchange here. Locke gets forward, and that puts the
Side
pressure on
out.
the Tomkinson forehand. Locke didn't need to play a shot there, just a very presence put Tomkinson off.
It's that advancing player just makes you sometimes do a little bit more than you want to get it that little bit lower. You know your margins are smaller.
Once again, Locke gets forward. She's at the net and just misses
Side
the
out.
volley.
Yep, there's a really good hustle there. Look at this. Tomkinson's on the stretch, pulls it, and it's just dipping enough.
Swing and a miss.
Yeah.
Strike one. Thaddeus Locke. Ball back with Tomkinson. Great serve. Great response by Locke. And that ball
Side
just
out.
goes long. The space was there. Tomkinson couldn't exploit it. So
4-6.
Locke just G's herself up and says, come on, Thaddeus. What a passing shot
Side
by
out.
Ellie Tomkinson. Locke was a dominating presence at the kitchen line, but the pickup from Tomkinson is exquisite. Just
6-4.
manages to find the space by the sideline.
Oh no!
Side out.
It's
That's
another
sitting there.
missed volley by Tomkinson.
She knows it was there. Absolutely knows that one was begging to get her to forward.
4-6.
Got to applaud the defence though, Rob, of Locke. Here we go again. It's non-stop action here. That just
Side
catches
out.
the net tape this time. So, 2-point game. Tomkinson leads 6-4.
We've been stuck here for a while, haven't we, Nick?
We have indeed. Whoever
6-4.
wins this game will be our champion of England. Is that ball going to drop in? Yes, it does. Finds the baseline.
Side out.
Tomkinson plays it. What a great lob by Thaddeus Locke, who comes to rescue the ball. Just takes a little breather, takes her time as she gets back onto championship court. Scoring opportunity.
4-6.
Thaddeus Locke.
That's
Point.
a great serve.
Yeah, the error comes off the paddle of Tomkinson, but the pressure on the serve from Locke, and all of a sudden that gap closes
5-6.
once more. Thaddeus Locke goes
Point.
back behind. That is sublime from Thaddeus Locke.
Yeah, just not enough on that two-handed volley there from
6-6.
Tomkinson. Gives her the chance to thread it back cross court.
We're tied at 6 points each here
Side
in
out.
what is turning out to be one of the all-time pickleball
6-6.
England classics.
Nice
Tomkinson
long
this
footer.
time goes back behind Locke. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. It's definitely
7-6.
good for Tomkinson. Baseline to baseline. Locke's out of position. Tomkinson exploits it.
Point.
She's now 3 away.
Tomkinson gets a 2-point
8-6.
advantage once more. 3 points away from the championship. 3 points away from the gold medal. The young pretender just
Side
hits it
out.
wide. This is absolutely exhilarating, Rob Williams.
It's fantastic to have this at the end of the
6-8.
day. So
Points.
back within one. It's getting a little edgy.
It is indeed tense all the
7-8.
way to the finish line here. Great return. Great double-handed backhand. And Locke just
Side
couldn't
out.
keep that ball in play. She was desperate to draw level there.
Yeah.
Absolutely desperate. So, Ellie Tomkinson
8-7.
scoring opportunity at 8-7 in our women's singles open final.
Point.
And she's 2 away.
9-7.
Return serve from Thadia Locke. Is that going to prove costly? Big exchange coming up. Tomkinson finds the line. Oh,
and
not
again.
for the first time in this final game. The scramble defence from Locke forces one more shot from Tomkinson. And it's a volley that she puts into the net. Thadia Locke, what can you do?
That's
Side
long
out.
again.
Ouch. Rob
That
Williams,
is
it feels like a big
painful.
moment. It feels like
That's a swing. That
9-7.
feels like a swing. Wow. What happens here?
This is huge. This is absolutely huge. Look at
This
the
is it.
double-handed
Oi.
backhand from Ellie Tomkinson. That takes her to championship
Time out.
point. 18-year-old
Ball by Thadia.
Ellie
She's
Tomkinson.
got a minute to
Thadia
think
Locke
about it,
takes
Nick.
a timeout.
There is
Wow.
a minute. There is a minute to think about this serve. This is absolute prime mind games from the champion Thadia Locke.
Thadia Locke utilising all of her experience here just to maintain her status in the final. The crowd await the return. Ellie Tomkinson is in position. Compose yourself, Ellie Tomkinson. This is the moment you've been striving for all day
Time
long.
in.
Championship point
10-7.
against Thadia Locke. Here it is. That ball just
Side out.
goes wide, so a great timeout by Locke. She gets ball in hand, an opportunity to score, an
7-10.
opportunity to close the gap. Comes to the net and closes the
Point.
gap, she does. Since the timeout, Locke has won the last 2 exchanges. This final is not over, Rob Williams.
Nope, 100% not. You can't take your timeouts with you, so you've got to use it on match point in that situation. And she's back within
Goes
one.
long. What a warrior Thadia Locke is. What a competitor. Absolute class from Locke. Calls the timeout.
9-10.
Wins the next 3 exchanges. Can she level our final up here? Locke is fighting,
Side
but
out.
Tomkinson with the class. Drives the forehand, drives the backhand. Second
10-9.
championship point. Ellie Tomkinson.
And she's
there
done
it is.
it.
Ellie Tomkinson is your women's
Ellie
singles
Tomkinson wins 11-9
English
in the
Nationals
third game.
champion
Well
here
done. What a great
at the
game.
Dan Maskell Arena. She gets the better of Thadia Locke in an absolutely enthralling
Ellie wins 2
competition.
games to
An
1.
enthralling final. Ellie Tomkinson at the tender age of 18 gets over the line. Our gold medalist, our new England champion. Rob Williams, I'm going to let you summarise while I try and catch up with Ellie for her immediate thoughts. Rob.
What a phenomenal final we saw there. Very much all about Ellie Tomkinson in game 1, all about Thadia Locke in game 2, and game 3 went back and forth. It got down to just 2 points between the 2 ladies across those 3 games. It shows you this quality and standard of pickleball we've been experiencing today. I can just see Nick Hobbs here in the frame coming across with our ladies champion, Ellie Tomkinson. Just going to give her a moment or 2 to sign off the scorecard, get ready for her interview with Nick. And I can just sort of talk up what a great game that was. Fantastic, valiant effort there from Thadia Locke. We saw a real masterpiece of strategic adjustment through that second game and a long way through the third. We now have a delighted Ellie Tomkinson join us in the interview. And let's hand straight over now to Nick Hobbs.
Yeah, welcome to Ellie Tomkinson over here. Ellie, congratulations. We met at the start of the day and we had a discussion about your hopes and aspirations, and you were unsure, and I said, be confident, and that was absolutely exhilarating.
Thank you. I mean, I don't know. At the start of the day, I went in with no expectations. I mean, Thaddea's just a great player, a great person, so I didn't know what to expect and what happened, so I'm quite buzzing with that.
Well, I'll tell you what happened, Ellie Tomkinson. You are our women's singles champion of England. How does that sound?
Pretty good, I must say. It's not... I can't have no words. I can't believe it.
At the tender age of 18, with fairly limited experience in the sport of pickleball, you've just defeated one of the top players in Europe, one of the top players in the world, Thadia Locke, on the biggest stage of all here in England. Just put that into words for us, Ellie, how that feels.
I have no idea. I'm 17 as well, so I don't know. I don't know what to say really, apart from, I mean, Thadia played amazing. It was a great final. I didn't want to go to 3. I imagine my face is the same colour as my top. I don't know. I'm just exhausted.
The topsy-turvy nature of that final saw you come out all guns blazing, hitting that ball so cleanly. Then Thadia changed strategy in the second game. How was you feeling when Thadia managed to get back into the final by clinching, well, by fairly winning the second game comfortably?
Yeah, I don't know. I think when it got to 3, we were all both a bit tired, and I don't know. She played amazing the second set, and it was first set. I think I was quite confident and quite hitting the ball quite well, and then died down a bit. But yeah, got through it in the end.
And just finally, how nervous were you on match point? I think it was the 3rd match point you had before getting over a line. Were you shaking? Were you perspiring? Were the nerves setting in?
I don't know. I mean, I'm shaking a little bit, but the only thing I could think of was don't hit it out. Just get your serve in and you'll be fine.
Well, Ellie Tomkinson, at the age of 17, not 18, you are our English nationals women's champion. Congratulations to you and enjoy the celebration.
Thank you, thank you.
That was Ellie Tomkinson joining us immediately after her success in one of the finals we've ever seen, the best finals we've ever seen here at the Pickleball England English Nationals. We'll be taking a quick pause and catching our breath before catching up with James Chowry and Tom Turney in what's scheduled to be one of the best finals in our men's division also. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this short break. Welcome back to the Pickleball England English Nationals 2024-25. We're
this
catching our breath after an absolutely exhilarating performance from Ellie Tomkinson, managing to get the better of Thadia Locke in our women's final. But look at what is coming up next. The feast continues because James Chowry, the top men's player in Europe for singles, the only man with a 6.0 plus Duper rating in Europe, takes on the explosive, the athletic, the dynamic Tom Turney, who just goes behind the sponsorship hoardings to change his top before we get
One
underway.
semi-naked boy.
And there we
so
go.
First server
He
is
returns
Chowry.
with all the zest that he left with. Joining
Right.
me
Are
for
we ready?
our men's final is Rob Williams. Rob, this could be just as epic
let's
as our
play.
ladies' final.
0-0.
Absolutely. This is going to be something special.
Point.
I think we're going to see another gear from James Chowry. I certainly am aware that Tom Turney found his semi-final a real battle. And I think he said he
Oh, sorry.
really
1-0.
had to work hard to get through that. So it's going to be a question of how much is left in the tank.
Point.
Yeah, this
2-0.
is our men's singles open final. The best of 3 games first. 2-11 here at the Dan Maskell Arena for Pickleball England in association with
Point.
Franklin, Notties, Scan and Duper. And it's
It's all-
James Chowry who gets off to a great start.
3-0.
Yeah, it's all Chowry at the moment.
Point.
It's going a little bit like that first match we saw when he was won every single point. It's
4-0.
4-1 ago.
Yeah, we didn't manage to
Point.
catch the
Time out.
semi-final
1
between
minute.
Turney and Minog, but we know it was 18-16. We know Minog had several match points, so the exertions, the physical exertions, that would have taken out of Turney is huge, and we can see in the early stages here just failing to adapt, so taking a timeout.
Yep, wow. That's a very, very quick
I'm allowed
timeout.
to say that if I'm the ref.
But it's the right call. The
Yeah,
momentum is
impartial ref.
only going in one direction. Just got to do something
Microphone on.
to break
Yeah,
that
impartial
flow
ref, I
that's in
told
the
him he's
game
got
at the
this.
moment.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm still in shock, Rob, after our women's final. What a match. One of the greatest matches we've seen on these shores in a long time.
It was backwards
Exactly.
and forwards. Backwards
You know
and forwards.
this.
It all went one way.
Okay.
It went the other way, and then that third game it was
Time in.
slowly knocking them down one at a
Ref the
time.
ball.
Yeah, definitely a game of the ages here.
No, why,
One that
Chowry?
will go into the annals of the Pickleball England history books. One that
5-0.
Ellie Tomkinson, I'm sure, will look back on for years to come. But let's refocus here, because James Chowry, the most electrifying man
Point.
on the singles court in the whole of Europe, is absolutely dominating Tom Turney.
Yeah.
And there's nothing
6-0.
Turney can do about it.
Nope. It seems like the game is just being done to Tom Turney at the moment.
And
Nice.
that's great
Oh,
defence
oh.
by Turney, who lifts his arms
Side
aloft to enjoy winning an exchange against Chowry.
Always a showman, Tom Turney.
0-6.
Such a likeable guy, a great player and a great person.
Point.
Now there's one on the board for him.
Yeah, doesn't celebrate that
1-6.
one as much as the previous exchange, though.
Side out.
Again, the acceleration from Turney, but just can't rescue that ball. And that's the thing when you play against Turney. You think you've played
6-1.
a winner, you relax, stand down, and all of a sudden that ball comes back over the net, Rob.
Yep. He's definitely one of the best movers we have in the game.
Side out.
But obviously, when you were looking at the early part of this game one, the quality of hitting from James Chowry means your movement doesn't matter at all.
1-6. Point.
That goes under the net. I believe, Nick, you've got the result for the bronze medal match.
Not the result, just
2-6.
played. Yeah, possibly a result. I'm not too sure if they've played 3 games over there, but I know
Side out.
Minog Stone won 13-11 at the end of whatever game they've played, and it has come to a conclusion. So I think it is Alex and
6-2.
Minog Stone who takes the bronze medal away. Congratulations to him. Commiserations to Jack Edwards, who's been an absolute superstar here today. He's got a bright future ahead of him, as has Alexander Minog Stone of Lemon. Pickleball, but back to the final here, back to the showpiece events. James Chowdhury looks for the baseline, just goes long. So, Tom Turney, the gap is 5. See if he can make inroads, but the return of serve is just beautiful, Rob.
Yeah, I mean, there's been such precision hitting all day from James Chowdhury. So Turney's having to use all of his athleticism to get to the ball.
7-2.
Just to make it in the court again. You can't do a lot with it at times. It's just playing something, not actually doing what you really want to do. You're just getting the ball over the net if you can at points.
Yeah, James Chowdhury is just so powerful on court, so dominant that even when he's not hitting the ball well, he becomes a player that you fear just from his presence.
Yeah, you're always expecting something to come back. You're always expecting something a little bit of extra on it. There's like a namaste move there from Tom Turney before that one. And maybe he's done a bit of the fluence on the serve. Oh, they're still playing on. Oh, I thought
it stopped.
Yeah, so did I.
It's an interesting point there.
Yeah, it was kind of like, almost like it wasn't going, then it was, then it's not going, then it is. And finally, Turney finishes with that lovely backhand volley.
Don't think Chowdhury knew what happened there either. That ball just goes long from Turney, so very much feels comfortable at the minute for Chowdhury. Comfortable,
9-2.
but brilliant, because James Chowdhury's got this ability of making things look easy on a pickleball court when actually they're incredibly difficult.
It really isn't as easy as he makes it look. But then you've got to think about the reps he's had in his life from that high-level tennis he was playing that's translated so well to pickleball, but he's been so willing to adapt, to play the game the right way, to figure out what pickleball is.
What a shot from Chowdhury, and that seals the deal in our first game. James Chowdhury electrifying here at the Dan Maskell Arena.
11-2 to Chowdhury.
Absolutely captivating. And James Chowdhury, like we suggest, Rob, makes these plays look incredibly easy, but they're so difficult. Such is the quality of Chowdhury's performance here that he's just running away with this game. And what a year, what a season it's been so far for Chowdhury.
Yeah, obviously European champion, runner-up in men's doubles when we were looking at the European Championships. A massive run of success across the season. And this is the guy that plays once a week, if he's lucky. I think he gets some drill time in every so often, but from what I can tell, once or twice a week if he's lucky. He's got a very busy professional career in sports marketing and management and kind of consultancy on that. So we're seeing this with such little practice.
He's also heavily involved as a director here at Pickleball England, I believe, Rob.
Yeah, big on our strategic direction, big on helping us in, obviously, as a new-ish governing body and only just been awarded status from Sport England, allowing us to access that skill set we need to really grow this game as large as we can. It's such a vital part of our community.
So, second game here of our English Nationals men's singles open final. A game that Turney must win, and Turney gets off to the best start possible. But he'll be frustrated by that, and you could probably hear his response saying, "Oh, come on."
And again, the Namaste fluence from the Turney arms sends another Chowdhury serve out. Certainly there's something cosmic he's channeling when he does his arm movement. So yeah, I think we need to learn the Tom Turney Namaste move, Nick. It seems to put balls into the net from your opponent's serve.
Yeah, if it works, definitely. It's about the only thing that does work against James Chowdhury.
Although we are 3-0 up for Tom Turney in game 2. A big sigh and groan there from Turney. He knew he had it on his paddle there to get 4.
Yeah, and Tom Turney has very much got himself into this final. That just goes long. Chowdhury shakes his head. We'll have a look on the replay. Turney not sure about that. No, not quite got the replay on that one, but Turney was shaking his head, was unsure, Rob.
Yeah, I think it was long from what I could see from on the live feed here. It was close. No denying it was close.
Chowdhury gets off the mark. And then sends his serve wide. And maybe it was all too easy for Chowdhury in the first game that he's just taken.
He's looking at loose.
His foot off the pedal somewhat. Because he looks in 3rd or 4th gear, not 5th gear at the minute. And it's Turney who's turning the tap. Rob Williams just taking a yawn there in the commentary box. Rob, you had a long week?
Yeah, a lot of work, a lot of coaching. Obviously a long day on court.
Great reach from Chowdhury.
Helping our community to grow in as players. And then feeling a fraction under-caffeinated today. It appears the drinks machine has run out of cups, so we are currently without coffee.
Well, try and stay awake, Rob. It's only the men's singles open final here.
Yep, it's still exciting, it's still exhilarating, but sometimes the body doesn't always allow. Catch a couple of yawns and I'll be fine.
So Chowdhury with ball in hand looking to close the gap here on Turney. An impressive Turney. They come back. Does that ball go long as well?
Yeah, you can look from the action of Chowdhury there.
Yeah, it does.
Absolutely gone long.
So, opportunity here for Tom Turney. And is that a Turney point in the context of our final? Great play from Tom Turney, who opens up from the centre of the court into out forehand, baseline to sideline. Turney expressing himself here in our men's final. Great rescue. That one's not coming back though. Great angle from Chowdhury, who just establishes himself at the kitchen line.
1-5.
I mean, as fast as Turney is, he's never getting that back.
No way. No. Turney just ran out of space. Grimaces
Point.
Here into the comms box. Great angle from Chowdhury.
It would not be a Tom Turney singles match if he wasn't taking at least one advertising hoarding.
Turney just takes his time to put that back, gathers himself, takes a breather. So, that's a great drive by Chowdhury. Great defences initially by Turney, but that ball just hit far too hard to keep control.
Can't keep that in. It's going in. That's the other thing. Not only is it hard to keep in, but that ball will land in off that drive. And like we've seen there, lasered past the incoming Turney.
Tom Turney just taking his time here to regather the ball. Takes a breather, always smiling. Tom Turney, no matter the scoreline.
Gave a little cheeky wink and a little tongue out there, I
4-5.
Nick, as always.
Yeah, no matter the position. Turney's always happy on court.
Point.
Such great placement on those balls from the kitchen line there from James Chowdhury.
Yeah, what was a 4-1 lead for Turney? All of a sudden, it's 5-5.
Yep. And make that 6.
Point.
Swinging that way again.
Time out.
Yep, time
1
out
minute.
from Turney.
Yeah, wise decision from Turney, who's just lost the lead here for the first time in our second game. And you get the impression with Chowdhury, Rob, that there's more levels for him to elevate to.
Absolutely. I mean, we're looking at a man here that has won every single junior age title in tennis. Not even Andy Murray has that record. And then obviously a really illustrious collegiate career in tennis. Then a couple of ankle injuries and surgeries kind of finished that for him. But obviously you can find that despite the physicality we see on here, it's a little bit gentler on the body when you play pickleball singles. And James has been able to kind of reconnect with that singles play you would have in tennis on our pickleball courts in the UK.
Yeah, and all those skills are transferable, Rob. We heard it quite a bit from players we've interviewed today. You've still got to adapt to the sport of pickleball. By all means, you take those skills with you, but having to adapt to the pickleball court, the pickleball ball, the pickleball paddle is critical, and Chowdhury's done that immaculately in his career.
I think he and Locke are the two that kind of define that as the people that have really done a great job of coming in from tennis and absorbing the pickleballness.
That ball just catches the sideline, Rob, as you're talking. Sorry to interrupt, but what a shot from Chowdhury.
Yep. And I think that hits the line as well. As does that. Wow.
Look at the pace and the power on that forehand drive. That's the hardest ball we've seen hit all weekend. Ball catches the line on the serve, but the follow-up drive was unreal. All power from Chowdhury, all class, and Chowdhury moves to within 2 points of regaining the English Nationals title here.
A bit of twinkle toes action along the non-volley zone line to keep himself legal on that volley.
And he's striking that ball so hard. That one hits the net, but look at the power. Look at James Chowdhury when he opens up.
Yeah.
All class, Rob Williams.
Yeah, and you've got to play them. A lot of time when people are driving that hard at you, you can let them go if it's going long. You know these are landing in. You have no choice but to play the ball.
Casual from Chowdhury, just puts that volley away. Captain of North London Storm this year, who was successful in the Premier Pickleball League for season 2. James Chowdhury, also key component of the European Team Championship winning team of England, and now is Chowdhury about to be crowned English Nationals Men's Singles Open Champion 2. Not just yet.
The little Turney head fake. That's an absolute classic in his game. He loves a little juke, a little jiggle around to make you think he's going one way and then the other. Bit of the old rope-a-dope works that time.
Yeah, Turney loves a comeback as well. And whilst he jests about it, Turney will be doing everything possible to ensure that comeback can become a reality. But now, is this the time that James Chowdhury seals the deal, gets over the line, and is crowned men's singles champion here at the English Nationals? Yes, it is. James Chowdhury is your men's singles open champion of England. Once again here at the Dan Maskell Arena, James Chowdhury retains his crown that he last won in 2023. I'm going to let Rob Williams summarise while I try to grab James Chowdhury for his immediate thoughts after retaining the gold medal.
What a fantastic effort there from both players. Obviously, very much game one was all about James Chowdhury.
And that concludes
off to a really fast start, really successful. And then game two, very much Turney in the ascendancy at the start, but then in the second game, James Chowry pegged him back, came back to it, and in the end, reasonably comfy in this second game. And now I can see that Nick Hobbs is here with our men's singles champion, James Chowry. So we've just seen a couple of highlights from here, and we're going to hand over now to Nick and James.
And joining me immediately here is our English Nationals Men's Open champion, James Chowry. How does that feel, James?
It's fantastic. I'm a little distracted watching some of these highlights of Tom just chasing every single ball down, which is super frustrating, especially when it's the end of the day and you're getting tired. You just want to see the ball bang into the back fence after it bounced and be like, oh, that's point. Look, tons of fun. This is a continuation of men's and mixed that happened in November last year, so it was a shame we couldn't do all three together, but this was tons of fun. I think that, the standard of pickleball, especially in singles, has gone up exponentially. I compare this Nationals to other times. The depth is much better. It's much better.
Yeah, James, but your standard seems to be also increasing game by game. And what a year it's been for you. What a season it's been for you. European Team Championships winner, Franklin Premier Pickleball League winner with the North London Storm, and now English Nationals singles winner. You must be absolutely thrilled with how you're playing at the minute and the success that you're getting from the sport of pickleball.
Yeah, thank you, Nick. That's actually quite a load of accolades. I haven't really thought about it like that. Yes, look, very proud. But it's actually a testament to all of the other players around, because I think the standard is getting better and better. And if you watch any of the results of our top players in and around Europe, or when they, half of them were drafted to MLP in Australia, I think, really the hard work is done behind the scenes and the level of pickleball is increasing. So, I'm lucky to be at just about winning some of these and at the top, but I'm sure with so many more names coming through that it will be an evolution of loads more names to watch in the future.
James, you're very modest and very humble, and I was remarking in commentary how what you actually do on court is incredibly challenging, incredibly difficult, but you make it look so easy. That, with managing your professional career away from pickleball as well, and being one of the directors who are so influential in the organisation here with Pickleball England, how do you manage it all?
With a lack of sleep, a lot of coffee, and great difficulty. Look, it's a privilege to be part of pickleball while it's growing, and there is still so much room for growth. So to have an influence, whether that be from a playing perspective, whether it be from helping and doing my best with Pickleball England, it's a privilege, and I'm really excited to see where pickleball gets to within the next 5 years.
Well, it's an absolute privilege for us to be able to watch you play, James, whether that's mixed doubles, or in this singles format that you've demonstrated today. Absolutely exhilarating, absolutely enthralling, and ultimately entertaining. Congratulations to you. You are the English Nationals champion.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you, everyone.
That was James Chowry, but the action doesn't end there for Pickleball England, because coming up in August, starting on the 6th of August, we've got the English Open from the Telford International Arena. You can see the schedule on screen there. It's the men's doubles and women's doubles at senior level that kick us off on the 6th of August, followed by the mixed doubles, the seniors there, and our wheelchair events. Singles day on Friday, the 8th of August, followed by men's doubles, open, women's doubles, open, and the culminating features on Sunday, the 10th of August, will be the mixed doubles and the junior event. 5 days of explosive action where players from all around the globe will be joining us in Telford for what's sure to be an absolute feast of pickleball at the Telford International Arena. But here at the Dan Maskell Arena, live from Loughborough, the weekend has been about singles players. On Saturday, for our senior Saturday players, we saw Anna Linton crowned champion in the female division in our over 50s. We saw Richard Love crowned victor in our men's over 50s, and today the story was all about Thadia Locke returning from Australia. Could she get over the line and regain her singles champion that she last won in 2022? The answer was no, because the young pretender to the crown, Ellie Tomkinson, came and she delivered. All class from Tomkinson, who was crowned our female over 15 winner in the open section for our singles competition. And then the men's, it was all about James Chowry, the number 1 seed, the top dog, the man who's got all of the back class and pedigree in the whole of Europe. What a weekend it's been here in Leicestershire at the Loughborough University. I'd like to thank the tournament organisers, Frank Arico, Karen Mitchell, Chris Mitchell, Pep, Julie, Anna and Trevor Robinson, my co-commentator Rob Williams for the day, the production services of John Molyneux and his support, Jesse. I've been Nick Hobbis. It's not just been pickleball, it has been showtime. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you again in August at the English Open.